Okay, I think both of the streams are started, but I'm going to turn the air conditioner in on quiet mode. There we go. And then I'm going to grab TikTok, make sure TikTok's loaded up. I forgot to hum a song on the way in. Okay, sorry about that. The that is not good. I interestingly enough, they finally updated the settings on TikTok Studio. The TikTok Studio is way better right now, but they still didn't fix the setting that automatically causes the chat window to pop out rather than keeping it in the studio. I guess they'll never fix that, but nevertheless, hey, it's gonna be okay, friends. Welcome in. I'm gonna grab there we go. I'm gonna grab our guest boxes real quick, make sure the guest boxes are up and running. And then 1 second. I gotta close a window here. Boom, that window's closed. And hey, you may or may not be pleased to know we ran on Sunday. I've been telling you about the software that I've been developing for the streaming community. We ran it on Sunday with mostly success. Actually, Ems is here. Let's get Ems in. And I'm running it today. We'll be adding some new features, but before I forget, I have to change the audio output to my actual headphones. And we got that set. And then Mac Studio needs to turn over to my headphones. We got that set. Okay, now everything should be good. How you doing, Ems?
Hi, what's up? It's
Not so
summertime,
much.
huh?
Yeah, it's summertime, and it's like 90 something degrees today. It's a warm
What?
one. Yeah, it's
Oh,
the hot one.
uh,
We get
I
that
just
where I live. It's just
got it.
not every day.
I mean, it's sometimes it's like over 110 here. So,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
our southern states get that way. Our southern, like Arizona, Texas, places like that, they are unbearable. I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't be able to make it.
Yeah.
It would put a fork in me.
How have you been?
Nevertheless, good to hear from you, man.
It is. I just came up to say hi. So, how
Oh,
have you been?
you know what? I can't complain. I've been really well. I got a little bit of a late spring cleaning done this morning. Carnage and I were able to get some stuff taken care of that we wanted to. So it's always nice to
Mm-hmm.
have like a section of the house that's finally clean, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I understand you, but it's good to see that you're happy. Have a good
Yeah.
day, okay? Bye bye.
I was like, good to see you, buddy. WMs, WMs. Well, maybe if we get a Muslim caller, we'll see M's pop back in. Let me grab some super chats, friends, and we might have one guest already. I see somebody in the guest box on both YouTube and on TikTok, so we should be able to kick the stream off pretty quickly, I suspect. So, our Wordja, hey, great to see you today, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says I was watching you and Matt on the line. You mentioned a Greek New Testament book and held it up, a blue book. I think it was a critical edition. Can you give more detail about the name of the book? Sure. Yeah, I've got it right here. So one of the things, let me grab another one actually. One of the things you want, if you want to say engage in textual criticism or trying to understand what the original manuscripts may or may not have said, or how scholars decided on what verses to include and what wording to include with them, you're probably going to want one of these as a critical edition. And I've got three of them, at least three different ones. I've got a couple different copies or versions. But these are the ones that are, I would say, pretty standard and pretty common. So first up would be a critical edition of the New Testament. This should be the 28th edition of the Nestle Allen. The text is Novum Testamentum Greece or Grece. And this one includes a little bit of a dictionary. And what it'll do is it'll give you the text in Greek, and then underneath the text, it'll give you all of the textual variants. There's a little bit of work in learning how these, they're called textual apparatuses. A little bit of work in learning how to read the textual apparatus. There's a lot of like insider code and jargon, but they, like most times, you can go on the internet and Like you'll get like a legend, there we go, like a legend that will help you to interpret the symbols. So it's not too bad. The other one that you're going to want, if you're a Greek reader, this is important, is the Septuaginta. I've got the Ralph's Hanhart edition. It's an updated Ralph's. The most common is probably the Ralph's. The Ralph Hanhart is just updated. This is a critical edition of the Greek Septuagint. So give, the name on the front should tell you. So because remember, there's not just one Greek Septuagint. There's a bunch of them, right? So this is a critical edition of that. And then my favorite critical edition, because you guys know I like the Old Testament better, is Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is a critical edition of the Hebrew Bible, and it's typically just referred to as the BHS for short. These three critical editions are what you want if you are curious about studying what is in our modern Bibles and why they're in our modern Bibles. So that's what that's all about. Good question, R-Word. I appreciate the thoughtful question. And hopefully, I don't know if you can read Greek or Hebrew, but if you can, you should be able to pick those up at a fairly good price. Julie, thank you for the super chat. I asked this last week, but I think it got missed accidentally. Or Julie, sometimes I don't answer the super chat in the order that they come in at. There's a good reason for that. So it might not have got answered until the end of the live stream. If that happened, I apologize. Says, I asked this last week, but I think it got missed accidentally. Why do you think people who study the Bible, like some New Testament scholars, are so Christian? Oh, yeah, I do remember answering this, Julie. But the reason why is a lot of them, when they say that they're Christians, you got to remember a lot of them are probably going to fall into like agnostic Christianity, or they'll fall into something akin to like cultural Christianity. Most of the like New Testament professors that I know aren't hardliners, and they're not fundamentalists. I don't think it's common, to be honest, in academia for a lot of professors to be super hardline or super fundamentalist. That's usually something for the uneducated, or if you go to like a garbage university. A lot of them are usually very flexible and open to new ideas, and they might not agree with everything another professor agrees with. That's one of the reasons why the Association of Theological Schools, the largest accrediting agency for seminaries and Bible colleges, have diversity protocols. Your university needs a certain amount of diversity within its professors, so that like it doesn't turn into a just like an incestual think tank where they just like pump out cult members one after another. So that's kind of the goal there. So give me one second. I got to reposition my guest box. I had a guest box, and it looks like one thing that TikTok Studio did not fix with their new update is if you click something like a menu on TikTok Studio, it'll close whatever box you already had open. Hey, Leroy, thank you for the super chat. You coming? Is it going to show up? There we go. So, hi, Justin. I wanted to know your input on Yahweh being the son of El. Oh, well, first of all, I don't believe that Yahweh was ever the son of El. So I do, like most scholars, agree that maybe at some point Yahweh was adopted into the Canaanite pantheon. But I don't think that Yahweh started as a Canaanite deity. I think Yahweh started as an Arabian or Midianite deity that later got adopted into, or at least conflated into, the Canaanite pantheon once the Midianites and the Judeans kind of just became the Judeans, and they took over the foothills during the Bronze Age collapse. And then once the Northern Kingdom fell and Yahwistic worship was like all there was, then obviously there's a lot of different ways that it gets combined. In the Bible, it gets combined by Yahweh literally just being El. But outside of the Bible, it kind of gets combined by introducing Yahweh as a member of the pantheon, like Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9, where it says that Elyon, the Most High, divided the nations according to the number of the sons of the gods, and Yahweh's own portion was Israel. That passage would indicate that at some point Yahweh got brought into the pantheon, but this happened prior to Yahweh being conflated with El, and it happened after Yahweh had already come into the region, right? So we know for sure at some point Yahweh got associated with the pantheon. That's why we've got the Kundalet Ajruj inscription that says Yahweh and his Asherah, obviously associating Yahweh with the Canaanite pantheon, Asherah, who is the mother, or her name's Atirot in Canaanite, the mother of the 70 sons of God. So that's, how we get there. I do have more super chats. I'm just going to grab one more, and I'm going to get our first guest in here, who name is literally not a Philbro, and we'll have some conversation going. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Said, I have a collaborative prompt suggestion. Your God is bad for mental health, and we can discuss the trauma caused with no accountability. This is actually a really interesting idea, Dr. Joe. And you and I were kicking around the idea of doing a live stream. I saw we have to get back on that, or a recorded stream, talking from your point of view how these religions, especially Christianity, affect people. As a therapist, we do need to get back and actually schedule that maybe for this month if we can. But maybe it deserves. We can do this prompt with you live with me, right? I think that would be really important to have a professional in this field of mental health to actually kind of engage with the ideas at a more sophisticated level than what I would be able to do. You know what I mean? I hate to try to pretend like I have expertise somewhere where I don't, because that's how you end up looking foolish. But I'm going to write it down. I'm going to say topic, and then your God is bad for mental health. I like it. I love it, actually. Thanks, Dr. Joe. It's a really good suggestion. All right, let's grab our first guest, aptly named Not a Philbro. Welcome in, Not a Philbro. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
Sure. So you believe in the Christian God? Awesome. Hey, what do you think is like the most compelling piece of evidence or the most compelling argument for the Christian God? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I apologize. I didn't change my prompt for the live stream today. Give me 1 second. I titled the live stream properly, but I forgot to change my prompt. Our prompt today is actually not whether or not God is real, although I'm more than happy to talk about whether or not your God is real. The prompt for today is that God is not good. Is that why you joined to debate that prompt, or the one currently on the screen?
No, I was good. Crap, sorry. Feedback's messing with me. Oh, all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So I was gonna say that as far as like the argument for God, I like the argument causality. I know you don't like it, you reject it. I personally think it's a good argument. I think it's sound. I like the argument of inherent knowledge. I think that one's sound, like it seems to play out. But I mean, honestly, I just think that the Bible is reliable. I think it's fulfills or I think Jesus fulfilled prophecy, and yeah.
Okay. Well, I think those are all things that you and I would disagree on. So
Yeah, probably.
how about you pick the one that you would prefer to talk about first, and we can start there. I'm more than happy to talk about all three of them, but unfortunately, we kind of can only do one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you argue causality, and I don't think that I don't think that we're going to reach any sort of consensus on that.
Okay.
Um, I mean, if you want to, so I heard this guy make the argument that Jesus fulfilled prophecy. You said he didn't fulfill any prophecy, which I
Right.
thought was a bold claim. But then you guys got into this weird semantical argument, and I never actually heard the claim. I had to turn it off because it was like an elephant dart to the face.
Sure.
So I never actually got to hear your argument that Jesus didn't fulfill prophecy.
Okay. Yeah. So my claim is that the prophecies that are attributed to Jesus in the New Testament, about half of
Hmm.
them aren't real prophecies. Like if you just go back and read
Okay.
them, it's pretty clear that they're not even prophecies. The author of the gospel is doing a lot of like fancy footwork to try to invent prophecies. This has been well known in Christianity for a long time. In fact, as early as Porphyry of Tyre, there were complaints about, hey, the way you are calling these things prophecies is not really legit. You're just kind of like playing word games with mostly things that aren't prophecies. The other thing is that sometimes the New Testament will refer to a legitimate prophecy. Like for example,
Hmm.
Zechariah 9. Zechariah 9 shows
Hmm.
up. in multiple gospels when Jesus rode the donkey. But if you go back and read Zechariah 9, it's abundantly clear that the parameters that would have been required in order to fulfill this prophecy didn't get fulfilled. So, and
Okay.
unfortunately, that is every single prophecy that shows up in the New Testament is like one of those two categories. It's either not a prophecy, or if you actually just read it, it's pretty clearly not about Jesus.
All right. So what about? I mean, I guess the most obvious one is going to be Isaiah 53.
Yeah, what about
How
it?
how do you work your way around that one?
Oh, it's pretty easy. The prophet, whoever's writing the second section, so Deutero Isaiah, who's ever writing that,
Hmm.
just tells you who the servant is. In fact, he tells you 9 different times at least that the servant
Yeah.
is Israel, and by
Yeah.
Israel
Yeah,
is technically referring to the remnant of Israel that gets to return from Babylon, who God says will be the Israelites that are like purified through fire and suffering and whatnot.
sure. So again, though, how did Jesus not fulfill that?
Because he didn't go into Babylonian captivity, and that's what the prophecy's about.
Well, it's about Israel going into Babylonian captivity.
Did Jesus go into
But
captivity?
I mean, you can argue that when he was being hauled away to the cross, that was a form of captivity. But
Was
I
it
mean, I'm talking about like
was
the
it
but the
Babylonian
prophecy.
captivity? Because so this is
No,
kind of the
because
point, right?
I
So
okay, so
the New Testament and the Old Testament have like a particular context. The Old Testament has a
right,
context, right? If the Old
yeah,
Testament
sure.
says, like, "Hey, your time of captivity is over. I'm going to bring my servant back. Here's all the things I'm going to do with my servant. Here's what's going to happen when I bring you back." And it's pretty easy.
Hmm.
You can just interpret using the context what's happening here,
Do
right? So there's no good reason then to go in and say, well, actually, it could be about Jesus if you ignore all of the context. I don't know why anyone would do that.
Well, I mean, I can tell you why someone would do that. I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with the law. I mean, I guess let's start here. We would agree that Isaiah is a Jewish text, right?
I wouldn't say Jewish. I mean, it was written at a time prior to the destruction of the northern Israelites, except for two the two episodes after. So Deutero Isaiah and Trito Isaiah were written after the Assyrian conquest, and First
Hmm.
Isaiah was written prior to it. So, like the first one,
Hmm.
I would classify as just kind of a Hebrew text. The second one is like I would classify it as like more Judean and less Hebrew because the northern 10 tribes basically already disappeared by the time it was being written.
Sure, but for the most part, we can say it's a relatively Hebrew text,
Yeah,
and so it would be fair to use Hebrew hermeneutics to decipher it, right? Would that be a fair standard of
uh,
reading it?
I'm not sure. So, well, I know the argument, but I'm not sure you're going to be using a proper hermeneutic because the question isn't, hey, how did Hebrew people interpret it 700 years later, right? The question is, what did it mean at the time it was given, and how would it
I can
have
agree with
been,
that.
and how would it have been interpreted to the original audience, right? Now, there's
No, no, and I
lots
would
of Jewish.
100% agree with that.
Okay, so there's lots of Jewish interpretations that come hundreds of years later
Hmm.
in the Talmud.
Sure.
To me, that's not meaningful because the diversity of Jewish beliefs alone would demonstrate that there is no such thing as a singular Jewish
Do you
hermeneutic.
okay? Do you know what the principle of dual fulfillment is?
Yeah, and I reject it.
Do you reject it?
Yeah, why would I accept it?
Would
That's
would the Jews of that time rejected it?
of what time?
Of the time it was written or prior to Christ?
I Well, that's a big window. But at the time it was written, I have no reason to believe that dual fulfillment was a thing. Dual fulfillment seems to be a cope for trying to get prophecies to fit something that are outside of the context. And I'll give you an example. It could be true that a prophecy had a dual fulfillment, meaning it would happen twice, and that'd be fine. The
Hmm.
problem is the way the New Testament treats dual fulfillment is the first fulfillment was in the context of the original authorship. The second fulfillment is completely divorced from the original context. It could be anything that sounds vaguely similar. And that's the problem with dual prophecy. That's the reason why the Book
The
of Mormon
it's
has prophecies that they say were done originally in one way and then in Jesus and then again in Joseph Smith. Because if you could do a dual prophecy, you can do a triple prophecy, you can do a quadruple prophecy.
Right, but in dual prophecy, your first interpretation is your less perfect one, and the second fulfillment is supposed to be the more perfect fulfillment.
No, that's not true at all.
Oh, 100%,
No, it's
100%.
not true. No, the first
Pull it up, man.
fulfillment, the first fulfillment is the fulfillment that is tied
It's
to
the
the
direct
original
fulfillment,
context. Yeah, the direct
right? And
fulfillment
then
is always going to be primary to any other non-standard, non-contextual fulfillment.
can you pull up the Hebrew principle of dual fulfillment regarding prophecy?
Again, there's no such thing as a singular dual prophecy Hebrew hermeneutic. The Jews had
Then
multiple
Google shouldn't
ways.
pull up anything.
Well, I'll go show you. Yeah. So there's a thing typically referred to as Pesher that we know existed in the Dead Sea community where they would rework prophecies from the Hebrew Bible because they clearly weren't getting revelation from God and they needed some kind of revelation from God to speak to their time period. And so they would go into the
Hmm.
Hebrew Bible and they would just kind of reword the prophecies to be about their time period, even though they weren't. So, for example, you
Yeah.
got a Pesher on Habakkuk, you got a Pesher on Nahum. Here's part of the Pesher on Habakkuk. And it says, For I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, that brutal and reckless people. That's chapter 1, verse 6. Okay, so it's pretty easy. We know this about the Chaldeans. Got it. Not a problem. And this is what it says, though. So whoever writing the Pesher says, this refers to the Kittim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people, so on and so forth. Well, no. The Chaldeans were literally the opposite of the Kittim. The Kittim are people who came from the west, and typically the Chaldeans are classified as people who come from the east. The prophecy has nothing to do with the Kittim, but if you're allowed to go in and ignore the context and just say this people is now that people, this thing is now that thing. Listen, there's no limit to the amount of prophecies that I could fulfill. I mean, fuck, I've got a list of them right here if you like dual prophecies.
Okay, you and I are interpreting dual prophecy very differently. Is not a reinterpretation; it's a more fulfilled. Like, take for example, do you have Isaiah 53 up?
Yeah.
All right, go to verse 9. Because he had done no violence, nor was there any deceit in his mouth. All right,
Okay.
given that the first 39 chapters of Isaiah was him literally condemning Israel for their sinful nature, is that something that he would be saying about Israel?
Yeah, because you weren't listening to what I said. So the prophecy is not just for the entire nation of Israel or about the entire nation, specifically referring to the righteous remnant, which God said on many occasions in the Hebrew Bible that the people that survive the Babylonian captivity will be refined. In fact, he says they'll be perfect. There'll be no deceit in their mouths.
Okay, so I agree that that would be a initial fulfillment, but it's not going to satisfy all of the categories throughout Isaiah 53 in the same
True.
way the greater fulfillment of Jesus would do.
Well, Jesus
And
doesn't fit Isaiah
again,
53 either.
I guess so. Are you making the claim that this chapter was never regarded as messianic?
I don't know why I would make that claim. Obviously, people who came
That's what I'm asking because
obviously
you
people who
if
came
so
do you want
you
my
would have to
answer or
adopt dual
not?
fulfillment.
Do you want me to talk over
Well, I'm
you?
just trying to
Do
finish
you
out
do
my
you want
thought,
me do
man.
you want me to talk over you or not?
I was just trying to finish out my thought, but you got the
You
floor.
so you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer the question or not?
Yes, go for it.
Fantastic. So the problem that you're going to have here is the prophecies, if they're a dual fulfillment, could be about nearly anything because the context is no longer attached to it. Once the context is no longer attached to the prophecy, anyone can make up a better fulfillment and say that this is the fulfillment. But also, Jesus doesn't match all of Isaiah 52 and 53 either. And within the passage, you're going to find stuff that cannot be applied to Jesus. And you're going to find stuff that, I don't know, maybe in your reading, you find it difficult to believe about Israel. But the reality is, I have no reason to believe that the initial prophecy was about Israel, but then there's a secondary meaning. I have no good reason to accept that.
Okay, well, I mean, I would say the reason to believe that, I mean, and we can just agree to disagree on this, but I would say the reason to believe that would be because prior to Jesus coming on the scene, the principle of dual fulfillment and viewing this chapter as messianic had already been established. So it's not a Christian insert that came later.
Actually,
It's already been established in the Talmud.
so what's been established is that you didn't listen to anything I said. right? So what I said is I don't give a rat's ass about what
I
people
know you
hundreds
don't.
of
I did
years
listen.
after the prophecy was given think you should interpret it, right? Listen, we all agree that during the period of the Hasmonean dynasty and post-Hasmonean dynasty, that they were reworking prophecies because they needed something to speak to their time period. This was a common practice. What I'm saying is I don't accept it as a sound practice. I don't think that that's a proper way of reading a text. And again, once you disconnect it from its primary context, you can just make it be about anything, which again,
I
I
mean,
can demonstrate.
okay, go for it.
Okay, sure. So I've got a list of prophecies that I think are actually about me. You want to see some?
Sure.
Okay, let me grab you a couple of them. Hosea 11:1, out of Egypt I've called my son. You know that one?
Yep.
That's about me. My son's
Okay.
Egyptian.
All right.
All right, easy enough. All right, then we say Hosea 4:12. My people
Okay.
consult a piece of wood. Well, hey, my
Okay.
people, how many y'all pray to Sharon Stone, a petrified piece of wood? I bet you're gonna see a bunch of people put ones in the comments here in just about 10 seconds when the
Mm-hmm.
latency's already processed. So there's another prophecy, obviously, about me, and I
Mm-hmm.
would say Zechariah 9:9. I've ridden a donkey, so bada bing, bada boom.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then let's see here. There's a bunch of them in here that are obviously about me. Let's see. Oh shit, yeah. Psalm 95:11, obviously about me. In my anger I swore. So it's clear that
Yeah.
that one's about me. So once you just ignore the context
Well,
of the
no, you
original
have to keep
passage,
going.
like everything's a prophecy. Yeah.
Well, you have to keep going because between the proto-evangelicon and then the writings of Malachi, there's over 350.
The
So by all means, keep
proto-evangelicon.
going because you're not
Well,
even close to scratching the surface
well, there's
yet.
actually not 350. That's a joke. But nevertheless, I'm talking about the ones that are used in the New Testament. So those 350 prophecies are also just, I think, even more embarrassing than the ones that Matthew and Luke list, or Matthew and
Mhm.
John. But we can also do Isaiah 28:26 is obviously about me, referring to my audience. They are well instructed, evil. Isaiah 66:4, when I spoke, they did not listen. You prove that to be true right now. In fact, I fulfilled that
I've heard every
prophecy
word you say. I'm just saying I disagree with what you're saying.
in your hearing. Ecclesiastes 8:15, I command enjoyment, for there's nothing better for people under the sun to eat and to drink and enjoy themselves. That's what I say all the time: eat and drink and be merry, because tomorrow you may die. Have a good time, live your life. So obviously all these verses are just about me. You see the
Sure. Yeah.
absurdity
If
when
you
you
want to
can
scratch the
when you could
surface, but
just when you just ignore all of the primary context.
I mean, I guess if you want to ignore the bigger ones, such as like the timelines established in Daniel and this and that, but
I'm not
I mean,
ignoring
back to
that.
the whole dual fulfillment of
I'm
prophecy,
not ignoring
without
that.
that hermeneutic, okay,
Daniel doesn't say anything about Jesus' timeline, not one word. I know you've been told that Daniel is about Jesus. It's clearly not. And if you like the interpretation of the Jews, well, guess what? Josephus already told you in book 10 that it's about Antiochus Epiphanes. Lord, take him. Bueller? Bueller? Anything? Well, that's disappointing. I thought we were going to have a fun conversation. Nothing, huh? He didn't drop. He's still connected. I don't know what happened to him. It's kind of disappointing because
hello,
there we go.
hello,
Welcome back.
hey,
Yep.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I kind of went on a rant. I don't know what you heard.
I didn't hear anything.
Really? Oh shit. All right, no. So what I was gonna say is if you throw out the concept of dual fulfillment, you're not gonna be able to make heads or tails of like say for example Ezekiel 28,
Why?
when it's talking about the king of Tyre, then it's not talking about the king of Tyre.
What are
You're
you
not
talking
gonna be able
about?
to make sense
Yes, I
of
can.
how.
Maybe you can, but I can.
Okay, what's
Ezekiel's
Ezekiel 28 talking about?
clearly about the destruction of Tyre, which didn't actually come true, which is why there had to be an update about the destruction of Tyre, which God says, because I didn't get what I wanted from Tyre, your payment, for Nebuchadnezzar is going to come from Egypt. That's all. There was a prediction that didn't come true. And then, later Ezekiel's like, oh, we actually need to make an excuse for why it didn't come true. And bada bing, bada boom, here you go.
So Ezekiel 28, talking about
Yeah.
I'm talking about the person it is referring to. I mean, we can argue the context of the chapter. I'm talking about the person it's
Oh, you
referring to.
mean you think Ezekiel 28 is about Satan, even though it's not?
I'm saying it's clearly upfront about the king of Tyre, and then
Oh,
unless the king of Tyre came about by was a seraphim at some point, then
the king of Tyre was not a seraphim. Do you know what story is being alluded to in this particular section? It's similar to Isaiah 14. There's an underlying backdrop that the king that they're talking to is going to recognize. You know what the backdrop is?
no.
The backdrop in this particular section, Ezekiel 28, is referencing a lot of imagery from the Epic of Gilgamesh. So, like Gilgamesh, this is somebody who was, semi-divine, and this is kind of how the king of Tyre is going to see himself. Just like in Isaiah 14, they're talking about the downfall of Athtar the Terrible in the Canaanite pantheon, who tried to climb to the Mount Zaphon and take over the seat of the gods, but became a laughing stock. These are really well-known stories in their culture, and it would have made sense to make fun of this particular king using that particular story, which they would have known. That king doesn't know
Okay.
shit about the modern day Satan story.
All right, but then you have Daniel, I want to say it's chapter 6, where you have the little horn, which is
So,
obviously fulfilled in Antiochus Epimenides in 189 BC.
Epimanes?
But then Epiphanes,
It,
Epimenides, yeah.
yeah,
No, I'm
yeah.
right on that.
It's Antiochus Epiphanes.
Well, he went by I mean, the Jews called him Epimanes. He went by Epiphanes, whatever. Um, but either way, it was fulfilled in 189. But however, Jesus calls back to it,
So,
saying that it's going to happen in the future, and no one
so,
corrects him
so why do
because
I care?
even the scholars at that time understood a greater fulfillment.
Yeah, again, I don't care. This is why
Right. So I
I
don't
literally
understand why
started
I
the
should take your
I
interpretation
started
over
the
people from that time frame.
I started the conversation by telling you that groups of people hundreds of years later isn't my benchmark for my hermeneutic. I don't care about that. Just like
So
you don't care about people like that came, say, hundreds of years after the initial writing of the New Testament. They had interpretations. In fact, the earliest church mostly interpreted the Old Testament as complete allegory. You don't probably do that, right? So it doesn't matter what some
no, I mean
people.
honestly, I think there's probably a lot of truth to that.
But what I'm
But
saying is
I so
you don't have to accept the interpretation of some people just because these were people who believed in these prophecies. The
I
question
will agree with
remains
that
is
too.
what is the interpretive method that yields the best results and is most likely to be what was in the mind of the audience and in the mind of the prophet? And the reality is, in the mind of the prophet and in the mind of the audience, the thing that you would expect the most is that it's just a straightforward prophecy. You don't hear anything about dual fulfillments until many hundreds of years later when it's clear that the prophecies don't come true. So then you have to rework them rather than admit they didn't come true.
Do you think? I mean, you're just asserting that that your method of interpretation is better than the people who grew up in the culture,
Mm-hmm.
immersed in the
Mm-hmm.
language, who understood the current events going on. So you're saying that you understand that better than they did, and that your or your method of interpretation is better than theirs, even though there's no possible way you could know the details as well as them.
Yeah, actually, I do know the details as well as them. I spent my life studying
And
the text just like they did.
and how old are you? You
Is
spent your life studying the text.
So the
So
reality,
did
so the reality
That's
is
literally
just
Dunning
because
Kruger.
they were it's literally not Dunning-Kruger. I'm 42 years old, and I went to Catholic school my entire life, and then Bible college and seminary. I spent my entire life studying this text. So the reality is,
You,
I'm pretty familiar with the Jewish
where did you
interpretation,
go to
and there
school?
is no such thing as a singular Jewish interpretation, which is what I started with. You can't just say, well, the Jews interpreted it this particular way, because that wasn't always the case. The Jews had many ways of interpreting a text. For example, Josephus does not interpret the text in Daniel as being a dual fulfillment. Some Jews did. I don't have a good reason to apply a dual fulfillment for the reason I already told you, which is that dual fulfillments are not specific and they can be about anything, which is why I can write myself into the fulfillment of these prophecies, because once you ignore the context, anybody can dual fulfill anything.
All right. Well, again, I think that you and I differ on our understanding of dual fulfillment, but for the sake of just keeping things moving, we can let it go.
Okay.
Um, there was another argument that I heard you say that I wanted to push back on you. It was something to do with Jesus come, did not descend from David.
Yeah.
Uh,
As far as I can tell from the text, there's no good reason to believe that Jesus came from the seed of David.
Okay. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Mary was from the seed of David. Might seem a
Sure.
little incestual,
Show
but is
me,
what it is.
show me in the Bible where it says that.
Yeah, so it's going to be the genealogy found in Luke.
Luke chapter 3, right?
Yeah,
Have you read it? Because I don't think you
I
have.
sure have.
Well, then you're going to be really surprised when you see that it doesn't go to Mary.
Yeah, so it says, being as supposed the son of Joseph. Notice he put in supposed.
Yeah, I know.
So
So what?
who is the Joseph the son of in Luke?
Joseph is going to be the son of Heli.
Right, and then who's he the son of in Matthew?
I forget, was it Jacob? Matthew's got a
Yeah,
different
it's
son.
Jacob. So I mean, I
Hmm.
don't know what your views are on gender and biology and all that, but I'm pretty sure he didn't have two dads.
Well, actually, he did. If you read the like the early church on this particular topic, it's literally two dads by form of levirate marriage. In fact, if you read Eusebius, he actually explains it. In fact, you can get a chart. Hold on. Where's my book? In in Eusebius's history, he actually gives you a map. Well, I would say the publisher gives you a map in this particular
Hmm.
edition to illustrate how it is that Joseph has two different daddies. Here he goes, right here. Or
And
yeah,
where's he pulling this from?
Eusebius.
Yeah,
Well, Eusebius is pulling it from church tradition. Same thing, like with like
right.
the proto-evangelism of James would be something that was highly influential to the early church, even though it wasn't canonical. There were a number of early church writings and documents that gave like these lineages of different people, and so they would have been pulling from that. But he's obviously not pulling it out of thin air. He's referencing something. The reality is,
Right.
though,
So
he's
I'm
not
not
referencing the Bible.
you're not gonna love this answer, but here's the thing. I'm not Catholic, so I don't really give a shit what church tradition says. To
Well,
me,
I'm
when
not
you read
Catholic
this,
either. I have no idea why that matters.
huh?
I don't know
Well,
why that
because you're gonna
matters. The question is, what does the Bible say? The Bible says that
right. No, I agree.
Joseph is the son of Heli.
Right. So it says supposedly Joseph was, but
No, it
again,
doesn't. It doesn't say supposedly Joseph was the son of Heli. It says supposedly
well,
Jesus
it
was the
says
son of Joseph.
supposedly son of Joseph.
Did
So the
you got
supposedly
it?
son of Joseph, the only reason I would say, like, I would argue that the reason they're inserting supposedly is because they're not giving Joseph's lineage, they're giving Mary's lineage.
Why would
Probably
we?
because she was
Why
still
would
alive
we
when they
think?
wrote this,
Why
and they
would we
didn't want
think
to.
that? Why
Hmm?
wouldn't the author just say that Mary was the daughter of so and so? Because what we have in the text was that a begetting, like so and so is the son of so and so, right? So if you actually look in
Hmm.
the English and look, in fact, I'll show you
Right.
in the English. This is one of those interesting passages where the English and the Greek tend to agree with each other. And what it
Hmm.
says, quite literally, is that Joseph is the son of Heli. Mary's not the son of Heli. Unless you
What are
think
you looking
Mary's,
at right now?
you think Mary is the son of Heli?
Mary. Well, supposedly. All right. Yeah. No, that's a fair argument.
Yeah. So it's
Um,
obviously not about Mary. In fact, Luke chapter 1 says that Mary comes from the daughters of Aaron because Elizabeth is her cousin.
all
So
right.
she's a Levite.
Well, I mean, you don't know that. You know
Well,
that her cousin is a Levite.
but I do know that. If they're blood
How do you know that?
related, because if they're blood
Okay.
related, then they only go back 2 generations to a common couple. That's it.
All right. I just so I know we can agree on terms here. By Mary being her cousin, it means their parents were siblings. Are we agreeing on that term?
Yes, which means they have the same grandparents,
So if correct, so they
which
have the same
means
grandparents. Daughters get married off. So if both of their moms were married off to different tribes, they would be from different tribes.
but that's what I keep trying to tell you is if they're blood related, then it would be true that they're both from the same tribe. If they're only related by marriage, it would be different.
No, but they're not. They can be sisters and be married off to different tribes. They're
Well,
women,
they're not
and
sisters or
they would still
cousins.
be biologically related, but yet associated with a different tribe.
But no.
It's a legal
So,
term, not a biological one.
well, it's not legal because if we're talking about like the legality of lineage descent, Mary would be and Elizabeth would be irrelevant, right? Because they traced your lineage through your father, not through your mother. So the fact that Mary and Elizabeth are even mentioned and that Elizabeth's lineage is being from the daughters of Aaron is actually kind of ridiculous.
Right. So I don't see where the contradiction there is.
It's not
So
a
if
contradiction.
r- well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a contradiction. So
I didn't say that was a
let's say they're both.
contradiction.
They could literally be from any. They could be from the tribe of Benjamin. They could descend from the tribe of Benjamin. All right, they're both women.
It didn't
One
say
marries
it
someone
didn't
from
say
this.
tribe, to be sure.
Huh?
It says didn't say tribe.
Okay.
The daughters of Aaron, meaning there's a lineage, not a marriage.
All right. Um. All right. Well, yeah. I don't. That one. I don't really. I'll concede on that one.
Yeah. So,
Um.
like, listen, I don't. It's not a Philbro. I don't know what your real name is. It sounds to me like you've been in church for a while and you've read the Bible for a little while, but I don't. I'm not catching a hint that you've engaged in any scholarship on the Bible. I would highly
Well, I didn't go
recommend.
to I didn't go to college or
Well,
anything.
I
I
don't
just
think you
read the
need
Bible and I
to.
interpret it.
I'm sure you do. What I'm saying is, I would highly recommend getting something really simple, which is just like a really good study Bible, which is if you
I've
go
got a bunch,
to
man.
Bible college and seminary. Well, you don't have this one. If you go to Bible college and seminary, they're going to recommend this one. This is like the standard for Bible students. It's the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible with the Apocrypha, and these notes in here they're not religious, they're not life edifying, they're literally just scholarly notes on what's going on in the text and in the culture the text is written in. This will basically give you where most scholars stand on a lot of these interpretations. It's not
All right.
it's not always a consensus. Sometimes the scholars disagree heavily, but for the most part, this Bible does a good job of trying to give you what the scholarly consensus is.
All right. So there's one more argument I have, then I'll let you go. And I am curious on your because I am actually curious on your opinion on it. Is the
Mm-hmm.
argument of inherent knowledge? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No. Mm-mm.
Not you, bud. So it's basically referring to Romans, chapter 1, verse 18 through 20.
Oh,
Um,
you
yeah, and just
mean
basically saying that everyone is knowledge and we're all suppressing it. I would
general
say,
revelation?
yeah, general revelation,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. So why would we think that it exists?
Well, I would say that all the evidence I've seen shows that it exists.
What's the evidence that it
Um,
exists? Because I don't see any evidence of it.
really?
Yeah. Why would I think it exists?
All right. Well, let's say, for example, currently, I don't believe in Superman.
Okay.
I have no, there's no ill will about it. I don't dislike people that do believe in Superman. I'm just personally not convinced. You know,
Okay.
I've never once done. And you can ask people who know me. I have never once started a YouTube channel and devoted my life to trying to prove Superman doesn't exist.
If you lived in a country where 70% of them believed in Superman and they wanted your children to believe in Superman and they were forcing your children to read Superman books and they thought you were a bad person if you didn't
People are
read
forcing your kids to
Superman
read the
books.
Bible.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but they're literally passing laws in a handful of states now to mandate Bible reading in public schools. But the point is very clear. When you live in a society where it's majorly like a religion, then
Hmm.
it's, and you don't believe in that religion, it's more than fair to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Also, this is a really hypocritical take because Christians at this moment are literally debating atheism, and they're also debating Mormonism, and they're debating Islam. Just because
That
they're
makes
just
sense to
because
us. I
they're
believe in
well,
God. I
it
think
makes
these
sense
debates
to
should
me
happen.
too. So the reason is not because they secretly believe in the God of Islam, not because they're secretly atheists. It happens because people think that ideas are important, because ideas affect society. And I think this idea, the idea of religion, God, is important, and I think it affects society. And because it affects society, it means it affects me, it affects my family, and it affects my children. So if there's something I can do to make it so that these toxic ass religions don't have such a negative impact on society, I'm going to do that. And the reason why I do this for a living now is not because I wanted to. I mean, it is exciting. It's because I've been doing it so well that it was now didn't make sense to keep my engineering position when I could do this, something that I'm much more interested in. My goal was never to start a channel and do this professionally. It just happened to be that way because I have a relevant education and I've got credentials, and so I at least know what I'm talking about, even if you disagree with me.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by,
All
buddy.
right. Yeah, but
I came in hot. Didn't leave quite as hot, but maybe we made some progress. I'll never understand why people are willing to accept dual fulfillment. It doesn't make any sense to me. Miss Megs, thank you for the super chat. 100 degrees here today. Oof, sorry to hear that. Heat index over that, and late rain just bumped the humidity up even more. Not only is the heat a nightmare, but I'm with you. When that humidity gets up, I'm either inside the house, or I'm going to find a body of water to jump into. Walking around humid and sticky, like you walk out of the house and your clothes start to stick to you, it's the worst thing ever. I don't like it. I wouldn't survive. But Miss Megs, I hope you're doing all right. And also from Janet says, love you, Justin. Just a reminder to listeners, play with your pets. They love you unconditionally from Cat Mom. Indeed. In fact, I let my animals cuddle with me even at night. I don't kick them out of the bed. I know sometimes they need bathed. Might be stinky. I don't care. Pets are family. They should be treated like family. And if you invest love and attention into your pets, it's always going to pay off because they're going to invest the same in you. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, it's the deep burn. Oh, it's so deep. I can barely lift my right arm because I did so many. I don't know if you heard me counting. I did over 1,000. Just watch out for the guns. They'll get you. Great Anchorman quote. And I understand. I actually had a discussion prior to the live stream if I should put my normal black t-shirt on. And Carnage overruled me and said, no, we're the tank top. So you got tank top Justin today. And I promise I won't do any push-up contests or fake curls like in Anchorman. But good reference. And Rudy, good to see you. Samson used a donkey's jawbone to destroy his enemies. Justin uses his jawbone to destroy bad Christian talking points. Judges 15:15. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that, actually. Appreciate that. We do need a good joke. Also, I'm working on a addition to my software package for like joke tracking, and I did. Maybe we can test it out today. I did add some code, right, for our pretzel meter to have the audience kind of dictate how the pretzel meter goes up and goes down, because it's looking for keywords in the comments. Right now, only on YouTube. I have to integrate TikTok. It's going to be looking for keywords, and the more that keyword is mentioned, the meter will continue to rise. I've got a few things I need to tweak on it. I might do that during the live stream, actually, but I think it's been a lot of fun. I think it's going to be like a piece of user participation that people are really going to like. Let me see. Do I even have it on my screen right now? What did I call that thing? I think I called it the danger meter. I forget. Nevertheless, I'll make sure we get that debugged. Cynthia says, please do a live with Dr. Joe. It's desperately needed. I agree. Dr. Joe really brings an amazing service to the community, and we definitely want to be able to utilize her for those in the community that can definitely use her. And GSP, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hi Justin, love everything you do. As a small request on behalf of humanity, please keep the Phil bros on a short leash, especially the ones who don't even know words they're using. Doug bless. Fair. I completely understand why that should be the case, and we'll make sure that they are reined in. We'll see a couple today, actually. This topic brings them out. And Christopher, thank you for the super chat. If there's a principle of dual fulfillment and Isaiah 53 is messianic, maybe this caller should consider why the first century Jewish community overwhelmingly rejected the idea that it was about Jesus. True. If we really care about Jewish interpretation, then you should care that the Jews didn't believe Jesus was the Messiah. But then he's going to say, well, they were evil, or Satan, right? Ryan says, sun's out, guns out. You fucking know it, Ryan. When the sun's out and it's warm, hey, be comfortable. And W666 from Kevin says, Justin, in a tank top, yes, please. Fire. Hey, listen, I got you, friend, fam. I got you. To be fair, when the summer heat hits you, it's not that it's mandatory, but let's say it helps a lot trying to keep your core temperature down. You guys don't want you guys don't want me to overheat and get a heat stroke, do you? So obviously this is for my health. And last super chat for now, we're going to get our next guest in here from Wraith. Good to see you, Wraith. Thank you for the super chat. Callers being wrong is not a bad thing. Once you realize you were incorrect on something, you just learn something new, and that's a good thing. Once in a while, it happens. That's why I watch and support. Well, thank you, Wraith. And true. And you guys know my saying, sometimes you have to be wrong before you can be right. If you truly want to be right, that means sometimes you have to change your stance on something. So, all right, God is Good from the YouTube queue is up next. If you're watching on TikTok, you can get in by hitting the guest request button. You don't have to use the link on the screen if you're on TikTok. Those are just for people who are not on TikTok. So welcome in, God is Good. Are you at least 18? Hello? Hello? I need like a buzzer for the guests that like fall asleep in the guest box. Hey, hey, God is Good. Can you hear me? I wonder if his mic's even turned on or his headphones. Let me check his headphones. His mic's absolutely turned on, although his headphones is set to a set of speakers. That's not going to end well. Let me refresh his speaker. She could pop up on his phone. Maybe he'll change his speaker.
Oh,
So there you go. How you doing?
hello.
How you doing? God is
Good.
Good. God is Good. Do you have a name that we should call you by?
God is good.
That's what you want to be called?
Did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything that you said previously to me unmuting you because I was talking to other callers.
Okay.
All right. So God
awake
is
from
Good.
faith.
Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Cool. And
Yeah.
do you believe in which kind of God?
Christianity.
Gotcha. And why do you think God is good? Or maybe you don't think God is all good. What's your position?
He's a source of good, what we call good.
But how could you know that?
Well, basic philosophy, logic.
Where
If
can I
God is
find
real,
a philosophical argument that demands God to be the definition of goodness?
so God is reality himself.
What does that even mean?
Before anything, there's just God. He is existence himself.
But I don't know what that means. Existence is
Yes, you do.
describing like a state, right? When you say God, God is not a state, God would be a thing. So conflating a thing with a state is just a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
Even the
is.
guy with the highest IQ agreed.
No, he
Reality
didn't,
has an
and he
identity.
doesn't have that IQ. As most of these goofballs,
Oh.
he doesn't really have an high IQ. He went online and took some ridiculous IQ tests, and now he gets shopped around by
Right.
Christians because they're so afraid that like no one believes their nonsense that they have to like co-opt people and say, well, this really smart guy agrees with me, but that means nothing.
No, I think you guys are coping.
We're definitely not.
He's the foundation. He's existence himself.
Well, that's what you have to
God.
prove, right? So when you make a claim like God
Listen,
is
it's
existence
basic logic.
himself,
Like, what do
it's
I have
like,
to prove?
well, give me the syllogism.
All right, now you're the one using big fancy words like the Philbros trying
Syllogism's not a
to hide
fancy
behind
word.
that. It is. It's not a common word of the
Well,
people.
then give me a structured argument.
I just did. Like,
You
listen to me.
didn't.
I'm Greek.
Your argument was, come on, bro.
No, I'm Greek. We're the
I didn't say
originators of the
anything
high
about
IQ
you being
philosophy.
Greek or not
You're
Greek.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, then maybe you can give me a philosophical argument.
I just did. He's reality
But
himself.
that's a claim, not an argument. Okay, well, I'll give you the similar argument. I am existence itself.
You're not. You're not God. You didn't create the world.
No,
It's just before you.
No, I did. I said so. I just said I did.
Okay, now you're trolling. We're talking about the Christian
I'm not trolling.
worldview.
I'm demonstrating that
God.
claims are not arguments.
No, your whole thing is a whole different category. God is reality himself. He created everything. Like,
That's a
there's
different
nothing more to say.
category. Creating something doesn't make you equal to reality. Again, that's the
He's the only thing that exists.
that's actually
He's timeless.
like
He's the
would
only
be
thing that
classified, as far as I know, like a reification fallacy.
Okay, now you're using big Philbro words to try to seem smart because
That's the exact name
of
the
argument.
That's the exact name of the fallacy. You want me to reword it?
It's not a fallacy.
It is. It's called the fallacy of reification. It's when you take something that is abstract and you try to use it as though it's like a real tangible thing, like a noun, like a thing. So you can't just take something like that is a process or an idea and then just say, oh, this thing is that. Well, that's a classification error. That's like if I said,
well, we're talking about the Christian worldview,
my apple is science. That's meaningless. Apple is not science. You can use science to determine what an apple is, but an apple is not science. Science is a process that we engage in.
The thing is, I know that you're smart enough to get it. I know that you're trolling and you have to use these.
I'm not trolling. You're just not intelligent enough to understand what I'm saying.
It's a game. It's a game for you to defend your worldview.
Actually, not. It's really easy.
It is. That's how you make money, and that's how you have to win the debate.
You understand
basic logic?
You understand that?
Troll.
Well, you didn't give me a logical argument. In fact, my argument
I did.
Was my rebuttal to whatever you said is the more logical response because you've committed a fallacy and I didn't.
And also, you can't even argue against this because we're talking about the Christian worldview right now.
So
that's the thing. So you can't even use this. You can't even deny what I'm saying.
I just did, yeah.
You can't, and then you lost because now you're denying what I'm literally like my worldview. The thing is,
the
God
worldview.
Is we're talking about
the worldview doesn't make that claim, and if it did, it would just be wrong.
Well, that's your opinion. We're talking about in the framework of the worldview of Christianity, why God is not evil.
So then, in the Christian framework, you think that fallacies are acceptable? Then
it's not a fallacy.
It is a fallacy of reification. I already showed you.
It's not. No one says that. You're the only one who said that.
No, it's literally got a whole wiki page. It's pretty common actually.
By who?
Reification, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, is a fallacy of ambiguity when an abstraction or an abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. In other words, it's the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. The fallacy of reification, which is what you're doing.
No, because in our worldview, God is reality himself, so that you can't really argue against that.
That's the fallacy of reification, so I just did. If that's your worldview, then your worldview is based on a fallacious argument.
That's the thing, though. No, you know what it is, Justin? You and other atheists are afraid of this, so now you have to use these.
Why would I be afraid? I have no idea why you think I would be afraid. I'm not
Because
running
you
from
know
the
it just
topic.
proves you
I'm
can't say
waiting for
God is
you to actually
bad.
engage in the topic. So what you did, you said, well, God is good. He's like the definition of good, which is an adorable claim,
Yeah.
but you didn't do anything to get us to that point. You just said it's true because I said it's true. So I would just say God is evil, and that's true because I said it's true. I used the same argument you
Well,
did.
you can't say
Easy
that
enough.
because that's your opinion.
I just did.
Your morals aren't based in the eternal, unchanging God
Well,
reality.
so what?
Then you're going against reality.
No, I'm not. You would have to
You are, because
demonstrate first
God
that
is
your
eternal.
God does like actually exists. Then you would have to demonstrate that the God
That's
you
not the
believe
topic.
in actually isn't evil. And unfortunately, the God you believe in does do evil. Let me ask you a question. When someone does something evil, is it okay to call them evil? So, like, for example, I know that Jeffrey Dahmer didn't do evil things all of his life, but we would agree that he is evil, right?
But you're talking about humans, not God, who's the
But I'm
creator.
just waiting for you to answer my question. Would we classify Jeffrey Dahmer as being evil if he does evil things?
Again, you jumped around. We're talking
I'm
about
just
God
waiting
and
for you
his
to answer the question.
eternal,
If
unchanging
we're talking about
morality.
how words work, so try to track. If somebody does something evil, is it acceptable to label them as evil?
Yes, but you can't say that about God because
Why
he's the
not?
source of morality.
Well, that's the claim. The claim is that he's a source of morality. How would you demonstrate, like, for example, if God was evil, like, how would you even know it? Is this just like a
You
like
can't. You can't
well, then
claim he's evil.
so if
It's
you can't
illogical.
know if God is evil, then you can't know if God is good
No, I
either.
didn't say no. I
Well,
said
so
you
there you
can't
go.
prove he's
There you
evil
go.
because
You
it's
heard
illogical.
it from the horse's mouth. You can't know if God is evil, and there's no logical issue with God being evil. Give me the contradiction.
I didn't say that. You just twisted my words.
Give
See,
me
you
the
have to twist my words
contradiction.
to win.
Give me the contradiction.
I literally said you can't say he's evil. You
Why
can't
not?
prove it.
I
You're like from your position.
I'm going to if you actually would stay on topic.
No, but anything you say, you can't. It's just your opinion.
But everything you said not only is your opinion, it also was asserted
No, it's
like
coming from my worldview.
fallaciously.
We're arguing my
I know it's coming
worldview.
from your worldview, but your
There you
worldview
go.
doesn't necessitate that God doesn't do evil, which is my starting point. So, in your worldview, which I assume you haven't really read the book of, do you believe that God does evil things?
No.
Okay, have you bothered to read the book?
Yeah.
Okay, did you see 2 Samuel 24 where God explicitly does evil, and Amos chapter 3 where God says he does evil?
No, the word for evil
You
is
didn't.
calamity. That's in the Hebrew.
That's not true. The word for evil is ra, and that word has a semantic range, but it just means anything that's bad. So the problem that you've made is you think
No, it
that
could be like a natural
evil and
disaster. It could be
bad
him allowing
are
a natural
like different
disaster.
words, but like bad and evil in Hebrew is actually the same word.
No, ask any actual rabbi actually. So you're
Oh,
actually being
sure.
anti-Semitic in a way.
What's the word for evil in Hebrew?
You're going against
So you don't
Judaism, so you're
actually
anti-Semitic as
know
well.
the word for evil.
So you're going against rabbis. How
No,
do
I'm
you feel
not.
about that?
Which rabbi
Yeah, you
said that
are. No one
the
agrees
word
with you.
ra doesn't mean evil?
No, they all say it means calamity, not that God literally
No,
does
they
evil. No
quote
one would
one.
say that in
Quote
regard to
one.
Judaism.
Quote one.
You want me to go on Google and find it?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'll use your friend Toby. Quote.
I remember this guy's dumb voice. This was a guy the last time I talked to him was also accusing me of being anti-Semitic just because I didn't like his argument because he doesn't actually have an argument. He just like states things. This is fun. They don't even have this referenced in the Talmud. There's only this particular passage in Amos only has what we would consider like modern or contemporary commentary on it.
Try to get a good source.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you could just use Safaria.
1 second. And by the way, I could have left any time and just been like, "Oh, you lost," but I
Well, Then you'd just be lying to yourself.
No, I mean,
yeah, you certainly would be.
Oh my! The fact that you just said, "Oh, it doesn't make sense in coping," I was just like, "All right."
That's what you're doing. Yeah, you're coping. You're just like shitting on the chessboard and declaring victory. Yeah.
All right, I don't care. I don't agree with you, and no one else does.
Let me show you from the standard like Jewish lexicon that they use today that it just says evil.
No, rabbis
So
emphasize
this
that
is
the
in
word
the this is actually in the lexicon. This is Klein's Hebrew dictionary, which is what is used on Safaria. This is what is used by the JPS, and it turns out it doesn't mean what you said it means. In fact, the definition is an adjective. It means bad, evil, bad, disagreeable, malignant, bad, unpleasant, evil, giving pain, unhappiness, evil, displeasing, bad, worse than worse. Oh, it's almost like the word. Almost like the word is exactly what I told you it meant. It's all things bad. Oh no.
Well, guess what? Rashi even says it just means a physical downfall, destruction, political calamity.
He doesn't say
it's
that.
Not talking about he does moral evil.
Nope.
Rashi says it.
Rashi doesn't say that that's the meaning of the word. Rashi is giving you a commentary on a particular verse, but he doesn't say that that word specifically means that one thing.
It could mean it.
Again, within context. In fact, since you like rabbis so much, here's one right now that wants to talk to you. Stuff, Rabbi Hannah.
Hi, Justin. I love your bird.
Hey, thanks. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well.
I am. I took some sabbatical time. I needed a little like me time. So I went ahead and unplugged from everything and was like, I'll be back later.
I get it.
Sometimes you just need so it's ra'ah, it means evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I pulled up Klein's dictionary for him and he didn't believe it.
I thought but sir, you just said rabbis don't agree. I'm an actual rabbi, fucker.
Yeah, you're on his payroll or his friend, so you're lying. Actual rabbi.
Why would she be on my payroll? Are you insane?
Are you crazy? I don't get paid for this. You think I get paid for this? I'm not his friend. We are acquaintances and we know each other, but
we don't even live in the same
state.
No.
Okay, so why does other rabbis like Radak, Rabbi David Kimai, 12th century, they all agree with me that it's not moral evil. It's just war, famine, hardship.
It means evil. Ra'ah means evil.
Yeah, I didn't say moral evil.
Good and I create evil.
So ra and ra'ah, they're variants of the same word, just means like anything that's bad. There's no separate word for evil.
Right.
So bad. It's not moral evil. It doesn't have to mean moral evil.
There's not a Hebrew word that gives you that connotation. This is the hill that
you're dying on, sir?
So so all the rabbis are wrong except you guys. He got us, guys.
The rabbis aren't saying what you're saying they say.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Where are you saying this? You're saying a commentary, right?
No. Yeah, Rabbi David Kimi and Rabbi Rashi, they don't agree. They say
Rabbi Rashi. Famine, oh my God.
War, pestilence.
Those are all bad things. Yeah, you got it.
Peace and well-being.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, all of those are evil things.
Yeah.
No, God can cause it or let it happen. It's not that he's like
war is an evil thing.
Uh-huh.
You don't think pestilence is an evil thing? War is not an evil thing?
Yeah, but okay. You are not a rabbi if you're going to say no rabbi would
She is a rabbi.
I absolutely am a rabbi. I've been a rabbi for almost 10 years.
Are you still believe in God? Like, what is this? This is a game.
I absolutely believe in God. I'm a believer in God.
So God does evil? You're going to agree with Justin? God does
evil? The coping's real here.
I agree that God tells you he does evil.
Yeah.
That he creates all things.
So you think God does moral evil? Like, are you literally arguing
I believe that God tells you what he does. He absolutely says in the text that I create everything. So in creating everything, then you must understand that creating everything means I create the good and I create the bad.
Doesn't mean he does it. He's not the moral person doing evil.
He does do it in the text.
Well, I don't think. Okay, no rabbi would say
Isaiah 40.
Yeah, they would.
You're talking about Isaiah 45:7, right? Isaiah 45:7. He tells you he creates all things. He creates the good and he creates the evil.
Yeah.
How can you have do you believe a God that is omni everything?
Sorry, omni everything.
Meaning omnipresent, omnipotent, omnipowerful.
Most of them, I think.
Okay. So if you believe in a God that has created the entire universe, then nothing is outside of his purveyance, right? So in order for evil to exist, he has to allow it or he has to create it.
We agree that he can allow it to happen. That's not him doing it.
How would anybody know what evil is if God has not created it in the universe in the first place?
We know, like, we just instinctively know evil. Everyone knows evil.
Do we?
No,
like morals.
that's not true.
No.
Yeah, everyone knows evil.
That's not
No, they
even
don't.
slightly true.
Oh yeah, we know evil when we see
Well,
it.
that's certainly not the
As
case.
humans, we know.
Because humans, for most of history, thought that slavery was perfectly fine. Even your God did. And nowadays, nobody would accept it. So no, humans don't just instinctively know moral evil.
Can I just say something about that? I think everyone knew it's evil. That's why the West stopped it after 200, 300 years. They knew that kind of slavery
Please
was
don't be
evil.
that guy.
Yeah, don't tell
be
the
that
early
guy.
church.
No, they knew it's evil, but
The early church said it was a moral necessity.
Yeah.
The early
no,
church
just
said it is better for some men to be enslaved than to be slaves of their own passions.
What kind of slavery? It wasn't cattle slavery like
Yeah,
the
it
West.
was chattel slavery. Yeah.
It's
It
chattel
wasn't like the West or
slavery.
Islam. No, it wasn't. It was
Yeah, it
more
was.
servitude.
Nope. Want me to read you
Yes,
the
it
text?
Okay. Are you familiar that
So
other rabbis also talk
I'll
about
read
slavery in the
you.
Bible?
You don't know anything
Okay.
about rabbis. I would stop quoting
let's not.
pretending like
studied it.
you. No, you didn't.
I
would stop
You're
pretending.
a Christian, yes, sir?
Yeah, he's a Christian.
You were a part of the family if you were adopted as a slave in the Bronze Age. It was actually beneficial in many ways.
That is not at all true. Holy crap!
That's what Rabbi Tovia
That's
Singer
funny.
explained.
I'm sure he did.
Rabbi Tovia Singer is incorrect. I'm sure he said that, and he is incorrect.
Yeah.
Well, I actually looked at it, and I think
as
he's
much
right
as I love Rabbi Tovia, we're friends.
Singer, I do too.
His take on these passages are necessarily soft because he's Orthodox and his interpretation of the text is going to lean towards his understanding of God and is not going to follow what I would call the traditional academic reading.
Yes, whereas mine goes more towards a traditional academic reading.
How do you explain then? There was someone actually in Jesus's line. The man didn't have a son, so he allowed his daughter to marry his Egyptian slave, who was part of his family, basically.
Whose line?
That's in the Bible. I think it was Jesus's line, or
I think you're referring to either Abraham or Ruth.
No, I have to look it up.
Or it could be Eleazar. Eleazar was the servant who nearly inherited the household of Abraham. So I assume you just haven't read any of the relevant texts, and that's fine. I kind of expect that from someone like you. But it says, as for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So he explicitly says you don't treat your fellow Hebrews as harsh or very harsh. But with these foreigners, you can make them permanent slaves and treat them harshly.
I know, but it wasn't like they actually
beneficial for him?
Okay, but Carrie, let me make my point. Don't kick me. I want to make my point.
Why do I kick you?
This is not how you're trying to frame it. And I'll actually say what you just said. First of all, the slaves actually had a little more rights than a child, because if a child cursed, when I mean child, I mean like teenage, 20. If he cursed, like said, "I hope my parents die," I curse them, that kind of curse, or he hits them, they can actually be stoned to death. But you can't do that to a slave. If you hurt a slave too much, you have to let them go. So in many ways, the slave actually had more rights.
Only if they're Hebrew, and you can also beat them so severely that if they accidentally die, you don't get punished.
Accidentally? But if they do die...
well, it doesn't say accidentally. Accidentally is presumed by the wording. It says, if they die under your hand, meaning while you're beating them, then there's going to be a avenging because it looks like you just murdered them. But it says if they survive for a day or two, then there is no punishment. Meaning you can beat them very severely, and as long as they don't die, like right as you're beating them, it's going to be presumed that it's an accident and there won't be any punishment.
Right. But isn't it like if they get disfigured, they could be let go?
Only if they're Hebrew and only if you knock out an eye or the tooth. If they're a foreign slave, they're not going to get set free. So chapter 21 of Exodus is about slaves who get to go free that are in the Hebrew category, right? We hear about male Hebrew slaves, female Hebrew slaves, and then we get rules for what to do in these particular situations. And if you knock out the eye or the tooth of your slave, then you get early freedom because you lost your eye or your tooth. Now, with the foreign slaves, no such rule seems to exist.
I don't see that where it says just a difference, because like I'm looking just on rabbinic laws. They say the foreign slave also is immediately granted total freedom.
That's not in the text. The text is clearly speaking about only Hebrew slaves. The entire chapter is about Hebrew slaves. And it specifically, within that context, says that you will let them go free. Whereas in Leviticus, it specifically says that you can treat them harshly in opposition to how you can treat your Israelite slaves, which means there's a different form of treatment for the Israelite and the foreign slaves.
But the disfigurement is a whole different thing. Both get to go free if it's disfigured. Not
I don't think so.
Right?
I have no reason to believe that.
No.
It doesn't say that you can't let them go. They didn't qualify it like, oh, if you hurt your eyeball of a foreign slave, he can't go. It says in broad general, they both can go.
Well, the chapter, it didn't say both. It says the chapter starts out, the whole chapter is referring to actual Hebrew people. This is rules for living in your Hebrew society, right? So when we read about slaves, and it says multiple occasions that these are Hebrew slaves, then later in the chapter, I don't need a note saying, oh, by the way, these are Hebrew slaves. I know they're Hebrew slaves. The whole chapter is about Hebrew slaves.
All right. Do I have your promise that you won't kick me and we can just keep talking?
I don't know why you think I'm going to kick you. It sounds like you go on other people's live streams, you get kicked a lot because you can't like engage honestly and you have bad arguments.
No, with you, like I called you before and then you erupted and say, sorry, I gotta go, kick me, and I can't.
You mean like you probably called me at like midnight when I actually did have to end the stream?
No, like in the middle of streams. Sometimes you say, I don't want to talk to you anymore, and you.
No, it's never happened. I've never said I don't want to talk to you and left the stream. That's a bald-faced lie.
I literally didn't lie. You accused me of lying.
You literally did lie.
We were talking about you're like, oh, you know what? I don't want to talk to you. You kicked me. That happened once.
Nope, this never happened.
Or you ended
not to anybody.
Quick. We didn't talk for an hour.
Never once in my entire live stream did I end in the middle of the live stream and said I don't want to talk to you. Not once.
So can we talk for like an hour over all the problems of the Bible and prophecies and stuff?
I'll talk until my audience gets bored and start shouting next in the comments.
That's what I'm afraid of. They're just going to kick me. Okay.
Because you're boring and you can't follow arguments.
I'm not boring.
So,
I would only ask that if you're... I would only ask if you're a Christian person. I'm not exactly sure why you think you're going to turn to my people and like rabbis to like foster your argumentation.
Right.
I trust
them. That seems odd to me.
They actually are defending. They're defending the same book as I am, and they're very good at it. And they know the Hebrew language. They studied it.
Well, then why don't you trust them on the messianic, on who's the Messiah?
Yeah.
That is where we just differ.
That's a great question.
Oh, so we just get to pick and choose.
That's where we differ a little.
Now we know.
No hard feelings. I actually don't hate them.
Well, I don't care whether you hate us or not. I'm curious. My curiosity is why you think that you get to use my culture to bolster your argumentation and then go, yeah, but when it comes to Messiah, we just disagree. Like, stop trying to, especially because what you're doing is you're utilizing argumentation that you have no cultural reference for, You don't know anything about Judaism, and you're just like, well, this rabbi said this thing, so that must be true. You have no idea what it means to have commentaries. You have no idea what it means to read the Talmud. So I'm trying to figure out, why would you use anything from a system that you do not benefit from in any way, shape, or form?
I do benefit from it because I can use them against Justin, who keeps arguing these arguments that even rabbis disagree with him on. And
no,
we're on the same side.
So
actually, most of them
I'm
agree
a
with
rabbi.
me.
I
You've
don't disagree with them.
Yeah, you've cherry picked like one or two rabbis here or there, and then you're saying this is all of Judaism.
Yeah, that's in no way, shape, or form how Judaism
I actually
works.
have never found a rabbi I never found a top rabbi who said that God does the moral act, like allowing it or
What
allowing like
is
war
a
or
top
something.
rabbi?
That's
I don't
different.
understand. That's not how Judaism works. There's no such thing as a top rabbi.
Like the most famous one, like Rashi, Tobias Singer.
So you're literally, Rashi is a rabbi from how many hundreds of years ago?
He's a huge rabbi in Judaism, 11th century. Shlomo.
He is not a huge rabbi in Judaism. He is a rabbi in Judaism that is revered among Hillel, Shammai, the Rambam, the Ramban, Akiva.
Yep.
He's like one of many. So to say that he is the top rabbi would be incorrect. We don't have a system that way.
Yeah, and you could read Rashi and look at his interpretive method. Rashi's interpretive method is a little bit different than some of the other rabbis. So even if you like Rashi, I would consider like why these rabbis are coming up with different opinions is because some of them have different interpretive methods. I personally am not a big fan of Rashi's interpretive method, which is why sometimes we don't always agree. But he's really good on linguistics. I love when he talks about linguistics.
He's really good on linguistics, but there's plenty of places that I disagree with Rashi on. I disagree with the Rambam too. That one gets me a lot of heat.
Rambam, yeah. I haven't looked at him a lot, actually.
Okay. So
yeah, the whole argument is we all agree that God doesn't do the evil, but he allows it. Like,
you want to see where he does it.
Calamity, he goes, okay, you can go do it. He gives them permission in the world to do it.
Do you want me to show you where he does it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree then that like killing an innocent entity when you didn't have to is always evil?
God has his plans. If whatever he does,
I'm just asking you,
it's
yes
good.
or no?
If humans did it, yes. Humans have no right.
Okay, so morals are relative then.
No, to humans, we know good and right. We can't do it.
But
God,
what do you think,
he's reality.
What do you think the definition of moral relativism is?
No, because we think his morals are grounded in reality.
You're never going to answer a question. Do you believe in relative morals or fixed morals?
Fixed morals.
Gotcha. So that means they don't change from person to person or from time to time?
Among humanity.
So
humans
you have special pleading then. So you don't believe in unchanging morals, you believe in relative morals.
No. God is not in our category. He's reality.
I didn't say he's human, and he also isn't reality. We already covered this. So again, if you say that morals are not relative, that means that they're not going to be different from one person to another or one entity to another.
But you're trying to do a trap question. You're trying to trap me by saying...
I'm not trapping you.
You are.
I'm just making you be honest.
Yes, you're right. Oh, but you said God. But I'm
just
it's not God's
just
category.
making you say something that's honest. So if God has a different set of morals than humans, that just means that your moral framework is both subjective and relative. So you think God can do literally anything he wants, and no matter what it is, it would be good, right? Mm-hmm. So, for example, when God killed 70,000 Israelites because David took the census, you would say even though they didn't commit the crime, the stuff that happened to them was justified.
I don't know that story, but I know God.
I know you don't.
We gotta
would you like me to read it for you?
I'm assuming you
Sure.
read the Bible, right?
No, he's not.
Okay. How do you argue the Bible if you haven't read it?
I read it. I know a lot of it.
And do you know the story of the census?
I heard of it. I don't know the details. What
Well,
happened?
I can tell you the details. So David takes a census of the people. God gets mad and says, you're going to pick between 3 different punishments. And David said, oh, I actually don't want to pick any of the punishments. I'll just let the mercy of the Lord fall upon me. So God picks the punishment. And that punishment is sending pestilence to the land. And then the pestilence, through the angel of the Lord, is murdering people left and right. And 70,000 Israelites die for what David did. And David himself says that he was the only one that sinned, right? It says, but when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, it is enough. So God, the narrator of the story, said that what God sent was evil, which means God sends evil. And then David said, I alone have sinned, and I am the shepherd, I have done evil, but what have these sheep done, right? So in the story, God punishes like constituents under King David for King David's sin, and the Bible refers to this as evil.
Again, we don't think that word evil. We just means a calamity, bad. Not like evil.
You still
evil,
used to be wrong. Bad and evil are the same.
And can we just no? And David was punished. He was punished.
How?
How was he punished?
He was punished. He lost. He suffered. He was crying out to God. He suffered.
So
God needed him to do a plan. His child passed away.
That's a different story. That's a different story.
Yeah.
See, Rabbi, I told you he didn't read the Bible. That's a whole different story. That's chapter 12.
No, I'm saying he also suffered because of his sins in that.
Well, that's a different story. We're talking about this story in chapter 24.
I'm not running from the story. I'm saying
okay. So in chapter 24, what punishment did David get?
Bathsheba, he killed the husband.
No, in chapter 24.
No.
The punishment for taking the census. What punishment did David get?
He lost a lot. He had to watch as the people suffered because of his sin. He felt it.
No.
Sure, I'm sure he did.
Them suffer.
You know who also felt it? Are the people who died who did not commit the sin. I bet they felt it, and their families too.
Yeah, because of David, his sin, he had to deal with that on his soul.
David didn't.
He did it.
David didn't pick that. David didn't pick the punishment. God did.
No, God picked it, but he caused it, so it's on David.
No, David had no idea what would happen.
Look what I've done.
David would have no idea that God is going to kill 70,000 Israelites.
I know, but since God did it and allowed it to happen, David now suffers. He's the one who has to look at it and say, look what I've done. I'm nothing. How dare did I do that? I caused this.
So what?
So what?
Well, David, he suffered and it's on him. The blame is on him now.
So, no, it's on God. God decided what the punishment is.
I know, but you can't dude, you can't blame God. God is God.
I did just blame God because he picked the punishment. Yeah.
God did it.
Exactly. It just says that he did it. I don't know what to do.
It says in the text that God did it. Like, it says plainly in the text that God did it. So how can you not blame God when God is the one who actually did it? So
yes, but
I'm not sure.
Are you agreeing with him? God is evil? Why is she on your side?
God has done evil things. Why am I on his side? Because that's what the text says.
Yeah, this isn't like
say that about God.
Yeah, you can't. Like my mom says the same thing. You don't have to believe that God is 100% like good and not evil.
Absolutely. Like, I'm a believer in God, but I'm also a Jew.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right to say it about God. No.
Yeah, we do.
You don't have the right to publicly.
Yeah, we do.
God's a jackass.
He's God.
Yeah, we do. Genesis.
Wow. No, she's
that's
not
right.
Judaism. She's not
Genesis 3:22 says that we do know right and wrong. So when I see somebody executing innocent people, I'm like, oh yeah, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
God is God. He can do whatever he wants. He's God. He's cool. And
okay,
he's
so
just.
So whatever God does, it's always good. Then it's always you can say good. It certainly isn't just.
I think whatever he does is God. You can't say, "Hey, God, why'd you do it?" He's good. He's good, and he gives he rewards everyone and their souls after they die.
Do you know how many people question God within the text?
No, do it in private. Don't come on the live stream and point your finger at God. Do it in private with God.
No,
Don't go live
text,
and
sir.
say bad about
God.
God.
Ask you a question about the text.
I said,
yeah,
do you know how many people within the biblical text question God?
Yes.
So when you say you can't question God, that is incorrect. People in the Bible question God.
But they were always proven wrong. Don't you guys get it? They were proven wrong.
They weren't proven wrong. No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Aaron and Moses stand right between God and the people and say, hey, you're kind of an asshole when you're hungry. Eat a Snickers. We're not going to allow you to destroy all of these people.
Oh, no, they didn't. That's so disrespectful. No one has the right to say that about God out public like that. No one.
Listen, my hands are rated E for Elohim. He can fucking pull up.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, this is not a rabbi.
I got iron knuckle dusters. I got iron knuckle dusters, and I guarantee you I will win.
This is trolling.
I am Israel, baby. We are those who wrestle with God and prevail.
Yeah, it's not trolling.
Oh, you know what, Justin? Actually, I'm going to challenge you right now about your moral. Watch this. Watch this. I'm not even going to bring up abortion.
I don't think you're going to.
No, watch. Watch. Okay. Do you love animals?
I do love animals, yeah.
Okay. If you could choose Christianity to be true or not, would you rather it be true?
No.
Okay, then you don't love animals because only in Christianity animal souls get redeemed from their suffering on earth.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Animals.
So in the book, so we go to Isaiah chapter 11 and Micah chapter 4, we learn that the animals, when the final kingdom comes, will not be preying on each other anymore. But they don't get resurrected from the dead. They don't come back from the dead. That's not happening.
Sir, I'll prove it is, because there's a guy who asks, does the spirit of the animal go up or down? He's asking, so it goes somewhere. But you know why we know it doesn't go down? Because the sinners go down.
Show me the verse where it says that animals have souls.
Are you kidding? He literally is asking, does it go up or down?
Show me. Show me the verse.
Ecclesiastes, let me pull it up. Ecclesiastes, animal.
Rabbi, how much you want to bet he's going to confuse the word nephesh for soul?
Probably.
So it goes somewhere. The spirit goes up or down. He's asking. He doesn't know.
Waiting for the verse.
Ecclesiastes 3:21 and 3:19. Yeah.
Okay, 19 to 21. Okay.
Yep.
The fate of humans and the fate of animals is the same. As one dies, so does the other. They all have the same breath. Humans have no advantage over the animals, for it is vanity. All go to one place. All are from the dust. Oh, from the dust, of course. And all turn to dust. Oh, yeah, because turn to dust. Who knows whether
the body? Look at the soul.
Who knows whether the human spirit goes up and the spirit of animals go down to the earth? That's a very good fucking point. You might have got me on that one.
No. Oh, thank you, Justin. Hallelujah. Thank you, Justin. Wow, you're actually honest. Praise God. Wow, this is crazy.
But again, they don't get resurrected.
This is crazy. So they go. No, my whole point is.
But remember what I said earlier? I said they don't get resurrected.
They go to heaven. They if animals suffered here or tortured, they go to heaven. They get to go up to
where does it say that?
Peace. They get redeemed.
Where does it say that?
The only animals who. It's logic because only the ones who sin go down.
You think animals can sin?
Where does it say that?
No, they can't. Animals can't sin, so of course they're going to go up. There's nowhere else to go. They're not going to go down. They're not guilty. So they're going to go up. And near-death experience people who had near-death, they even said when they
he cannot focus at all.
And,
so the problem with
and by the way,
the problem with your interpretation. The problem with your interpretation, because is in the same book, whoever wrote this says that the dead know nothing. Meaning,
that's a whole different topic.
I know it is. It'd be a contradiction. If the dead know nothing, then it's clear that they're not like having some sort of existence after they pass.
Please let me explain what he means. Please let me explain what Solomon didn't know everything, but let me explain what he means. He means in the realm of the earth. Like our day-to-day lives.
Say that.
Who are you going to ask? The
dead?
Said the
They're
dead. Not here. They don't know anything.
He said the dead know nothing, not the living.
Yeah, no, they don't know anything in like and metaphorically, like they're not here on the earth with us. They don't know anything. And also Solomon
He
didn't
didn't
know
say on the
everything.
earth.
He didn't know.
He said the dead know nothing. I don't know if
Yeah,
you're paying attention.
in biblical
Are the dead alive or dead?
Gosh, the dead are dead.
Oh, Gary, there you go. Okay, so the dead do know
If you're
things or
talking
not?
about the context of a body, if that's what you mean. If you're talking
So
about the earthly realm,
do they know things or not?
come on, stop twisting it.
I'm just asking, do the dead know anything?
Oh my God, you're twisting what he means. And by the way, Solomon doesn't know everything.
I'm just ready telling you what it says, right? So if animals have some existence after they die, but humans don't, that's kind of weird. It says the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. They have no more reward, and even the memory of them is lost. Done. They don't know nothing.
Oh my, do you understand what it means?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It means they don't know anything under the sun.
It didn't say under the sun. It says the dead.
Oh no! If Ecclesiastes 9:6, it gives the context.
Are people that are dead live on the earth or not? Under the sun?
No, that's why they don't know anything under the sun. That's what he means. They don't know anything under the sun.
No, they're dead. They don't know anything at all.
No, under the sun.
They don't know anything at all. They're dead.
Read Ecclesiastes 9:6.
Their love and their hate and their envy have already perished. Never again will they have any share in all that is under the sun. Yeah, because they're dead. They know nothing. Agreed.
Yeah, on the physical earth.
It didn't say that.
The realm of the earth.
It didn't say that.
The realm of the earth.
It didn't say that.
It doesn't mean they don't have consciousness in heaven or hell.
But it certainly does if they don't know anything.
They don't know it. Oh yeah, you're just twisting it. Can you be honest again and just say, okay, I get your point?
Mm-mm.
Just be honest again and say, okay, you got me there. I don't get you. I get your point. I see your view. They no longer can buy houses, do all that stuff under the sun.
You're just wrong.
You can't ask them for wisdom. He's saying, don't pray to the dead. They don't hear you. They don't know anything under the sun, right? Mm-hmm. That's the context, okay? That's the hill I'm dying on.
Well, it sounds like
that's what it means if they don't know anything. Justin?
Sounds like you're proving the Bible true. If you're dying on this hill and the dead know nothing, you've pretty much mashed it. What's that, Rabbi?
No, you're twisting what it means.
What's that?
You just don't want to admit that the Bible...
Some idiot was shouting over his head again.
I said, does this happen often? Because this is wild. This guy has not stayed on topic like once through this. I've only been here for what, 10 minutes?
Right. Yeah. He's not really good at answering questions or like staying on topic or like understanding how reading the Bible works, which is why we're doing this right now. But I think we've got him probably at the end of the leash. I'm probably going to move on to maybe an adult guest that can read and answer questions, you know?
Oh, no, I don't blame you. But on that note, I'm going to go so I can make dinner. But it was really great to see you. I always love interacting with you. I am back from my sabbatical, so you'll see more of me.
But glad to hear it. You're always welcome on my live.
I know. Thank you so much. I love it when I catch you. I sometimes when you're on late, I will put you on when I'm going to bed and just listen to what's going on. So I love doing that. For all of you guys out there, just listen. Justin knows the shit.
Appreciate it.
Anyway, I will talk to you guys later. Please have a great day.
Cheers, friend. W Rabbi, real Rabbi. And I'm not. I didn't give him the last word. We're just gonna move on. I'll tell you what. Some people are obtuse, and then some people are purposely obtuse. I think God is good is purposely obtuse. He really couldn't even understand basic words, which is pretty scary. Esam Short says, W, sun's out, guns out, you got it. Sun's out, and a quite formidable heat is also out, really fucking things up. HB Lovecats, thank you for Super Death, says, if God is good, is a Greek, if God is good, meaning the guest, is a Greek, he's the biggest malachus I've ever seen debate so far. Malachus is a Greek insult. Look it up if you need to. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Sure. That was one of Hanji's favorite words back in the day. So definitely look that one up. It's a good one. And Drop Barracuda says God is infallible. Good and evil are judgments imposed by humans. God, as written, has nothing above him that he is accountable to respectfully. Well, Drop, I just think you're wrong. You're more than welcome to get in the guest box and have a discussion with me and find out why no one here agrees with you. Ken says, one man's theology is another man's belly laugh. That is true, actually. There's an old saying that says, what's the difference between mythology and religion? Religion is, let's see, fuck. I'll have to remember it. I'll look it up while I'm doing the next super chat because it's actually a pretty good quote. MK Ultra, thank you for the super chat, says, native Hebrew speaker. Oh, fantastic. Ose Shalom Uvora. He makes peace and creates evil. Ani Yehovah, or Adonai, or Adonai. Ose Ko Ele. I, Jehovah, do all these things. Ra is evil. God is good. Kafatzli. Well, I think the question that we have to answer here is, does God do evil, right? Because the path I was trying to walk him down is, if a person does evil things or an entity does evil things, then is it fair to say that the person isn't 100% good? At least you have to put a percentage on it, right? And so that was the road I was walking him down. Now, I personally don't think that the God of the Bible is good either, based on, normal behaviors, which logic would mandate. And B-Trade says, looking strong, big honey. More like Delta Construction Zone. Heyo! That's what I'm talking about. I have to get back in the gym this fall once my son's back in school. But listen, I appreciate that. And also, Milf Frankler, good to see you. This God is good guy isn't very cash money, huh? No, I don't think so. It is interesting, though, how many people get up here and they assume that I'm doing this live stream literally just because, like, I'll not have a job and be poor if I don't. Like, it's really weird. They don't know my backstory, apparently. They have no idea that I had a career before this. And Rock Hard for Doug, thank you for the super chat. Princess Caller, God is good is ridiculous, but brings up an interesting question. Do Doug and Sharon have top rabbi positions? And where does one apply? Person shrugging. You know what? I do think that there is top prophet status. However, I don't know yet if we have rabbis. We'll have to look into that. Maybe we'll ask Rabbi Hannah and Rabbi Bert if Doug and Sharon have rabbis, and then we'll know. BitPlanes. Hey, regarding the goofballs, like God is good, the chat always oscillates between troll and arrogantly dumb. But I'm starting to think that there's a third major category, which is public humiliation kink. That might be the case with God is good. I've talked to him a couple times. He doesn't come with the same name every time because he's a coward, but he's always like this. He's completely useless, doesn't answer questions, and it's completely nonsense. Nevertheless, friends, I've got a couple people to get in, so I'm not going to grab too many more super chats. I want to get over to Justin Mason, and then to Frank, and then to Talon. Joshua Everett says, from Raynam Z4S, hey, my brother died a couple days ago, 1 to 2 days ago, and for my dead brother, can you please say rest in peace, Gabe Horn? Rest in peace, Gabe Horn. I hate to hear, did I say Horn? Gabe Horn. Oh, motherfucker. He got me. Fucking hell. You fucking got me, Josh. Rest in peace, Gabe Horn is crazy. Well, I guess we'll lay him down next to Mike Roch. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Happy Monday, Justin. This is in response to God is good. I was reading Micah the other day, and I was wondering, if God were so good, why does he devise evil against Israel in 2:3? Yeah, in Micah 2:3, he specifically says that if you don't do this, I will turn my face towards you, not for good, but for evil. Right? But the caller would just naturally say, hey, actually, it doesn't mean evil. It means calamity. Even though we clearly explained to him what the difference was. Let me make sure I get the right chat. It says, therefore the Lord says, now I'm devising against you this family an evil from which you cannot remove from your necks. You shall not walk arrogantly, for it will be an evil time. Oh, interesting. I thought that was going to be the other one. It's still a good one. Let's see. When I was thinking it was... Might be Isaiah. Let me see. Oh, maybe Leviticus 26:17, which is another one. Actually, there's a couple of them. Oh, interesting. I'm surprised it didn't show up on Google. Let me see if I can get the exact verse. Jeremiah 44:11. He will set his face against them for evil and cut off all Judah. And there's a couple more that are similar to it, but that's the one I was thinking of. Dylan, yeah, you're right. God, the Bible just kind of explicitly says that God does evil. Last super chat for now from Chip. Good to see you, Chip. Says, why do Christians always want to make God so weak by saying he never does anything, he only allows? God is a punk-ass weakling, according to Christians. That's why Doug is a true rock. Thank you, Chip. And I think that what the Christians are trying to do is this weird thread the needle by saying, well, God doesn't cause the evil to happen. He just allows it. But that's kind of meaningless to me. Like, listen, if I allowed somebody to do something evil to my child, I'm just as fucking guilty as God would be. It's crazy. All right, let's get Justin Mason in here, and we'll have our next conversation. Welcome in, Justin. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
All right. And do you believe that God is all good, maybe partially good, or maybe evil?
All good.
Sure, all good. And how did you come to the determination that God is all good?
Oh, Jesus is God.
Right, but how did you determine that God is good?
Because Jesus is God.
Yeah, but how do you determine that Jesus is good?
He is. He just is. He's good.
But how would somebody know this?
Come out of him.
But how would what tools, what method
Jesus
can you use to determine that Jesus is in fact good?
Forgiven. Because he rose from the dead and our sins have been forgiven.
But why does he need to rise from the dead to forgive sins?
They've been forgiven since the foundation of the world. They've always been forgiven.
So then we don't need Jesus.
You need him.
Why?
You need him to believe. Simply to believe.
Why do I care?
That's your question, not mine.
Well, I said, why should I care? I don't care.
I don't know why.
I think the answer from your end is you should believe in Jesus because otherwise he'll light you on fire for all of eternity if you don't. Is that basically it?
That's not my answer because that's not what the Bible says.
That should have been.
It's not my
Does God send people to hell?
He does not.
Oh, really? So when Jesus says that you'll be thrown into hell, he didn't mean it.
That's not hell. That's Gehenna. Gehenna is a physical place.
It's actually it actually is a reference to hell. And if you bother to read any literature on the topic, you would know this. In fact, if you read the pre-Jesus Jewish writings and you read even the post-Jesus Jewish writings, they all refer to Gehenna as the place of torment, the place of hell. In fact, it says at the first day of creation, paradise and Gehenna were created, referring to hell, where bad people go to get punished. Gehenna is a reference to hell because it's a place where people would sacrifice their babies in these foreign cults, and therefore it was considered to be like the most evil place imaginable, and also because there was fire there.
Exactly. It was a burning place where people would dump their trash and their refuse. A literal place outside of, Jerusalem, but not hell. The word for hell is outer darkness, which means blackness and nothing. There's no fire.
That's not the word for hell. There's no actually equivalent for hell. There's 3 different words that gets used to translate into hell. So Gehenna is obviously one of them. Hades is one of them. New Testament doesn't say Sheol. Nope, that's not there. So there's Gehenna and there's Hades and then there's Tartarus. Sheol is in the Old Testament.
That is true.
Okay. So my point is very clear. If you don't do what God wants you to, what's he going to do with you?
Nothing.
Okay, so then I'm not going to go to hell.
No, the hell that you're thinking of is not what you think it is. That's not what the Bible teaches.
Oh, I'll just go to heaven then.
No, heaven is a reality that you have to believe. If you don't believe there's heaven.
Okay, so if I don't go to heaven, where do I go?
Nowhere. You go nothing. It's nothing.
So you just don't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's as if you never existed.
Oh, and you think that's loving?
No, it's your choice. The love is the fact that he has provided an option for you to live. He has risen. You
don't get to choose.
Believe.
You don't get to choose what you believe. No,
you choose to believe.
no,
Yes,
you
do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. Yes,
No, you
you
don't
do.
want me to prove it?
Because the truth of the fact is that he
Want me to prove
actually
it?
rose from the dead.
Want me to prove
That's
it?
the truth.
Want me
The
to prove
truth is
it?
that he rose.
Want me to prove
Jesus
it?
Christ rose. You
You
can't
want me to
prove something
prove that you
that's
can't
true.
choose your beliefs?
It's true.
You want me to prove it?
No, you can't prove it.
Oh, I will. Actually, we'll
Christ
do a
rose.
demonstration right now.
Your
If
sins
you
have
can
been
choose
forgiven.
what you believe, then I need you to choose right now to find me attractive. In fact, I need you to choose to be in love with me right now.
I am in love with you right now.
Sounds very convincing. What do you want to do with me?
Yeah, I want you to come into me, and I want you to come to know me.
Know what?
So intimately that I live inside of you.
Oh yeah. Like, in which way? Like, in the biblical sense?
Yeah, and spiritually. You, sir, are my brother.
Okay, so well,
We
now
are
you're doing
one.
incest weird. So then what? The next thing I need you to do is
One.
I need you to believe
And your
that
sins have been forgiven.
that I'm
Because
literally
Christ rose.
that I'm literally pounding you right now from the backside.
No, you're not. You're in your chair.
No, you're gonna choose to believe it. Just choose to believe it.
No, I'm not.
Just choose to believe it. It's okay.
The truth is what it is.
Just
The
just
truth is
choose
that
it.
you're in your chair.
You
And
can
the
just
truth
choose
is
it.
that Christ rose from the dead.
But you
and
can
that your sins have
choose
been
to believe
forgiven.
something that's not
And
true.
because your sins have been forgiven,
So you said that
Christ
you
is
can
not gonna
choose to
be-
believe something that's not true. That's what I'm asking you to do right now. Can you choose to believe that I'm currently pounding you from the backside?
You can choose to believe that.
I'm asking if you can do it.
You can. Anyone could.
No, you.
If they choose to believe it, they could.
You specifically, can you believe that?
I'm going to choose not to.
But I said, can you choose to believe it?
I'm going to choose not to.
I didn't ask you that. I said, can you? Do you have the ability to choose it?
I have the ability to choose.
So can you
I'm going to
choose
choose
to
not.
believe that I'm giving you back shots right now?
I can choose it.
Okay,
It
then
doesn't
go
mean
ahead and
that
do
it's
it.
true.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
I choose not to.
No, I want
In
you
the
to choose to
exact
do it.
same way
Well,
I
otherwise
choose to
you just
believe that-
concede that you can't do it then.
No, I just did. I choose
No, you
not
didn't.
to. It is a
No,
choice.
you didn't. No, it's not a choice.
And you believe that Jesus is Lord?
No, of course not. There's no truth behind it.
Exactly. So there is truth.
I don't
in the
believe
fact
it,
that
not
Jesus
because I
is Lord.
chose that belief. I don't believe it because it's just demonstrably untrue.
He is Lord. Not only is he Lord, he
No, he's
lives
not.
inside of every
He
believer.
certainly
Every
isn't
believer.
Lord. He's not even the Messiah, much
Lord.
less the Lord. That's a preposterous claim. But the reality is, you're saying things that you don't actually have an argument. Like, it sounds to me like you rolled into a live stream. You've never heard anyone say that God is evil, and now you're just like shouting stuff into the void,
God is not
hoping
evil.
that like somebody's not gonna like give you a proper argument. So let me give you like a proper argument. What does the word evil mean?
A proper argument is, did Jesus rise from the dead or not?
It's not. It's a question. I'm asking you right now. What does the word evil mean?
That is also a question. Jesus did rise from the dead.
I know. I told you it was a question. I said, what does the word evil mean?
So my question is,
So you're not going
don't
to
you
answer the
believe that
question.
Jesus rose from
The
the
word
dead?
evil means a profound immorality, wickedness, or the intentional infliction of harming or suffering somebody, or putting harm or suffering on somebody. So
Jesus
that's
is
the
God. He didn't
definition
do it.
of evil that I'm working with. Do you have a different
But
definition of evil?
Jesus is God, so he didn't do any of those
We're just
things.
waiting for you to stop crashing out. What's your definition of evil?
I'm sorry, but the person that's crashing out is you, sir.
I'm still waiting for you to answer the question.
You have yet to answer mine.
I asked you 5 different questions that
already
you didn't
explained.
ask, and I told you I'm going to give you an argument. But before I give you the argument, we have to actually agree on at least 1 or 2 definitions. One of those definitions is, hey, what does the word evil mean?
Evil is not who Jesus is. So anything
I didn't ask you that. I said, what does evil mean?
Evil is the opposite of Jesus.
We're still asking, what is the definition of evil?
The opposite of Jesus Christ.
That doesn't tell me anything. Literally nobody is Jesus, which means everybody is the opposite of Jesus. So what's the definition of evil?
That's not true. Jesus said, I am
What's
one
the
with the
definition
church.
of evil? No, he didn't
The
say it the way you
definition of-
think. He didn't. That's not what
Yes, he
what it
did.
means. It doesn't mean that
Here's what he
he's equal to the church. It just means that he's in unison with the church. Try to pay attention. The question is, what's the definition of evil?
The definition of evil is the opposite of Jesus.
Okay, we'll try this again. I'm going to give you a definition of evil from the dictionary, and I need you to tell me if you agree with it. Evil, it says most broadly, is defined as profound immorality, wickedness, and the intentional infliction of harm or suffering. Do you agree with that?
I agree that Jesus didn't do any of those things, so therefore he's not evil.
I need you to answer the question. Do you agree with that definition?
I did answer your question.
I need a yes or no.
Not the way you want me to answer your question.
I'm gonna need a yes or no. Do you agree with this definition of evil, the one that's in the dictionary?
Your definition of evil is the opposite of
yes
what
or no.
Jesus
We need a yes or no.
Why do you need yes or no?
Because we can't move forward with a proper argument until we are using the word the same way.
Then you're gonna have to boot me, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, no skin off my back and get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's move on to hopefully a real adult. Kilowatt, thank you for the super chat. Just read Mental Gymnastics 6-7. You'll get it. Oh, I got it, baby. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of gymnastics going on here. That last guess was proof. Refusing to answer basic questions. Sending ties. Well, thank you, former Private Nathan. Hope everyone's doing well. That last guest was insufferable. Rock hard for Doug and simply for sharing. That's the case. And let's be honest, a lot of them are like that. We haven't even had a guest willing to honestly engage in anything yet to get to any like good debates. We're still doing like bullshit, fucky definition discussions. And ontological shock, thank you for the super chat, says God literally created evil. God is good. Nuh-uh. Rolling on the floor. Oh, sorry, these are emojis. My emoji support broke. I apologize. I'll fix that during the stream. Anyways, many Christian callers read or hear the Bible, then deny its own words live on air. And that's what we see. Live on air, you can literally read the book and like, well, it didn't say that. Oh, it just means exactly the opposite of what it says. And Drop Barracuda says the Jewish people wrote the director's cut. Christians wrote an unauthorized sequel. That's true. And it's not just an unauthorized sequel. It's like one of those Bollywood sequels. So, and Brandon, I'm with you. The atheist, big old next. And you know what? I don't blame you 1 minute. We needed a big old next. Let me grab 2 more super chats, friends. We'll get, it looks like Frank in here. And then after Frank's straight out of Ashtray, obligatory tag. Hey, thanks for a super chat. Guest really needs a lesson on basic logic. Keep cooking, Justin. You're doing the world a great service by educating these people. Well, thank you, obligatory. I appreciate that. And my goal is to entertain and to educate. And Bryce Aroni, great to see you. Dude just said everyone knew slavery was wrong. That's why they got rid of it after 300 years. My guy, if they knew it, why would it take 300 years? True. Not just 300 years. Remember the centuries before that. Millennia before that, where slavery was practiced so well or so much. It just is preposterous to think that everybody knew that slavery was wrong. So let's see. I'm going to do one thing. Sorry about that, friends. I just needed to make a quick note so I don't lose track of what's happening over here. And then we're going to get Frank in here. Frank's been waiting in the guest box patiently for a while. So let me get Frank. Frank's over an hour now. Welcome in, Frank. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm over 18 and I'm a Christian.
Cool. And do you think that the Christian God is all good?
Yes, I do by definition. And if you're an atheist, you have no justification for morality anyway.
So why would I accept the definition that you've supplied?
Well, because if God's a creator of everything, morality included, then it would necessarily have to be the truth.
Why? What does creating morality have to do with the creator of morality being good? Because if God created good and evil, then we could also use the same argument and say, well, God is necessarily evil then.
Well, no, evil is a privation of good. It's not. It doesn't have its own ontology.
Why would I accept that definition? That's crazy. You guys, you philosophy bros are crazy about just inventing new definitions. Why in the world would I accept that as a definition? Well, no,
it's been around for like over 1,000 years.
Why would I accept it?
I know you had that one dimwit
Why would I accept
who said
it
that,
as a
that
definition?
God created evil, but that's true.
Why would I accept it as a definition?
Because it's logically sound.
No, it's not. Give me the argument.
All right.
Give me
God
the argument.
Created,
there you go.
God's the source of morality. So everything
You
that's
mean
opposite of moral.
You mean creator or source?
Both.
Okay, so we say P1 is God is, oops, I said Goss. God is the creator of morality, right? Okay, so what's your P2? How do we get from God created morality to God is good?
Because there couldn't be any morality outside of him.
I didn't ask you if there could or couldn't be morality. I'm talking specifically about whether or not God is good.
I mean, again, if God's a creator and source of every, then how could there be any kind of goodness outside of him?
Well, then he would be evil too. If you're just saying God is something because he created the something, then he's also evil. See how silly that is?
Well, no, because he didn't actually create evil.
He did, yeah.
The other guess was right, by the way. The word
45:7. The word, no, it actually doesn't. It actually just means anything that's bad, which is why every lexicon says so. Maybe rather than saying dumb stuff, you could learn the language.
What's your justification for morality as an atheist?
So you're just gonna pivot then. You're not gonna actually stick with your syllogism.
Oh no, you're gonna do like the
moronic. I don't have a syllogism, so I'm just gonna like try to get out of the conversation by asking you questions. So I'm still waiting for you to either give me your syllogism or provide. Again, I have a definition of evil. We're not listening. Did you hear my definition?
I did hear on the last call, but I'm saying you have no justification as an atheist.
Again, what do you think my definition is?
Broadly defined as wrongdoing, harm, etc.
Yeah, profound immorality, wickedness, the intentional inflicting of suffering or harm. Do you think that intentionally inflicting suffering and harm is evil?
It would be. But I'm saying that
what do you
morality is a transcendent concept.
What do you mean
and you don't have any justification for the transcendent.
No, I don't think that morals are transcendent. That's something that you'd have to prove. So again, what does it mean to inflict suffering or evil?
You have no argument.
No, I do have an argument because, as it turns out, yours are subjective too.
They're actually not.
No,
they are
100% subjective because your God invented them. If your God created morals, that means they didn't exist until your God created them, which means that your morals are subjective. They're dependent on God's mind who created them. So they're subjective.
No, this is a dumb gotcha you guys created to get out of the issue.
It's just definitionally true. It's just definitionally true.
It's not though.
It is. Want me to show you a definition?
No, God isn't a subject among subject. He's the source of all
existence. I'm just asking, do you want me to show you like an actual definition or no?
Well, no, because I just gave you an argument for why it's stupid.
So you don't care about the definition then? So
something that's
objective means that it exists independent of a mind, right? So abstract concepts would be definitely subjective, right? Because a mind created them. Morals, if they came from a mind, would be subjective, which is why you say that my morals are subjective. My morals are subjective because they come from human minds. Well, guess what? That's the definition of subjective, something that is dependent on a mind for its creation, which is your moral system. You believe that God created morals, and that means you have subjective morals just like I do. You just are going to index your morals to a God rather than to a human.
Well, no, because number one, God, again, isn't just a regular foul person. So and second, if you want to say morality is subjective, then you've buried your whole argument anyway.
No, I haven't.
Because you're saying just evil is an opinion.
No, I haven't buried my argument.
You have, though, logically.
Nope,
you're just
too
dumb to understand.
No, you're too dumb to understand my argument. So do you want to actually engage with what I said?
I just did.
Okay,
God
so
then
definitionally speaking, that means God's mind created the morals, right?
Well, God is the source of morality.
So God didn't decide. So the morals that God put in place
an arbitrary decision,
were arbitrary, or did he decide?
It wasn't an arbitrary decision.
I'm
just
just waiting.
Is,
Did
like
God decide it? So God had no control over what
the
is
laws
moral?
of mathematics. It's
So
just objectively true.
So God didn't decide what moral is. It just happened to be there?
Well, it comes from his nature.
What's the fuck? How does it come from his nature? How does something come from a nature? A nature isn't a thing. A nature is somebody's attributes.
How did you go to seminary school when you don't even understand what God is?
I do understand. I'm helping you to understand that your words are silly. You're just doing dumb shell games with words. I'm demonstrating to you that you don't know how words work.
I'm describing God as God is described.
So morality can't come from a nature. Morality can't come from a nature because it's not a thing.
It can come from a nature.
What is a nature? What is a nature?
A nature is what something essentially is.
Not quite.
So, I mean, again, if morality is subjective...
He can't do it. So the nature of something is referring to like the essential qualities of a thing, right? So we can say,
all right,
like the inherent qualities of a tree are X, Y, and Z. So we would say that the nature of a tree would be these qualities, right? And then if you have those qualities, you would say, well, you've got the nature of a tree because you've got those qualities, right? But qualities are basically just descriptions, right? You can't, like something can't proceed out of a description, which is why you can't proceed morality out of nature, because nature is referring to qualities, not referring to a thing.
You're equivocating on nature.
No, I'm not.
Nature or natural has been meant to also mean like the essence of something.
Yeah, and the essence is the same thing. Look up the definition of essence. You haven't looked up the definition of any of this, have you? So I just do definition of essence. This is what happens when people learn words and they didn't look them up. Essence is the core intrinsic nature or indispensable quality that defines something. Oh, essence is synonymous with nature. What about that?
All right, and morality is intrinsic to God.
How? Because he's got a mind?
Because he's the creator of everything.
Because he created morals?
Yeah.
That means they're subjective. Congratulations, you figured it out. It took a while.
No. Because God isn't a arbitrary person.
I didn't say arbitrary.
I did.
But that's not what subjective means. Subjective doesn't mean that it comes from something arbitrary.
All right, let's just say I grant your stupid point. Let's say God's morality is subjective, then it can't be any better or worse than yours. Your argument's still shit.
No, my argument's great.
No, it's not, though.
You haven't even heard my argument yet. I don't know why you're trying to say my argument shit when you haven't heard it.
I mean, I've heard your other streams.
Well, it sounds like you didn't listen very well. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that, like, I don't know, do you think that captives, let's say, for example, that the Israelites take
whatever you're going to say,
so
it's a subjective opinion, so by your own standard, it's not even inherently bad.
I'm asking you a question. I don't know why
that doesn't matter. You're dodging the issue. You have no foundation for morality.
Well, neither do you. Neither do you, nitwit.
I actually do. God's the foundation.
No, God's not the foundation.
How did you go to seminary school and not understand what God is?
I do understand. I just disagree with your definitions because they're not real definitions. So again,
all right, so you're wrong about the Christian God. You're arguing about
no, I'm certainly not wrong. If God created morals, why should they be normative? So again, if God created morals, I have no reason to believe that those morals are good. In fact, the Bible explicitly tells you that God gives bad commands in Ezekiel. Did you read that one?
Listen, you're too stupid.
He hasn't read that one. He's gonna run.
You still don't understand.
Does God ever give bad commands? Does God give bad commands? Does God ever give bad commands?
They can't be good or bad under your view. How do you not understand that, you blockhead?
I guess you haven't read the Bible, because God says that he gave bad commands. In Ezekiel 20, he says, because they have not executed my ordinances, but have rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. So can God give bad commands or no? As always, stumped by the fucking Bible.
No, I'm not stumped. This is just an irrelevant argument.
So question, can God give bad commands?
In the Bible, I mean, in that verse, it says they could not live up to.
Can
That means that
God
they weren't able to live up to
give
them, which
bad
doesn't necessarily
commands?
mean that they were immoral.
Can God give bad commands? Yes or no?
And so just not going to listen to my argument.
You didn't give an argument. I'm waiting for an answer. Can God give bad commands?
But that verse doesn't actually say they're bad.
It said they're not good. That's bad.
Not good in the sense, that doesn't mean that it's not evil. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's evil.
No, it does.
It means that they couldn't live up to it. It literally said.
Oh, fuck. He never read this passage.
The New Testament always talks
he doesn't
about
know
how
anything
they
about
couldn't
verse
live up to
26.
God's law.
Oh,
That's what it
no.
means.
26 says, I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they may know that I am the Lord. So the evil command, the bad command, the one that's not good, is to offer up their children for sacrifice. Isn't that wild? So you're saying children sacrifice, that's not evil. Holy shit. What a turnabout.
It's not evil under your view.
Under your view, it is. That's why I asked you.
No, under your view, because you said
I'm not talking.
opinion,
I'm not talking about my view. I'm talking about yours, dumbass. So
you're running from the basic fact you can't justify
is it evil?
morality.
I can, and now you're pivoting because you don't want to read the Bible with me. So it's
I'm not
very
pivoting.
easy.
You have an established.
It's still a yes or no. Can God give evil commands?
This is pointless. You don't even understand.
It's pointless
because
you won't answer my questions. It's very easy. You don't even know my argument yet, Frank. You've never heard this one. And he's fucking gone. We got a runner. We got a runner. Oh, well. He really showed us. Let's see. I don't even know what to say. Demands that God is good by definition. Let's see. Has never read a dictionary or the Bible. Does not know difference between objective and subjective. Easy enough. It's amazing how many of these people literally just they did get crushed by basic word definitions. I've never seen a group of people with so much contempt for words than the Christians. Stan Sensibility, good to see you, friend. Happy summer, sun with face. Yeah, I apologize. I got to while we're doing this, I got to add some emoji support on these super chats in my software. I haven't done that yet. Thank you. Happy summer to you. And also from Steve Wright, says, why in the movie The Ten Commandments did they edit out that God hardened Pharaoh's heart more than once? Okay, so the reason why they edit that kind of stuff out is, to be honest, like they just want to massage the text to make it seem not so bad. It's apologetics, Steve. I mean, we all know it. We all see it happening. It's just apologetics. That's all. Let's see. Cut this into. Okay. I think I've got some code implemented for the emoji support. And also, hey, Bethos, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the €5 super chat. Says that Justin is attractive enough for a cis man to question his sexuality. True. He actually kind of did. I mean, he was lying, obviously. But he tried to. Rock hard for Doug, though I would choose a blonde, cute face, big-chested. Sorry for this. It's okay, Bethos. I'm not everybody's flavor. You know what I mean? I'm a flavor. I'm not everybody's flavor. But I'm just happy that you're here, my friend. And Kilowatt, thank you so much for the super chat. If God lives in you, whether you like it or not, does that make God a squatter? Oh. I mean, yeah. If I had to label it, right? I could only label it as squatting. I don't see how else we could label it. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but it sounds to me like you're correct. Like, it sounds like squatting. And, you know, motherfucker, rent's due. So either pay up or get the fuck out. That's what I'm going to say about that. All right. And we also got a couple more super chats here from Black Gnostic. Says, how is it that while telling us everything we don't understand about God, Christians inevitably tell us nobody can possibly understand God? True. We say this all the time. The minute you question God, like, well, God's beyond your understanding. You can't question God. You can't know about God. But then you ask him about God and like, oh, I know he's good. I know he's not evil. How the fuck do you know? You just said I can't know God. It's a very poignant point. And last super chat for now from our friend Hunter Girl. Good to see you, Hunter Girl. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat and for being a member. got in an online argument yesterday where the guy would only respond with the variations of "nuh-uh, you can't prove he doesn't exist." There, I proved it. I don't know. I don't know how to reach these troglodytes. Rock hard for Doug and similar what for Sharon. So the first thing I would say is, Hunter Girl, it's not your job to disprove something that's not true. The burden of proof is going to be on the person who believes in the thing. Like if I said that the tooth fairy is real, and then they couldn't render an argument for why the tooth fairy is not real, that doesn't make the tooth fairy real by default. The argument is still going to be like somehow burdened on the believer. The non-believer can give arguments for why the thing might not exist, but you can never prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt, which is the other thing. Proof is we almost misuse the word proof. You know what I mean? Like proof is typically something that we know is true and accurate evidence leading to a conclusion, like a math formula. Evidence is what we would say we base our beliefs and knowledge on, right? Rather than proofs. But nevertheless, that's what I would say. Listen, if your only hurdle is saying you can't disprove it, well, that just means that there's a lot of shit that that I believe that you don't think is true that just must be true by default because I said so. You know what I mean? All right, I think the next person in the queue was Talon. After Talon, I'm pretty sure next in line is Umbral Arment. If I got that one right. So let me get Talon. And I don't know, maybe we'll get a real guest or not. How you doing, Talon? Talon. I have a sneaky suspicion Talon, like one of our prior guests, did not set their hardware on the way in. I'm shocked by the amount of guests who do this. That's true. He's got no audio device selected. I have no idea why anyone would walk into a chat room, and it says pick your microphone, pick your output, pick your camera, and then they don't pick anything. It's crazy. I don't know why they think that this software is going to work if they don't tell me where to send the audio. Wild. All right, Talon came back. Let's see if we can get this coming again. There you go. Welcome back. Talon, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Talon, do you have any Wi-Fi? Your connection's really like robotic right now. I'm sorry, what? What's that?
That's really strange.
I'm sorry, what?
Hearing you just fine ago.
I can't hear anything you're saying right now.
Yes. Are you clear?
Okay, well, I guess we'll just move on to somebody who's got a better connection, which looks like Umbral Armet. Let's get Umbral. I hope I said that right. Umbral in here.
Hello.
Welcome in, Umbral. Are you at least 18?
Yep.
Okay, am I saying your name right?
Yeah, it's Umbral like a shadow, then Armet is a kind of medieval helmet. So it's my icon as a black Armet helmet, hence the name.
Interesting.
If you were curious, yeah.
And what god do you believe in?
I'm sort of like transcendental idealist, so I think reality is the mind of God, and it's not really like an entity per se, it's just more so consciousness itself.
I have no idea what that means. What when you say reality is God, I don't know what that means.
No, that's like more like pantheism. So idealism is the idea that reality is made out of consciousness, but you could be an analytical idealist, which has nothing to do with a God concept. I'm a transcendental idealist, so I think God is a mind, and we are inside that mind.
Oh, so like we're just a dream.
That's like an analogy to simplify it, if you want to just use that as an analogy, but I think that would fall short as an exact explanation. But yeah, as a simplified analogy for the sake of the audience, yeah, we can put it that way.
So like God is imagining us?
Once again, if we're gonna like fully disclose that we're using this as an analogy that can't like 100% articulate the sentiment, like yeah, in simplified terms, it's like a daydream that a cosmic mind is having, if we're using analogies and metaphor.
Okay. In the metaphor of a daydream, who's in control of what's happening? The mind of God or us?
This mind of God.
Okay, so everything happening here is because the mind of God is causing it to happen.
In essence, yeah.
Okay. Now, I assume you think Well, I would say I was going to use the word create. I don't know if the word create even works anymore. I was going to say I assume you think God created all things, but by create, I guess you would say imagined.
So the way I see it, it's kind of like the distinction between creator and creation is kind of like null, because it's like, are you separate from your mind? Are your thoughts separate from you, Justin? Like, no, like they're a part of you. So it's like the creator and the creation is kind of one in a sense.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like if I said I created whatever, say I created a sandbox, it typically means I went outside of my mind and created something outside of my mind. Whereas if it's something that's only inside of your mind, I think we would probably use the word imagine, like I imagined something.
Right,
so I'm trying to
yeah,
figure out
yeah.
when we say that God is a creator, are we actually just saying that God had invented it in his mind, but not in the physical world?
I don't like to use anthropomorphic terms like his. The only sentiment I hold is that it's a mind, but minds aren't uniquely human. For example, elephants and dolphins have minds. To cut to the chase, the reason why I disagree with God is evil is because I think evil is a human-made construct, and God is a cosmic mind that's beyond human categories altogether. Evil is just a subjective label that humans paint on things they don't like.
Well, I do agree that the word good and evil are
I don't think the
subjective.
concept of evil exists outside of like I don't think the concept of evil exists outside of human cognition. I don't think elephants and tigers have the concept of evil, so I don't think a cosmic mind that's capable of perceiving everything at once would think like a human being.
I don't think that it thinks like a human
I think
being
your premise
because we're like literally a subset of God's like immaterial neurons. But the reality is, the premise here is just using the basic definition of good and evil. So I agree, good and evil are subjective terms. And if I asked you, is God good, what would you say?
No, I don't think God is good or evil. I think that's like saying is like a hurricane good or evil. God's like a force of nature. It's like totally indifferent to human beings. We're a temporary species. We're like cosmically insignificant.
God is. Does God do anything outside of it, outside of its mind?
I don't know. I genuinely I don't know. My framework doesn't really consider that, and maybe I should spend some time thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of important, right? Because if we're just like an imagination, we're basically a dream or a video game, and if that's the case, then you're right. I mean, fucking,
I don't think if
like,
we're using video game
I
as an
don't know
analogy,
if,
I don't.
well, what I'm saying is we're not real, right? So if we're not real, and this is all just something that's fictional, right? We're being imagined.
No, that's why I wanted to be careful with the dream analogy.
Then what I'm trying to say is, I don't know what it would mean to be evil or to be good unless there are things that can happen in like the actual physical world outside of God's mind. If the only world there is inside of God's mind, first of all, I have no idea why that would be the case. Like, is he sleeping forever? But I also don't understand like how you can know anything about God. How can you possibly determine even one of God's features if we're just an imagination?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. So I mean this with all due respect. And I understand you were raised Christian, you're an ex-evangelical. You immediately call God he, which is a very like Western reflex. That's because we were, raised under Christianity. But
I
there's
do it
many other
because
spiritual traditions and
99%
God
of the people I
concepts.
talk to call God a he.
All right, yeah, granted, if the majority of your audience is Christian, I totally understand that. I wasn't raised Christian. I was actually raised in a secular household, and I came to my own beliefs just through living life and reading different books and listening to different people, and just sort of came to my own conclusions. The reason why I think reality is mind-like is based in Platonism. The innate structure of reality is like so reality is a law-like, but where do those laws derive from? That's the problem.
I don't think laws derive from anywhere. I think they're descriptions. They're not things. I think this is a reification fallacy. Yeah, they're descriptions of behaviors.
Right. So why are those behaviors regular?
Behaviors aren't things.
Behaviors aren't things?
No.
They're the studied
behaviors
are studied interactions of things.
Behaviors are processes. They're like a sequencing of events, but those aren't things. Like you can't say that I don't know, the behavior of me eating, like this apple, that behavior has its own like metaphysical entity because it's not an entity, it's a behavior.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like every time you bind two hydrogen molecules and an oxygen molecule, you'll get water. Every time. Every time you drop a ball off the Empire State Building, it's going to fall downward. The universe has regularity, and if our mathematics and scientific systems are just maps of that regularity and ways of measuring that regularity, I concede that. I agree with you. But the uncanniness is still that the universe has regularity, and I find that weird.
Why? What's weird about it?
What'd you say?
What's weird about it?
The fact that things just work. It's almost like a machine. It's like.
What do you mean by work?
Because it's a machine that works.
I don't think it's a machine that works.
Things are consistent. I think that's like amazing.
Well, they're not consistent. I mean, some things are consistent, but we don't know for how long. Like we're a blip on the cosmic timeline. We have no idea. Like during the beginning initial phase of the the expansion event, the Big Bang, we don't know if all the properties of our physics and properties that we know about physics hold true. In fact, there's a lot of people who believe that during what they would call the singularity event, that there were some laws of physics that operated differently. And it is true that some laws of physics here in like our world don't operate the same on the quantum scale. So I think there's carve-outs for a lot of these laws.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because what you're basically saying is that we can't be certain that the laws of physics were always the way they are now, is essentially what you're saying, right?
Yeah. We know they are now the way that they are, and it seems like they will continue to be that way, and it seems like they were that way in the past up until that immeasurable point of singularity. What happened before that, I don't know if we have a way of knowing or even finding out.
Right, because I could, bore you with just like Philbro dumping a bunch of stuff, but like really the main reason why I think the way I do is I find what I perceive to be regularities in the universe to be strange and uncanny. And that led me down the road I'm down now. I'm not like a dogmatic religious person. I've never been to church. I couldn't tell you one page of the Bible if you put a gun to my head.
Right,
but I have a worldview that the cosmos is a mind.
But I don't understand why we would think that because there are some constants in the universe that therefore it was designed. Like I don't see the connection.
So the design thing, that's like the very like Western Christian way of looking at it. I don't really have like a teleological view of things where there's like a start, and then I think the universe could be eternal and this mind could be eternal. It could be cyclical. I just think the universe behaves mind-like due to the regularities, and that leads me to believe that mind-likeness is the inherent nature of reality, that reality is mental and mind-like. And I choose to call that God because so did Vedantin Hindus, so did the Hermeticists, so did the Taoists. This idea repeats in so many different esoteric and mystic traditions. It goes on and on. Spinoza pretty much thought the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't understand how any of this would lead one to believe that the universe is sentient. If the universe is a mind, then we would have to determine if it was sentient and does it make decisions.
Now, like I said, I'm not a religious dogmatist, so like if you raise good points, I'll concede. But I guess the reason why I have this personal position, I think the decision it's making is to like have regular laws and things like being coherent and consistent. Like I said, the fact that every time you combine two hydrogen molecules and an oxygen molecule, you're not just going to get mercury. It's always going to that's this mind making decisions.
But do we need a mind for that to be true? Like, I don't understand why a mind is the only way that a constant can exist. The reason why, like, if you combine molecules a particular way, that they always combine in the right way or a consistent way is because of the way the atomic structure forms. So, for example, like if you've got 8 valence electrons on your outer shell of your atom, like the reality is it's going to bond with other atoms very differently. Like it's not going to bond necessarily with another atom of 8 valence electrons, right? So it's just because of the like actual like physical makeup of atoms and molecules, like there's a limit as to how they can combine. And to be fair, a lot of atoms can combine in multiple variants, but not always.
Yeah, I see your frame. Look, at the end of the day, like you raise good points, and I'm not like dogmatic about my beliefs. I just have an unshakable intuition that I can't prove to you because it's just a personal intuition that reality is mind-like, and it gives my life meaning, and it makes things interesting, and it makes life a bit more fun for me. And I don't go around cramming it down people's throats, or I don't tell gay people they can't get married or this or that. So I'm going to continue believing what you probably think is schizophrenic nonsense, and I'll join your audience. But I appreciate the chat because you play devil's advocate for me, and it's going to force me to refine my own beliefs and hammer down on them even more. So thanks for your time.
All right, cheers, man. Thanks for being polite. Well, I'll tell you what, that was at least unique. Yeah, I don't even know what to say for that. It was nice, at least. Interesting fella. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. Duke of Shaska, good to see you. I clicked for the tank top. I stayed for the half brows. I got to be honest. I do actually have eyebrows, but they're so like faint here that you can barely see. When I was younger, man, I had so much eyebrow and fucking the unibrow even. I had so much eyebrow going on. I don't know what happened. It's like I got older and my eyebrows just fell off. Good questions. As Christians ask to be booted to be able to claim they are persecuted because of Jesus, I suggest putting them on hold on the side. Well, that is something you can do if they call in using the YouTube stream, not on TikTok, unfortunately. On TikTok, a little bit more difficult. So it is what it is. But yeah, on Stream Ninja or Video Ninja, you can do that kind of thing. That's why we have like the crash out cam. And Lupador says, did my last super chat got eaten up? Well, no, they don't get eaten up. I sent it at the beginning of the stream, and meanwhile, much newer ones came up. Yes, Lupador, because I don't read super chats in the order that they come in. So I have a couple rules. Most people who have been in my live for a long time know my rules. I try to grab as many super chats at the beginning of the stream, in between guests, but I don't have time to grab all of them. And so the ones that don't get read during the stream will get read at the end of the stream. But your super chat's right here, Lupador. It says, damn, I wouldn't want to get in a fight with you. Can you flex for the camera? And that would definitely make me gay for Justin. Well, fuck, Lupador. If you're gay for Justin, I love it. But it might be disappointing. I haven't worked out in a long time. My muscles like in weak shape. It's not impressive. But listen, if it makes you gay for Justin, I'll do it for you, bud. And Eris, thank you for the super chat. I have an imposter Doug in my kidney. Well, fuck, I'm sorry to hear that. As I listen to the stream in the ER room at the moment, Rock Hard for Doug, I'm sorry that you got a kidney stone here. That sounds horrific. May Doug be with you. Holy smokes. Tora, thanks for the surf star. And Pseudo Engineer, thank you for the super chat. How am I supposed to focus on these debates with Justin in his tank top? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a thirst trap for y'all, but here we are. Jesus to the F in Christ says Matthew Marshall smoked you on thermodynamics in ality and in inanity. Inanity, I assume what you're referring to. Good joke. I appreciate that one. And last for now, from Miss Meg says over 100 degrees in the heat index. Add some rain to raise the humidity, and we're in a sauna. Yeah, you know what? I don't know how you do it. I think I would like collapse. I would be looking for plane tickets to get the fuck out of there. It would just be, it'd be really bad. I can't handle the heat like some of y'all do. So, I'm sorry. Last super chat on the troglodyte. Hundred said, yeah, I replied to the troglodyte that by his logic, Odin, Ra, Buddha, and the unicorn in my ass were also immediately true. Met with, that's ridiculous. The irony was lost on him. Well, Hunter Girl, that's what happens, right? When they invent something silly and then say, well, you can't disprove it, and then you invent something silly, they're like, oh, well, now you're being silly. Oh, well, then it's just an argument from incredulity. Sorry, that's a fallacy. You got to get over that one. Okay, let's see. Next in line, as far as I can tell, I think it's going to be Ben. Oh, no, Talon came back. I apologize. Let's see if Talon's audio is working. There we go. Try this second time. Welcome in, Talon.
You able to hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, hello. Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect. Sorry about that earlier. My bad.
It happens. Talon, are you at least 18?
I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
So which one?
The Christian one. Do you want me to give my argument in a syllogism? I heard that might be more useful.
You're welcome to. I mean, we don't have a problem with syllogisms around here. I would say this: for formal arguments, like if we get a syllogistic argument, typically what we'll do is give you like an argument timer. Like, so, for example, usually we do like a 15-minute timer for a syllogism. If the syllogism can't get resolved in 15 minutes, usually we move on to either another argument or another guess. And the reason why we do this is because my audience will be bored to death if we spend 30 minutes arguing the semantics of one word and never get to the conclusion of an actual syllogism.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So that's why we do that. But anyways, I'll put the timer up, and we'll.
I don't think I'm going to take more than a minute to lay it out, and then you can critique it however you want.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I've got a notepad. Give me a second. We'll get it written out. But yeah, usually I write the argument down on a notepad so we can keep track, and then we do what we can. All right, so we'll start the timer here, and let me get the notepad on the screen. I apologize. I'll give you like an extra 10 seconds here. All right, notepad, P1, P2, and what you got?
Okay, so first premise would be evil is ultimately willing annihilation, the destruction of being.
Is willing?
Premise 2. Yep.
Evil is willing annihilation? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then premise 2 is that God wills the salvation, development, and perfection of mankind. That one just comes from the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3, a being that wills salvation, development, and perfection of mankind cannot be evil. Therefore, God's not evil.
Okay. That's interesting. So we say a being that wills, P2, which is just a reiteration of what you said in P2. Could not be evil. Interesting. And then your conclusion then is just that God could not be evil, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I think I've got maybe a couple points on this particular syllogism that I would question. First is evil is willing annihilation. Can you help me understand why one would accept that definition of evil?
Yeah, I can. But just quickly, is it valid? Right, I'm not the best at this. Is that a valid syllogism?
Let me see. Evil is willing annihilation. God wills salvation. By salvation, I assume you mean the ability to get out of annihilation?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I would say for salvation, we would say no. Annihilation would be what you mean by salvation. Oops, if I can type it correctly. All right, so then yeah, that would follow premise 2. If God wills the freedom from annihilation, sure. And the 3 is a being that wills P2 could not be evil. I don't know if that's the case. I think this is the part where I don't know if P3 could follow P1 and P2. I feel like maybe we need a connector between 2 and 3. While I agree that if you're granting salvation from annihilation, you're not willing annihilation at least 100% of the time. But I don't know why we would say that an evil being could not do that.
An evil being can't will not evil, right? That would be a contradiction.
Well, I don't think it would be a contradiction. I mean, I can write it down in parentheses.
If you want to fix it, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I can add an addendum. I'm not like super tied to it, right? I just want to get into the argument if that's all right.
Sure. So I would write down to your point then, just like a suffix to P3, a being that wills P2, meaning salvation from annihilation and whatnot, could not be evil. And by that you mean an evil being cannot will good things?
Yeah, an evil being cannot always be willing the good. Yeah.
Well, I didn't say always.
That'd probably be an addendum I would throw in, right?
Okay, so
just for the sake of getting out of the syllogism and into the argument.
So then we would say God always wills the salvation, then, not temporarily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so P1 then, evil is willing annihilation. I assume on the part of the creator or the creation.
I'm not super big into like a philosophical distinction between creator and creation.
Okay, so just generally speaking, non-existence would be evil.
Yes. Willing it, yes. There's an element of desire inherent in the idea of evil, right? Like, I don't know if you could call a rock evil or
Sure,
anything that
yeah.
doesn't will.
Yeah. Okay, so willing annihilation which is non-existence, is evil. God always wills salvation, meaning he never wills annihilation. And then P3, a being that always wills salvation and never wills annihilation, which would be evil, cannot be evil. And with those clarifications, that might be true. A being that always does what is good would then be a being that never does what is bad. And if that were the case, then we would say that that being wouldn't be evil. So the conclusion would be valid. God could not be evil if these premises were all true.
Perfect. All right, we can test the soundness now.
Sure. So P1, evil is a willing annihilation or non-existence. I don't know if that's a definition I would agree with. While I do agree that I would prefer existence over non-existence, I don't think that really captures like the definition of evil as we use it in English language.
I mean, I would contend that most common usage of evil would say annihilation is evil, right?
Well,
but I mean,
so
there
is
are probably
adultery,
some people who disagree.
right?
Sorry?
Well, we would say adultery is evil too, but adultery and non-existence are different, right?
But I mean, the argument against adultery would end out in annihilation because like the destruction of the family leads to the destruction of social units, which would eventually lead to non-salvation, right?
Well, what if they don't find out?
And then you have you don't have the genes of the family continuing on, right?
So why is that evil?
Well, our society is predicated on the idea that the marriage means that the genes of those two members of the marriage get passed on. If there is a default in that, then that devalues marriage and that hurts society.
That's just a societal expectation. Are you saying that people who don't have kids are immoral?
Enter into the marriage, right? Like the people who enter in the marriage presumably would not. I mean, part of the marriage covenant is no adultery.
Okay, but if you get married and don't have children, are you immoral?
I think from God's perspective, if you're married, it's better to have children than not. I'm
But
a father.
are you,
That's good.
Well, are you immoral though? And also, Jesus in Matthew 19 and Paul in 1 Corinthians doesn't agree with that. In fact, they both say not to have children. But that's beside the point. The point is,
I mean, Paul was under the mistaken assumption that the second coming would be in like 20 years, right?
Well,
we don't
yeah,
have to hold Paul as God, right, or as Jesus. We can say Paul was wrong.
But he believed that because Jesus said it. Jesus said he was coming back within the generation, which is why Jesus says in Matthew 19 that he would prefer his followers to be eunuchs for the sake of the gospel, all who are capable.
Yeah, he did say that, and I mean, he was under the mistaken belief, right? So that's okay.
Jesus was?
No, I thought you said Paul. My bad.
No, Jesus.
I don't think. Oh, you're talking about eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
That was in response to the
marriage.
Pharisees talking about. Oh, sorry, Sadducees talking about the woman who was married to 7 different men. Right? Am I getting that right?
This is a question on divorce. Is it lawful? Is it lawful to get a divorce? Is where this started from.
Yeah, and Jesus says no. Then the Sadducees come and say, "Whose wife will this woman be in the resurrection?" And the disciples say, "Well, then it must be really tough to get married if you have to be completely fidelitous to your marriage vows." And he says, "Yeah, it is. If you can't handle marriage, right, it's better not to get married."
I think you've conflated two passages. So the passage I'm referring to,
after each other.
The passage I'm referring to in Matthew 19 is when Jesus is asked specifically about divorce, right? Is it lawful to divorce somebody for any reason, right? And so Jesus says, no, it's not lawful to divorce some unless there's infidelity, which is why, he's trying to tweak the commandment. And then he says in the same chapter, though, There are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have been made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can, meaning anyone who can accept it. You're better off to be a eunuch for the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of the gospel, meaning not have kids.
That last part's where I'm going to disagree with you, because I think you're reading in the idea that eunuch is better, but it just says some are eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. It doesn't say that the better ones are eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake, right?
No, he says all who can accept this, meaning if you're capable of accepting it, that would be his preference.
I don't. We're just going to disagree on the reading here, right?
He says,
I'm going to look at other scripture context.
Let anyone accept this who can. What does it mean to let anyone who can accept it to accept it?
It means that there are a lot of people who didn't think what Jesus was teaching was true, and they were going to leave him. So whoever can accept this harsh teaching should. And I think the harsh teaching he's referring to in that passage is on you shouldn't get divorced, right? Because that's a hard teaching, right? A lot of people do get divorced, and they don't get divorced for just adultery or fornication. I think that's the hard saying that he's referring to.
But he didn't say anything about the hard saying. He says anyone who can accept this, meaning being a eunuch, which is why this phrase is attached to that paragraph. Anyone who can accept being a eunuch for the sake of the gospel.
No, because in verse 11 is when you're talking about, right? Jesus replies, not everyone can accept this word, but this word refers to the antecedent, not what comes after. And the antecedent is Moses permitted you to divorce your wives. It was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another woman commits adultery. And that's what this word refers to. It can't refer to what comes after. It has to refer to what comes before.
I'm not talking about verse 11. I'm talking about verse 12. Right? So the word is that, hey, if you get married and you get divorced, you're committing a sin. And the disciples admittedly would be like, oh, well, it sounds like it's better to not get married, right?
Yeah, that is what the disciples say in 10, yes.
Right, okay. So if the disciples are saying, hey, it seems like it's just better to not marry, that's where we get this idea. He said to them, not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. So it seems to me that Jesus is referring to the idea of getting married or not getting married, which is why he ends the paragraph with, hey, if you can accept this teaching, being a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, or not getting married, then do it.
Well, I think your reading may be plausible. I don't think it's the only reading. I don't think the Bible is univocal, right? So like it can have multiple readings. And I prefer the reading where this word in verse 11 refers to verse 9, not what the disciples say in verse 10, right? Because I think Jesus is talking about his word, not about what the disciples said. But that's okay. We can just, we're just going to disagree on that.
Fair enough. So I don't know how we get to the conclusion that not having children would be immoral or wrong.
That would be a different biblical passage. It's not inherently immoral, right? That would be like a norm, right? Like for a society, it would be normal for people to have children. If we had a society where it wasn't normal to have children, we wouldn't have a society in the future, right? This isn't a universal statement like every single individual needs to have kids.
Okay, so it's not inherently evil to not have kids. So we can get back to premise number one. Evil is willing annihilation. I don't think that having children is kind of a good measure of willing annihilation. But I still, and we didn't get there yet, I don't understand why we would accept annihilation as the definition of evil rather than like just the plain dictionary definition.
Oh, my point is that most things people would call evil could end out if you like went through their logic and asked why. You would get an endpoint that'd be something like annihilation. But if you want to substitute your definition, I'm fine to do that and continue on with the argument.
Well, it's not my definition, but I'll give you the definition. It's basically the inflicting of harm or suffering or something unwanted, typically on yourself or on somebody else, right? So it doesn't have to result in death. It could just be something that's like super unwanted. You know, you could be forced to, I don't know, imagine you got imprisoned for the rest of your life and you live till you're 90, but you didn't commit a crime. Like, well, fuck it, I lived till I was 90, but being imprisoned for those years was pretty evil, right? So I think evil, more colloquial speaking, would be something bad, and something bad is like something that is undesirable and unwanted, typically because it's harmful.
I mean, that's fine. I think like saying evil is bad because it's harmful is a little bit circular, which is why I just like to put, okay, we have to tie it to something ultimately. And annihilation is like the ultimate harm. So the ultimate harm, okay, right. But if you want to use the more colloquial definition, I would just ask that you extend it across a longer time horizon than just the immediate.
I agree. I think evil can transcend one person's lifetime. So for example, you can have what we might describe as evil society, like the collection of people are doing things that are evil. So you could do that. But I don't think that we can necessarily tie this specifically to annihilation, which is why I'm kind of stalled out on premise number one. While I do agree that non-existence would be less preferable than existence, I don't think that's the only measure of good. I would also say, just so we can kind of move forward in the argument as well, P2 is God always wills the salvation, which is not annihilation, and the perfection of mankind. I actually don't think that is the case. I don't think that Romans 9 would endorse that. I think Jesus, or Paul says in Romans 9 specifically, that God did create some vessels for wrath and some vessels for honor, and he hated Esau even before he knew Esau. So it seems to me then that God isn't willing the salvation of all, he's willing the salvation of some.
I think you have to read Paul in context, right? Peter says Paul is the most difficult of the epistles to understand.
Second Peter
and
3,
the other Pauline, sorry?
Yeah, Second Peter 3, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would just say that Paul is the hardest authority to understand. He's the easiest to mess up. Like in Second Timothy, he says that God wills the salvation of all, right? So this same Paul who says that there's some who are vessels of wrath for destruction is also the same Paul that says God wills the salvation of everyone.
Well, that's why one huge reason why most scholars don't think that Paul wrote the Timothy's, because he contradicts himself on a number of occasions in both Timothy's.
I mean, yeah, that's fine to say, right? Like, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not going to look at the Bible and say, oh, the Bible is the word of God. I'm a Christian. I think that only Jesus Christ is the word of God.
I don't know what it means for a human to be the word of God, but fact remains, I don't think that God is willing the salvation of all people. I think, in fact, the Bible explicitly says the opposite of it. So God says he takes delight in destroying his people.
No, I think a lot of those passages that anthropomorphize God into taking delight in destruction, I think those were just like Bronze Age people trying to describe their surroundings, right?
So God doesn't, he's not happy when you obey him?
You could say he's happy when you obey him, right?
Well,
that's something a person could say.
Does God delight?
I think he delights, yeah.
Okay, so does he also have the other emotions and behaviors then? If he has delight, can he also have like the opposite of that?
Yes.
Okay, so can God delight in destroying his people?
Well, I have to say, in one sense, yes. In another sense, no. I'm sorry that's like, it sounds kind of squirrely. But like, in one sense, yeah, he can delight in destruction if it's the destruction of something that, like, for example, oh man, this is a tough analogy, but we can understand this as Americans, right? We nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki to stop a genocide of the Chinese. And like, do we delight in that? I mean, in one sense, yes, because it stopped the war and saved millions of Chinese. But in another sense, it's also a tragedy at the same time.
So God does delight in the destruction, right? He doesn't will these people to get saved, because if he willed them to get saved, then they would be saved, right? So the same thing with like King David. He, according to King David in the Psalms, God wrote every day of his life for him before he was even born. And it also says in the Hebrew Bible that God created everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of destruction, which would be the annihilation. So if God created the wicked for the day of destruction, it seems like he wasn't interested in them being saved.
This is just where I'm going to have to disagree with the Calvinist interpretation of these things, right? Like, I'm going to have to go more for a compatibilist view where God can know the future without causing it.
But he says he causes it.
That's one potential reading of it, and I can just reject that reading, right? Like the Bible is not a perfect book. It's just the best book talking about the Word of God, who is Jesus, right? I'm not a Muslim. I don't think the Bible is the Word of God. I don't think a book is. It has to be the person.
Okay, so when the Bible says that God created people for destruction, what's it supposed to mean?
In that sense, it could be talking about God's foreknowledge of their destruction, not him like causing their destruction.
But it says
in the
that
same way a father might know that their child is on the wrong path, and knows what's going to happen in their future, but doesn't force the child to do whatever wrong deed they're going to do.
Right, but it says that he has willed this, like he has made this.
I don't think it says it wills them. I think
he made it.
What?
Right? He makes it. He built it. He designed it.
Yeah, in the same way that like God makes hurricanes or tornadoes, right? Those cause destruction, but it's not out of willing the destruction of a person. It's out of building a world where we can learn and grow from our trials.
Right, but it says he has made everything for its own purpose, even the wicked for the day of destruction, right? So if he makes everything with a purpose, and the purpose of the wicked is to be destroyed, that means he doesn't want all people to find salvation.
I think this is a misunderstanding of the scourge creation hypothesis, which is the idea that God sometimes is talked about in the Hebrew Bible as creating like the Assyrians for the destruction of the people of Israel, right? And he wills the Assyrians to the destruction of the people of Israel. It's not to the destruction of the Assyrians themselves, right? It's to use them as a scourge against his people and their wickedness, right? Like in the same way that you might cause, I don't know, like negative effects to a person who's addicted to drugs.
Okay.
Right? That's their scourge, and he creates it that way.
But he purposely designs instances and people to be annihilated. Like he puts into place designs that will cause people to be annihilated when he could do the other. He could do the opposite by not making them annihilated.
Well, I mean, according to the Christian frame, annihilation is very, very rare if it happens at all, right? Like if God desires the salvation of all people, ultimate annihilation is not going to be the majority of his creation.
But the syllogism that we're working on includes the idea that all people, right, need to be willed salvation, all of them, not some of them.
Yes, willed is the key qualifier here, right? He doesn't have to actualize salvation for all people. He's just to will it.
But
there could be intervening things getting in the way.
If you will something and then you actualize something against your will, it seems like that wasn't your will.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Someone, let's say a hypothetical person wills annihilation, right? We could take the example of Judas Iscariot, of which Jesus said it would be better for him not to be born.
Yeah.
Right. In this sense, we can say that Judas is the one who is willing his annihilation, and then God wills the salvation of Judas, but he chooses annihilation. Chooses a crude word there, but
no, you can't choose annihilation.
So, yeah, that's why I said that's a crude word. Well, he wills it, right?
Well, I don't think human beings will it, and so that's my point. And I apologize. I know everyone's chatting because the timer ran out and we're still going. I was having fun with the conversation, but the reality is, like, human beings don't choose their destinations. It's something that God did. So, like, for example, if my son went to school and got in trouble at school and I said, oh, well, now I got to cut your arm off. My son didn't will me to cut his arm off. It just was a consequence of something that I willed. It's irrelevant that my son did something he wasn't supposed to. Punishments are chosen by the punisher, not by the person who got in trouble.
I mean, if you have to believe that, you would have to stretch it to things like gravity is a will, right? If you're going to broaden out the definition of will that way, right? That consequences are wills. I don't think necessary consequences like gravity are wills, right?
But I think they are.
I can't will to jump in the air and not fall down.
No, it's God's will. It was God's will for gravity to do what gravity does, which means it was part of his will.
Well, there's no reason that everything God wills has to come to pass, right?
Well, he does say it in the Bible.
No, I don't think everything that he wills comes to pass. right? Jesus says, Father, let this cup pass from me, right?
Well, they had different wills.
I don't know if I'd agree on that. I don't think
he
they
said,
have different wills.
Your will be done, not mine. Meaning he's got a will too.
Oh, I mean, I think that any human being can have multiple wills within them, right? Like I have a will that I'm hungry, and I have a will to like talk to you at the same time, right? And these two wills contradict each other.
But he said, your will be done, not mine, meaning they're distinct wills.
Yes, in the same way that I have multiple distinct wills within me, right?
Who's your?
Yours referring to his father. I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm sorry.
Is the father's will identical to the son's will?
Part of their will, but
are they identical?
Like I have to answer again, right? Like no, in one sense, yes, in another sense, right? They share some will, they don't share other will.
Okay, so are they identical wills? It sounds like the answer is no.
Right? Sorry?
Sounds like the answer is no. They don't have identical wills. They have separate wills.
In one sense, yes. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so what that means is that Jesus and Yahweh have separate wills. That's all. So a couple passages. Job 42:2. No purpose or will of yours can be thwarted. God does whatever pleases him. Psalm 115.
Wait, in Job, who's saying that?
Job 42:2. So it's going to be Job.
Yeah, I don't think Job was infallible in that, right?
Okay, so that's just not true then.
Job can be speaking poetically. It is a poetic verse. It's not historical, the book of Job.
I know it's not historical, but it's obviously got theological significance.
Yeah, I would say so.
Ephesians 1:11.
Like Homer has theological significance, right? It's poetry.
Ephesians 1:11. God works out everything in conformity with the purpose of his will.
Yes, I agree with that. So this alludes to the idea that God has a divine plan that cannot be thwarted, but individual people can have wills opposed to God's.
Right, but in Ephesians, it says he works out everything according to will. So we would assume that everything is hyperbole.
No, not everything's hyperbole, but there are instances of hyperbole in the Bible, of course. I wouldn't shy away from that.
So does God accomplish all things that he wills, or some of them?
In one sense, yes. On the grand scale, he does. His plans cannot be thwarted on the grand scale. But on the micro scale, no. There are people like Judas who rejected his will, even though he willed the salvation of Judas.
So it would be wrong then to say that God accomplishes everything that he wills.
It would be in one sense, yes, wrong.
Okay, so Ephesians 1:11 shouldn't mean what it says. It should say, God, having been destined according to the purpose of him who accomplishes most things according to his counsel and will.
I don't think that the writer of Ephesians was trying to give like formal logic, right? It's not the purpose of the letter, right? It's pastoral.
That's why I'm asking. Do you think this should be reworded to say that he accomplishes most things according to his will?
No, because I think it's appropriate to the genre to be able to use rhetorical flourish.
I'm asking about the meaning of the passage. Is the author suggesting?
If you would make it like philosophically rigorous, then yes, to make it philosophically rigorous, we would have to change it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so the meaning of this passage is not that God accomplishes all things according to his will. It's that God accomplishes many or most things according to his will.
I mean, again, right, I would make the distinction between pastoral epistles and then like theologically rigorous discussion like we would find in the book of John.
This is it's Ephesians. Ephesians chapter 1 talks about the salvation that God granted before the beginning of the earth. Like the elect were chosen before the earth was even formed, because obviously he knows the future and he also designed the future, which is the other problem, which is that if God...
Second part is where I'm gonna not hop on the train, right? I don't think he designs the future.
What, does he know all things?
He does know all things.
Well, did he create everything?
I don't believe in creation ex nihilo, but from ex materia, like the early church fathers believed, yes, he does create all things.
Okay. Did he have other options for the future? Like when he created mankind, did he have different recipe parameters he could have tweaked so that, say, the thing would
No,
have
he chose the
planned
best.
out?
He chose the
Okay,
best.
so he chose the recipe. Okay, so if God knows the future and he chose the recipe, that means the recipe did what he wanted to. If I bake banana bread and I put recipes together for banana bread, that happened because I put that recipe together.
Yeah, I think your analogy of banana bread is really prescient, right? Like when you make banana bread, you don't just like snap your fingers and it pops out banana bread, right? You use pre-existing material and you have to cook it for a certain amount of time. There's certain constraints on your creation.
Does God have constraints?
Yeah, I would say so. I think most Christians would say so.
Did God have the ability to adjust the parameters? You said yes. Does God know what's going to happen with the parameters that he had? You said yes. That means what happens after creation is what God obviously willed to happen, because he could have made the parameters anything he wanted to. The parameters being what they are is because he decided that they would be that. Otherwise, creation is arbitrary.
I don't think we agree on the word parameter. If you mean parameter by ingredient, then I agree. But if you mean parameter like law, like ultimate, like laws of the universe, going back to our cooking analogy, right? Like you can't will that the boiling point of water is 300 degrees, right? So you can't make banana bread by just hoping the boiling of water turns to 300 degrees. But you have to use pre-existing materials.
Right. But again, the pre-existing material is irrelevant. I'm talking about whether or not God can design something and if he's responsible for that design. Obviously he is, right? So for example, if God knows, I don't know, I'm going to tweak the temperature of the global temperature by 1 degree Fahrenheit for the rest of eternity, that will have consequences. Every minor difference in creation is going to have consequences. God knows every one of those consequences. And when he designed humanity, he said, okay, here are the recipes I have to choose from. This recipe does this. So I'm choosing that one, which means God chose the recipe that resulted in everything that unfolded.
You're doing a really good job with Leibniz theodicy, right?
I
we live
don't
in
know
the
who
best
that
possible
is.
world. Oh, he's just a famous philosopher, right? Leibniz. His idea was God did what you just explained, right? Tuned all the parameters and picked the best possible world to actualize.
Okay. So if God picked the world that gets actualized, that means whatever was actualized was what God wanted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
so
it's the best.
Okay. So what that means is that God chose a world that contradicted his will.
Yes.
Okay.
In some sense, yes.
Was God capable of creating a world that didn't contradict his will?
No.
What was preventing him from doing it?
The pre-existing material, right? Like whatever he had to use to make creation.
So how did the pre-existing material prevent him from creating humans the way he wanted?
Because ultimately the pre-existing material was not created from nothing by the snap of his fingers, right? It had pre-existing attributes beforehand. In the same way, when I cook banana bread, right, I have to use the ingredients that are available. I can't cook banana bread out of rocks.
Did God create atoms?
If you mean it in the term Democritus meant, no. But if you mean like what we call atoms.
Was there a single thing that exists today that God actually did make out of nothing? Anything?
Yes, created everything. I don't believe he made anything from nothing, right? I don't think the Bible teaches that either.
Okay, so
the world was formless and void before creation.
Well, it depends on if you're Catholic or not. In Maccabees, it says that he did. It's irrelevant. So the reality is, God, if he assembled everything, could he have not made human beings so that they would desire to have salvation as well, rather than going to hell? Because he has the ability to do it. He does do it to some people in the Bible, and he says he's going to do it eventually in Ezekiel 36, Ezekiel 37, and in Jeremiah as well. So what's preventing God from just doing that now?
What is he prevented from doing? Saving everyone is what you're asking?
Yeah, if God can give you, say, a new heart, and that new heart is going to cause you to not be annihilated, well, it seems to me that God should have given us that heart to begin with. Otherwise, he is tacitly picking the annihilation route.
Yeah, this is great. This is why I hold to the book of John soteriology, because the different gospels, they all emphasize something different, right? In the book of John, it says that salvation comes through a union of love between the believer and God, right? This is John 17, the intercessory prayer, that we can become one in God as Christ is one in the Father, right? So this requires a union of the wills, a free union of the wills. And because of that, if God overrid the will of someone else, it wouldn't be a free union of the wills. Therefore, you wouldn't have salvation for that person. It's a technical impossibility.
Free will is paramount,
huh? I wouldn't say free. I would use very qualified, like compatibilist will.
Because he does change people's wills all the time. In Joshua chapter 11, he changes the will of the Canaanites to bring them out to war. In 1 Samuel chapter 9 or 10, I think it's chapter 10, he literally gives Saul a new heart and causes him to become a different person. He could do that for everybody.
Yeah, and me and you can also, like, this isn't a supernatural statement, right? I can also give someone a new heart by preaching them the gospel, and then they just have this inner conviction that arises from the preaching of the word, right? So this isn't a supernatural, like God coming in, literally taking out his heart, putting in a literal new heart.
It kind of obviously.
No, because I don't think you would find a Christian who would say that Saul lost his cardiac tissue and got new cardiac tissue.
I'm not saying about a physical heart. Obviously, we're referring to a character change.
Yeah, and this is where I would side with Jesus over the Jewish scribes, right?
So the scribes in the Hebrew Bible just got it wrong. So did Jesus say that Saul didn't get a new heart? Because it says, as he turned away to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day when they were going from Gibeah. A band of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God possessed him, and he fell into a prophetic frenzy along with them. So the Spirit of God can possess you and cause you to do what the Spirit wants you to do, and God can put a different heart in you, changing your personality characteristics and your behavior.
I mean, in one sense, yes, he can, right? But in another sense, he can't. And I'm sorry, I keep on saying that. I bet that's really frustrating. The point I'm trying to make is, yes, like in the allegorical sense, yes, God
I don't know what that means.
Can give you a heart. We're not talking about his cardiac tissue is what I mean here, right?
Obviously, we're referring to a change of like personality and will, like your desires, your will, your personality. We know we're not talking about a physical like artery system.
Yes, and all I'm saying is, according to Jesus in the book of John, which I give interpretive primacy over Saul and the Old Testament, there requires a mutual, unforced love between God and his creation.
So I'm just asking, right, so is this passage wrong then? God did not give Saul a new heart?
Yes, I would reinterpret this passage through the words of Jesus. Yes, it's wrong.
Sure, can you show me where in the New Testament we would interpret this as being wrong? Because it seems to me like the foundation for Christianity is in the Hebrew Bible and not the other way around.
No, this is where I actually disagree, right? The foundation of Christianity is that the word of God was made flesh in Jesus Christ, and his words have interpretive primacy over the Old Testament, right?
Why?
The Old Testament is made new in the New Covenant.
No, I think that's circular. Jesus' words only matter if he was the Messiah that fulfilled the predictions in the Old Testament.
No, even if the Old Testament was false, I would still believe in Jesus.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The whole reason why Jesus has authority is because he's the Jewish Messiah.
No, because he goes to the scribes and Pharisees and says, I speak as one holding authority, right? He doesn't require the approbation of the religious elites of his time.
No, it's not the religious elites. It's what God said, right? Jesus says, I must fulfill all that was written about me in the scriptures. And then he specifically mentions the Psalms and the Torah and the prophets. So Jesus says, I must fulfill these prophecies. And the reason why he must fulfill them is because that is how you know who the Messiah is. The authority granted to the Messiah is only granted the Messiah if they're actually the Messiah. And how do you know who's the Messiah? Well, they actually did what God said the Messiah would do.
Yes, and Jesus doesn't give a traditional fulfillment of every single biblical prophecy, right?
Well, zero.
The reason the Jews reject him is because the Jews reject him is because he didn't defeat the Romans.
Well, he didn't do any prophecies, not one. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, there's a few about the suffering servant where he suffered and died.
That's not about
Jesus. He at least died. You would at least agree that he died on a cross, right?
Well, sure, he got crucified probably, but there's no prophecy about the Messiah getting crucified.
There's Zechariah talking about the imprints in his hands.
Right? Zechariah. That's where that's not about the Messiah either. That's about prophets. He says that he got those in the house of his friend.
Yes, and Jesus is a prophet.
That's not about Jesus. No, this passage is literally about how the prophets will be ashamed. Was Jesus ashamed?
The other prophets, the Pharisees of his time, were ashamed of him.
But was Jesus ashamed?
Of himself? No.
No, because the prophecy from Zechariah says that this prophet will be ashamed, which is why he's lying about his marks.
Maybe we have a different interpretation of this passage, right? The passage I'm talking about is where the people are ashamed of what they have done to this prophet.
Well, where's that at?
I thought it was in Zechariah. Zechariah, is it not 14?
It should be Zechariah. Well, between 12 and 14. It might be 13. I forget, but it's in there. Let's grab 13 maybe. Idolatry cut off. Was it? Yeah, 13. Okay. All right, I'll read it for you. This is certainly not a prophecy about Jesus in any stretch. In fact, the next chapter would demonstrate that pretty clearly. So there we go. It says, if any prophets appear again, their fathers and mothers who bore them shall say, you shall not live, for you speak lies in the name of the Lord. So he's saying, if there's any prophet that comes around, their parents are going to abandon them because they're liars. And their fathers and mothers who bore them shall pierce them through when they prophesy. On that day, the prophets will be ashamed, every one of their visions when they prophesy. They will not put on a hairy mantle in order to deceive, but each of them will say, I am no prophet, I am a tiller of the soil, for the land has been my possession since my youth. And if anyone asks them, what are these wounds in your chest? The answer will be, the wounds I received in the house of my friends. So this is about prophets that obviously multiple of them are going to have to abandon their post and lie about being prophets.
Yes. I just use a different translation. In my translation, it says, you must die because you have told lies in the Lord's name.
Did
and
Jesus
on
tell
that
lies?
day, every prophet shall be ashamed of their prophetic vision, right?
Was Jesus afraid of his prophetic vision?
Sorry?
Was Jesus ashamed of his prophetic vision?
No, because this is talking about a different time than that specific time, right?
It's not about Jesus.
No, I would still hold that this alludes to Jesus.
How?
Right. Well, because my framework isn't to just look at the words of the Old Testament on their own. I don't think the words of the Old Testament are self-justifying, right? They're only justifying in the light of Jesus.
So the words don't mean anything unless
on their own
you get Jesus's interpretation. But Jesus's interpretation is only valid if he is the Messiah. You see how circular that is?
No, I just disagree with your second point, right? Jesus's interpretation is valid because he rose from the dead.
No, that means nothing. Rising from the dead doesn't mean you interpreted the Old Testament properly.
Well, I mean, the annunciation, the transfiguration of Jesus by God, God claiming Jesus as his son, that's where I would say that would justify Jesus, not the Old Testament.
Again, what if that didn't happen? Right? So the resurrection is what you brought up. I don't think that the resurrection happened, but if it did, it could definitely institute him as the false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13, which, to be fair, so could the transfiguration. Any of these events could just be literally a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 13 when God says he'll send false prophets to deceive his people and lead them astray and worship another name. And he reminds them not to do that and don't abandon the law, which is exactly what Christianity did. They introduced a new name and they abandoned the law. The exact thing God said the false prophet would do. So it seems to me whether Jesus did miracles or not, or resurrected or not, none of it's meaningful at all. The question of who is the Messiah is going to be who fulfilled these prophecies. And God told you what the Messiah is going to do, and Jesus just didn't do them. So his resurrected is irrelevant.
This is actually where I think we may just have a fundamental disagreement. I'm not like a Bible alone Protestant, right? I don't need the Old Testament to be standing on its own, right? I'm okay with Jesus being the reason I care about the Bible at all, right? I'm not going to care about the Bible if Jesus wasn't God.
Did Jesus say that he has to fulfill the prophecies?
I don't think he said he had to. I think he said he did.
He said he had to. He said, I must fulfill.
Yeah, but this would be taking his interpretive framework to the Old Testament, not the Old Testament interpretive framework onto Jesus, right? In the same way that, like I went to this is going to be a crude analogy. I wouldn't go to a flat earther for physics because a flat earther would change the way that the physics sounds, right? They can have their own fake physics, and I would rather go to a competent authority to interpret what physics says rather
right.
than an incompetent
but
authority.
That's what I'm saying is Jesus has no authority until you can establish that he is the Messiah. His authority doesn't come from you assuming he's the Messiah.
But the proof of his messiahship is not found in just the Old Testament. It's found in the resurrection.
But no, it's not. The Messiah is not listed as resurrecting and leaving. The Messiah in the Hebrew Bible is listed as being alive and being on the throne in Israel and like legitimately restoring the Levitical priesthood and giving like real dead animal sacrifices.
Yes, that would be the thing that would make the Jewish Messiah, right? That wouldn't be the thing that would make Christ's truth claims about him being God true, right?
No,
like even if Jesus was the Messiah, that doesn't necessitate he's God, but his resurrection and the annunciation of God the Father to the Son is what gives the evidence that Jesus is God.
No, it wouldn't. A lot of people resurrected in the past. In fact, there's a guy in 2 Kings who resurrected just because he touched Elisha's dead body. He's not God, is he?
But he died afterwards, right? These are different types of resurrection.
So what?
One resurrection, you die afterwards. The other resurrection, God the Father comes down and says to everyone, "Hey, this is my son," and then he rises up into heaven and then appears.
So Jesus didn't die then.
Sorry.
So Jesus didn't die.
He died and then was resurrected.
So he died once.
Yeah.
So dying once means you're not God. Dying twice means you're not God. Dying once means you are God.
No. The thing that qualifies you as God is the Father declaring it such, right? Declaring him his son.
But that would be a contradiction. And also that wouldn't mean anything because in Psalm 2, David is a begotten son of God. So that's obviously not the benchmark either.
Yeah, I would agree, actually. I would say that all believers are begotten children of God.
Okay, right? So then calling Jesus a begotten child of God doesn't make him God.
Sorry, this is an and statement. It's not an or statement. The and statement is that you also have to be acclaimed by the Father to be God.
But again, that would be a contradiction of what he says in the Hebrew Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, he says that there is no other God. There's none before me, none beside me, none in front of me, and I share my glory with no other, and that you will bow the knee only to the name of Yahweh, not to the name of Yeshua, and not that there's going to be another God that I share my glory with. I give my authority to no other person or no other, it just says.
This is Isaiah,
Jesus
right?
being God, Jesus, well, it's a couple places, but mostly Isaiah. Jesus being God would contradict what God said in the Hebrew Bible. The Messiah was never said to be God. In fact, he was specifically said to be a human, except for in Daniel.
Context of that same scripture, in that context of that same scripture in Isaiah, Babylon says, "I am the only city. There is no other city than I." It's just rhetoric of incomparability. It's an idiom. It's not literal.
Okay, so there are multiple gods.
Yes, the Bible has multiple gods from the beginning to the end.
Yeah. Okay,
from Genesis to Revelation.
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
I do believe in the Trinity, but I don't hold to like the Nicene formulation. I'm more with early church fathers like Origen.
Okay, so you believe in multiple gods? Jesus is one God and Yahweh is another?
You could call it that. I think that they're united, right? I think they are united in will. The technical Greek term is homoousios instead of homoousios, right?
So what?
So that
doesn't make him. It doesn't make him identical with God. He prays in John 17 that his disciples will be one, as he and the Father are one. So it just means they're in alignment. It doesn't mean that they're like somehow metaphysically similar.
Yep, this is the exact point I was making. Yep.
I guess I failed to see your point.
Yeah, my point is yes. The Bible talks about multiple gods from beginning to end. Yes.
Okay, and you just think that Jesus is one of them?
Not just one of them. Jesus Christ is like, I believe that all believers, like all the early church fathers believed, right? Like man, as man is God, we can be oh man, I'm butchering Irenaeus. Irenaeus basically said that we can become like God, right? This is the doctrine called theosis, where the believer through unification to Christ is the unique bridge that incarnated from God down to earth, and he is the method by which we can return through divinization to be like God. That's what John 17, the passage you just wrote, is talking about.
Well, sounds like we're all equal to Jesus then, huh?
Yeah, that's Romans 8:16, right? We'll be co-heirs with Christ.
Sounds like I've got more authority than Jesus then, or at least equal authority.
No, because it has to flow. The economy is from the Father, Son, and then through the Son sacrificed the rest of us.
Where's that in the Hebrew Bible?
What part?
Why?
Oh, John 17.
No,
John
in the
17.
Hebrew Bible, where's the Hebrew Bible says that the authority of God goes through the Son?
I'm not Hebrew Bible alone, right? I would read everything, like I said before.
I didn't say you were Hebrew Bible, and what I'm saying is, if the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament, then one of them's wrong, and I don't see a good reason to think that Jesus happened to be right when the Hebrew Bible gave you all of the parameters you need to know for who is the Messiah, and Jesus didn't match even one of them, not even close.
This is where I disagree, right? Like I don't really care a ton about like what the Hebrew Bible says on its own.
Jesus said to.
Because I only care about the Hebrew Bible through the words of Jesus, right? I don't care about the Hebrew Bible alone. I care about the Hebrew Bible through Jesus' words.
Do you interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon?
No.
Why?
Yes.
Why not? You're not reading the New Testament right because you're not reading it through Joseph Smith's interpretation.
I'm sorry, what?
You're not reading the New Testament right because you're not reading it through Joseph Smith's interpretation.
But I'm trying to read it through Jesus Christ's interpretation.
Yeah, but you have to read it through Joseph Smith because Joseph Smith was sent by God to give you the new revelation.
I mean, that may well be true. But
so you're a Mormon now. Cool.
Yeah, something wrong with that?
I'm actually joking. Are you actually Mormon?
I actually am, yes.
No fucking way. We don't get Mormons on here too often.
Yeah.
Well, that explains why you believe. Well, that explains why you believe in multiple gods.
Well, I don't. Most academic scholars would agree with me on what the Bible says as well. There.
It depends if they're Old Testament or New Testament. The Old Testament scholars overwhelmingly would agree with you. New Testament scholars are a little bit divided. Okay, so now I know that I'm talking to a Mormon. That changes a whole lot. All right, I wrote down that you were a Christian. You're actually not a Christian. I mean,
no, I am a Christian.
You think you're a Christian? You're a Mormon. All right, so you believe in the Mormon doctrines then, and so now it's going to get really fun, right? So, what prevents me from giving a new revelation and saying that you now have to interpret the Book of Mormon and the New Testament and the Old Testament through my interpretation?
Nothing prevents you from saying it. The truth would prevent you from it being true.
What truth?
God, Christ.
But I'm the new Christ. I'm resurrected.
Yeah, I just wouldn't agree with you. I would live my life my way, and
you don't have to agree with me. It's true.
What happened?
But it's true. It's true. I have the authority to make that declaration.
Why so?
Because I'm the Messiah, returned.
Okay, what evidence do you have of this?
I don't need evidence. A wicked generation asked for evidence. That's what Jesus said.
No, wicked generation asks for signs. I'm asking for some
same
fruit.
thing.
Jesus
signs signs are the evidence.
Sorry?
Signs are evidence. A sign is designed to give you evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So there you go. Did Jesus? Did Jesus?
You didn't hear me.
Did Jesus?
I said Jesus.
Did Jesus perform miracles for everyone who asked?
No.
Oh, well, good. Well, I won't perform one for you. I'll give you another sign. But everybody in the comments, put a 1 in the comments if you've already seen me turn water into wine and do other miracles on this stream. I've actually done a lot of miracles on this stream, and it turns out that I've got a lot of witnesses. So it seems to me that my authority as the returned Messiah is obviously through the miracles that I perform.
No, sorry. I said by your fruits you shall know them. Fruits implies like you've generated a long-lasting, strong community that has generational impact.
So Jesus had 3 years?
But his community has lasted 2,000.
So was he not the Messiah when his community didn't exist yet?
No, he was the Messiah when his
well, in 2,000 years, you'll see my community way bigger than Jesus's.
Then maybe in 2,000 years, I'll believe you.
Oh, fantastic. Cool. So it sounds to me like the reason why your argument won't work is because you're resting your authority on something other than the source of authority. The source of authority starts at the beginning. It starts with the Hebrew Bible. If something comes later and contradicts it, well, that thing is just wrong. That you cannot say that you are the continuation of something when you contradict the thing.
Yeah, but the Bible contradicts the Enuma Elish, and the Enuma Elish came first.
But the
right?
Bible doesn't claim to be a continuation of the Enuma Elish.
The genealogies sound a lot like the genealogies from the Enuma
So
Elish.
what? They sound that
So
way
my point
because
is-
the Genesis is doing a polemic against the Babylonian literature.
Yeah,
So
all literature's in conversation.
Is the New Testament a polemic against the Hebrew Bible?
In some ways, no.
How?
It is a reinterpretation.
A
I would say polemic. I would say
reinterpretation?
Of
So
course.
when Ezekiel says, quite literally, that the Messiah is going to bring the people, the Israelites, back to the physical land that their forefathers were promised, that doesn't mean the land.
No, I wouldn't say that.
What does it mean?
That's an esoteric teaching about the future destiny of Jews, probably.
Esoteric?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Messiah does. Not esoteric?
I don't think that's super clear. Unless you think it's super clear. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'll read it for you. It's very clear, actually, and it starts in verse 24, but you can actually trace it all the way back to chapter 36 to get a fuller picture of what's happening. But if you go into the passage, it says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. So it seems to me that this is talking about a physical land, not a weird metaphysical spiritual kingdom.
Yeah, that's fine.
And did Jesus do it?
In the verse it says, my servant David.
Sure. Did it happen?
Yeah, this is not. Has it happened? No.
Okay,
not yet.
so you think David is going to be the Messiah?
No, I don't.
So who's going to be the Messiah here? Who's this Messiah? Because if you pay attention to Ezekiel, this prince is the one that presides over the Israelites for the end of time, which is what the Messiah is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, my claim would be that Jesus is going to do that in the future.
Oh, so Jesus is going to do that. Okay, when's he going to do it?
There are multiple people called Messiah in the scriptures, right? Cyrus, the Persian, was called Messiah.
I'm aware. Yeah, he said, my Mashiach, I take him by the right hand, so on and so forth. But I'm asking, in this passage, who is it referring to?
Someone that you would make a covenant with peace with sounds something like Jesus, right?
Why? Did Jesus bring the children back to the land of their forefathers and sit on the throne?
This would be a future-oriented statement. I would say this has not been fulfilled yet.
Okay, so this is like the main expectation of the Messiah, right? The primary expectation of the Messiah is that they're going to be an actual king and sit on the throne and bring the Israelites back to the land. Why would we think that Jesus is going to do it the second time around when he didn't do anything the first time around?
Again, I think I've made this point a few times. I don't take the justification for Jesus from the Hebrew Bible, right? And if you're doing that, you're not doing what a Christian you're doing.
What I'm saying
is, a Christian would look at this
what the New Testament says is contradicting the Hebrew Bible. It's not just that you're ignoring the Hebrew Bible, it's that what you believe literally contradicts what the Hebrew Bible says about the Messiah, which is a problem. Because now you would have to say, oh, well, the Hebrew Bible is just wrong when it says anything about the Messiah.
No, you're assuming univocality of the Hebrew Bible.
No,
right?
not.
The Hebrew Bible is multiple, but something can't be contradictory if it has multiple different voices, right?
Yes, it can.
Explain to me how I can contradict America or contradict the Democratic Party.
Those,
There's lots of different
those are really easy. If the Democratic Party, the DNC, said our official position is that we are pro-abortion, and you said no, the DNC's official position is that they're not pro-abortion, they're pro-choice. Or I mean, what the fuck did they call it? Pro-choice
Pro-life.
and pro-life. There we go. Well, that would be a contradiction. That's how you would contradict the DNC. When two individuals or a group and an individual say two different things, but they contradict each other, meaning both statements can't be true, that's a contradiction. So when the New Testament says one thing is the case, and the Old Testament says, no, another thing is the case, That's how we get contradictions. And so if the New Testament and the Old Testament contradict, that means one of them has to be wrong.
Your point assumed the univocality of the D&C.
No,
right?
it doesn't.
You said the official position.
No, it doesn't.
Right? Official position is univocal.
My position is not referring to every issue. I said one particular issue. The DNC got together and said, here's our official position that we voted on. I'm not saying everyone agrees with it.
Univocal,
so
right?
that's not what univocal means, no.
One voice, right? That's official position, one voice.
That's not what official position means. Official position doesn't mean that they have literally only one voice. It just means that they came together and they decided as a group that this was going to be their best route forward, even if there were people who disagreed. If they all came from the same source, like univocal means that you've got one narrator or one source the entire time, which you don't have in the Bible. Obviously, the Bible is not univocal because God's not uttering it to all of the people that are writing. I've never once said that the Bible is univocal. What I'm saying is that in Jeremiah, in Ezekiel, in Isaiah, in every passage of the Hebrew Bible, every single prophecy about the Messiah is directly contradicted in the New Testament. It has nothing to do with univocality. It's about contradictions. So in Jeremiah, when Jeremiah says that the Messiah is going to be a king, like an actual king from the line of David, and he's going to rescue Judah and Jerusalem and let them live in safety, and then that he'll be the king forever on the throne of Israel, or at least there will be kings forever on the throne of Israel, and that Levitical priests will continue offering sacrifices forever. This is contradicted in the New Testament. So one of them has to be wrong.
Or you could have an interpretation of the Old Testament that says Jesus did all those things, and he will do the other things in the future.
But didn't do anything.
These are claims about the future, right? These aren't claims that we could verify yet.
But they would contradict the New Testament because it says the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time or forever, depending on your translation. This can't be true. The New Testament strictly says that Jesus was the final sacrifice. The book of Hebrews clearly spells it out that the Levitical priesthood was replaced with the priesthood of Melchizedek. That means this passage could not be true, and that whoever wrote this passage was lying.
Yeah, bingo. Yeah, the New Testament is a preeminent overview.
Okay, so your problem of resolving all the contradictions with the Hebrew Bible is to say, well, the Hebrew Bible is wrong and the New Testament's right. So if I write a book and I say, actually, in my book, the Book of Mormon's wrong and the New Testament's wrong, and you just have to take my word for it because I'm the Messiah, it's the same logic. This is the same logic. This is why these types of start from where I want rather than where I came from arguments never work. Because you're starting with what I want to be true rather than an investigation of, hey, what is true?
I still feel like you're not understanding my entire epistemological framework. I
do
don't really care.
You're starting with Jesus and saying because he rose, everything he said must be true. And I disagree. There's no good reason to believe that. Because I could easily just do the same thing. I could say, because of reason X, Y, and Z, everything I say is true. And if your New Testament contradicts me, well, it's wrong.
I mean, that's how religious claims work. Yeah.
So there you go. I'm the Messiah. I'm glad we can come on board with this claim. I will take your tithes and offerings, and I won't even make you wear funny underwear. It'll be a good time.
I don't think you're the Messiah,
there's no sealing ceremonies. You won't have to go door to door. I won't make you do mission work. It'll be fantastic. We're gonna eat probably some pork, maybe have funny hats. It'll be a great time.
Do you have good beliefs? Do you have good beliefs that I would want to convert to?
Yeah, nobody goes to hell. Which even in Mormonism, you guys have some version of hell. You've got like soul prison, which isn't exactly a good time. But the reality is, in my religion, nobody goes to hell. And eventually, here at the end of time, we're just going to remake the earth the way it should have been.
That sounds a little bit tough. You don't want like murderers to learn not to murder. You don't want like thieves to learn not to steal. You want them to just be like, oh, no problem, no justice.
No, they're going to get redone. Everybody who's ever lived is going to get remade to their true form that wasn't infected by the mind virus of Satan.
No learning, no growth, no like real connection with other people. You get remade, nothing.
Yeah, that's it. You get remade, just like the Bible says. Ezekiel says you're going to get a new heart. He said, "I will put a new heart within you. I will take out your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh." This new heart is designed specifically to teach you or to help you to follow God. Same thing the Spirit's supposed to do. The Holy Spirit was supposed to enable you to better be in communion with God, so on and so forth. So,
permit me a quip. I'm glad you now think God is good.
Me?
I'm just a quip. Just a quip.
I'm not God. I mean, I'm not good.
No, it just sounded like
I'm God, but I'm actually half evil. Okay. Huh? So, anyways, we spent a long time not talking about the topic, but I appreciate the conversation anyways. We do have a bunch of people loaded up who I think want to address the topic. I did enjoy. I wrote down your syllogism. I did enjoy the syllogism. This is probably the first time I've heard that particular syllogism. So I'll log it in my list of syllogisms and maybe put some notes on it and come back some other time.
Yeah, take care. God bless.
Right. Oh wait, one question, Talon.
Yeah. Go ahead.
How do you square 2 Nephi 5 when the racist God makes black people black because he's mad at them?
Oh, the curse of darkness thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a custom of, it's referred later on in the story about the Amalekites. It's not actually their skin color. So there's a war that happens, a civil war between the Nephites and the Amalekites. They put this mark of darkness on them. And the mark of darkness is not black skin. It's actually a red mark on the eye, right? To distinguish the two groups in the civil war.
That's weird,
in the same way the Nephites were in a civil war.
Well, I guess I don't find that to be very convincing because, there are leaders in the church who said that it really means black skin. But I think the text itself is pretty clear, right? It says, he caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, that they had become unto like a flint, or unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. And thus the Lord God said, I will cause that they shall be loathsome to thy people, saved shall they repent of their iniquities, and cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed, for they shall be cursed even with the same cursing. And the Lord spake it, and it was done. It really sounds to me like this is referring to black skin, and it even talks about race mixing, which is pretty fucking crazy.
I mean, yeah, old stuff is really crazy. That's old timey English. The old timey English isn't referring to like literal like skin pigmentation because they had the same genes, right? Remember, you're talking about brothers, right? So one brother has the skin of darkness, and the skin was like an animal skin or a covering skin, something you would cover your skin with.
So what skin?
Right? They had the same genes, huh? Like
What's
animal skin,
mean?
like a leopard skin or like a deer skin.
He cursed them to wear dark animal skins.
And other marks. Yes, that's actually in context. If you read later on, in Alma, there is a schism among the Nephites, the ones he called white and delightsome. They're not referring to their skin tone, because referring to their moral character. And they also did the same thing.
I know. I'm aware, but this is absolutely talking about skin. I'll show you why.
No, because they're of the same race, right?
In the passage, it literally says that he hardened their hearts. Great. So that they would do what? It says they were white. It doesn't say they were wearing white. It says they were white. That's a property of them. They were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, which is exactly what you expect from this type of language at this particular time period, referring to someone with light skin as being fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people. So he's saying, I changed their skin so that they wouldn't be attractive to my people. They wouldn't want to mix with my people. That's what it says. And God caused a skin of blackness to come upon them. It didn't say anything about black clothing or anything like that. This is obviously designed to explain black people's skin. It's crazy.
This is obviously really anachronistic English, right? This isn't like a literal description. White
English,
and delightsome is not
English in the 1800s isn't that complicated.
Sorry?
English in the 1800s wasn't that complicated.
Yeah, but the word like white has gone through diachronic change, right? You would obviously concede that whiteness today isn't the same thing as we thought of whiteness 500 years ago.
Talk about skin color.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, whiteness, right? Yeah, whiteness today is not the same thing as whiteness 500 years ago.
Skin pigment, yeah.
So that term didn't used to mean what you're implying that it means, right?
It sure
And
did.
the context for that is later on in the book.
It sure did. Are you saying that the people in the 1800s didn't know the difference between a white person and a non-white person?
The book claims that that statement was made over 2,000 years ago.
In what language?
Some Reformed Egyptian.
That's not a language that exists. You want to try again?
I mean, that's what the book claims, right? These are religious claims. These are not
clearly
claims that
not, though.
Sorry?
It's clearly not.
I could only give you evidence of that claim. I could not give you proof.
So there's no such thing as a Reformed Egyptian. There is, however, a guy named Joseph Smith who invented a language just before they were able to decipher the Egyptian hieroglyphs properly, and people couldn't call him out on it because they didn't know any better. And so the reality is that language doesn't exist. He gave like one translation of one particular Egyptian text, and it turned out to be wrong because we found in the sarcophagi and in the other mummies almost nearly identical texts that have the same writing on them, and it just happens to be that the writing isn't entirely, we'll say, damaged on these other ones, and it was clear that it's not referring to what Joseph Smith was talking about. But the reality is, this is how you would refer to people that were not white and people that were white in the 1800s. When you said that they had a skin of blackness or a skin of whiteness, we know what that means.
No, that's just not true about what would happen in the 1800s. But also, you just conflated something that happened like multiple decades apart. Well, not multiple, sorry, over a decade apart. The Book of Mormon was in before 1830, and the Book of Abraham wasn't until the Nauvoo period. So these are two separate occasions.
But when did Joseph Smith translate the Egyptian text?
The Book of Abraham or the Book of Mormon?
The Book of Abraham.
Which one are you referring to? Book of Abraham. Oh man, wasn't it in like late 1830s?
Okay, when was Book of Mormon written?
18 started in like 1828, something like that. 1830.
Okay, so there's no meaningful difference. There was an Egyptian papyri that Joseph Smith had access to, who provided a translation. The translation was wrong, and nobody could call him out on it because we didn't have a firm grasp on the language yet, and we didn't have a copy of that exact text. And then we found copies of that text, and we learned the language, and Joseph Smith was wrong.
You're assuming that the word translation today means the same thing as the word translation in the past, right? Like the word gay has changed. Has gone through diachronic change.
I'm sorry,
100 years ago.
You think the word translation meant something different in the 1800s?
Yes, translation was something different to Joseph Smith. He didn't claim that he was literally like writing down the words and like writing down the translation. He claimed that he saw in a rock and a hat the words pop up.
Nope, that's for the Book of Mormon. That's not what I'm talking about.
The Book of Abraham, he claimed the Book of Abraham was translated even without intermediaries.
There you go.
Right?
So he translated
from God.
And the image, and you've seen it, where there's a person on the altar, as you might call it. He said he translated that image. He told you what that was.
He does publish the facsimiles. The Book of Abraham doesn't come from the facsimiles, but the facsimiles were attached and published with him.
Right.
So
my point is that illustration that he claimed to translate, he did it wrong, and he interpreted it wrong. And once we actually had copies of it and understood what was happening, it was proven that he was a fraud because he was a fraud.
I mean, that claim is going to require some more evidence. I don't claim that Joseph Smith translated in the way that we would translate, right? He also didn't claim that he translated in the way you translate, right? He claimed that God was telling him what it meant. And that means that
God was wrong.
It's probably more similar to the Apocalypse of Abraham, the Gnostic book found in the Nag Hammadi. So he gets some words right from it.
So Joseph was right or wrong?
Sorry?
So the translation from God was right or wrong?
The translation from God was what God wanted to tell Joseph. It was right.
But was it right according to what it actually said?
I would say so, yes.
Then how come Egyptologists disagree?
They don't disagree on the content of the Book of Abraham. That part burned in the Great Chicago Fire. The part we have left are the facsimiles.
They do. Egyptologists do not agree with Mormonism. They don't think Abraham was ever in Egypt, and they don't agree with his translations, and they certainly don't agree that Reformed Egyptian ever existed.
I mean, yeah, you're right about all that. They don't agree that stuff's true.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So I don't know if we got too much room to go through, other than Joseph Field Smith, Spencer Kimball, Bruce McConkie, Wilford Woodruff, and a bunch of other church leaders did reinforce that this passage was about skin color. And I think anyone who's being honest, who hasn't been indoctrinated into this religion, they know it's about skin color and racism, which is why it was so such a racist organization. They had all kinds of policies for white and black people as to what they could and couldn't do within the organization, like all the way into like the early 80s, late 70s.
The story is a little bit more complicated than that. Originally, black people were given the priesthood and given all the rights that white people had. Sure. And then we got murdered, and then the U.S. government tried to kill us and went to war with us. And that caused a lot of consternation, and that led to a leadership change. And in the leadership change, the Prophet Brigham Young thought it was politically expedient to not allow black people to have the priesthood for a time, so that we would avoid the government trying to kill us again.
I don't think he said for a time.
He did. He in that same statement said that later on in the millennial day, black people would have everything that everyone else would have. There would be equality in the life hereafter.
Sure. Where did he say that?
Oh man, Journal of Discourses. I can't remember the exact journal though.
Sure.
I could probably look it up.
I'd love to hear it. Oh shit.
Yeah, his quote is that all the other descendants of Adam would receive the promises and enjoyed the blessings of the priesthood. So that basically he said that the restriction on black people would be lifted when all descendants of Adam had received the promises and enjoyed the blessings of the priesthood.
Gotcha. So he's going to make the black people not black eventually.
No, he didn't say that part.
Oh, say it again.
The restriction would be lifted, right? He was saying it was a temporary restriction.
And when is the restriction gonna get lifted?
He was wrong on this, right? It's okay. I'm okay with a guy being wrong, a prophet being wrong. But he said that they would be able to receive the priesthood after all the other descendants of Adam had received the promises and enjoyed the blessings of the priesthood.
So the last of them, after all the white people.
That would be what he said. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So after all the white people receive all the blessings, then black people get blessed.
Yes, that does sound what it is. Yes.
You understand how bad that sounds, right?
Yeah, that's fine. He lived in the 18th century. Most people, Abraham Lincoln was super racist. Yeah, but I still admire Abraham Lincoln for freeing the slaves, even though he was a raging racist. Same with George Washington. I admire him, even though he was a racist.
Where do you think he got this idea from?
The Hememic hypothesis. It was something that he held over from before he was a convert.
Sure. You don't think it came from the fact that the book is inherently racist?
No, because the translator of the book ordained black people to the highest degrees of the priesthood.
You mean Joseph Smith?
Yes.
Who did he ordain?
Elijah Abel, Q. Walker Lewis.
Let's see. Earliest African American. Let me get there. Hold on. Was it one of the earliest African American members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and was the church's first African American elder and 70. Abel was predominantly of Scottish and English descent and appears to have been the first and one of the few black members in the early history of the church to have received priesthood ordination, later becoming the faith's first black missionary. Well, that's intriguing. I'll have to look more into Abel. So it seems like
it's a lot more nuanced.
So it seems, I'm sure it is nuanced. So it seems like Brigham Young was a super racist, and Joseph Smith may be only partially racist.
Joseph Smith actually was the first presidential candidate to be assassinated, and he got assassinated partially because of his platform, which was to free the slaves.
What's that got to do with the interpretation of the book? Freeing the slaves is not the same as saying that black people are inferior to white people. There's a lot of people who were in favor of freeing the slaves that were still racist.
Yeah. I would not claim that like Joseph Smith today would survive a modern day cancellation, right? I wouldn't claim that. But he did ordain black people to the priesthood. He gave them leadership high leadership positions. A 70 is a really high leadership position in the church. He also did that to other Black elders like Q. Walker Lewis, Joseph T. Ball. So this is just a little bit more complicated than just like the book was racist. The book wasn't the thing that inspired Brigham Young's ideas. Actually, when he talks about the reason for it, it's the Hememic hypothesis, which is something that's a holdover from our Protestant roots in America of like people of Ham being of a different type than white people, which is obviously just not true. And the church today says, yeah, that's not true. They were wrong. But it's not from the Book of Mormon that you get that.
No, it's from the Table of Nations after the Tower in the Book of Genesis,
Yes.
chapter 11, because Ham goes south, whereas not the Tower. I mean, after the flood, Ham goes south,
Yes.
and his brothers go elsewhere.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I haven't heard. To be fair, I haven't heard anything convincing that this is not just a racist trope inside the book. It's okay if you have a different interpretation. If you believe in this religion, you basically have to, in order to deal with the text and to deal with atheists who have read some of it. But at least you were kind about it. So, Talon, I appreciate you coming in and giving me so much of your time. And I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Take care.
Book of Mormon's got some racist bullshit. I think anyone who's got an honest eye and ear is going to see what's going on. There's clearly a racist situation going on in 2 Nephi 5. I almost forgot to ask him about it. I usually ask most of the LDS people about that. Steve, right, thank you for the super chat. Caller are suffering from sniffing their own methane muffins in a coat closet. That might be the case. And he was nice at least, which now it makes sense why he was so nice, because he was Mormon, and Mormons tend to try to embody that particular characteristic. Sam Sensibility says Frank crashed out so fast. Is that a record? It might be a record. Let me see how fast, because I did write down Frank demands. Oh yeah, pretty quick, fast. But we've had some crash outs where like I answered the call as they were crashing out, but that's a pretty good one right there. And Cedar and Sound, thank you for the super chat. For instance, Justin has muscle foundation. Oh fuck! I dare you to stream from gym and do at least part of the session while pumping iron. So funny to hear. Let's try this again with clinking weight sounds during crash outs. It would be fun. It would be a good time. I've contemplated over the years recording some of my gym sessions because my gym partner is fucking hilarious. We have great conversations. But no recordings just yet. And Miss Meg, thank you for the super chat. Says super chat looked like it hadn't sent, but it did. No regrets for the extra Doug money. Double trouble and now a triple to explain. Doug works in mysterious ways. Well, thank you, Miss Megs. You know what I need to do? I've made some software to handle all my super chats now, and it looks like not a single super chat will ever be missing from my list because my software is better than that bullshit software I was using before. One thing I haven't done is I need to allow filtering. Actually, let me check my filters right now. I bet. Fucking A, there it is. My filter does work. Now I've got a filter now on my super chats. I can grab just a chat from a single person. I've got all three of your chats right here, Miss Megs, and the timestamp as well. So we should be good. The software's going to get better and better, better and better. I appreciate though. Let me know. I'm still working on getting some of the bugs kind of worked out on this particular piece of software. I think it's going to be a really cool tool though when I get it distributed to the rest of the streamers. Joe White says, in one sense, banana bread is perfectly shaped to go in my mouth. In one sense, banana bread is perfectly shaped to exit my butt. Bananas for Doug, indeed. And I fucking love banana bread, by the way. If anyone's got a good banana bread recipe, feel free to send it over. My recipe is not great. I always end up not liking mine as much as others. And Wesley, thank you for being a member for 6 months, says, just wanted to say that my boy Justin is a stud. Thanks for all the knowledge you share, brother. I really enjoy the live streams. Learn something new every time. Well, shit, Wesley. I appreciate that. And I don't know if I'm a stud, but I tell you what, I'm happy to be the age I am and, be in some kind of shape and still have hair. You got to get what you can take. You don't want to be too greedy. And Eris, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Mormons terrorize civilians by pulling a Gaza in my country of Missouri because they believed it's the Garden of Eden and God gave them that land and everyone else had to go away in an IDF fashion. That's my understanding. I don't know enough about Mormon lore to kind of combat some of the claims. That's one area that I'm kind of weak on. You know what I mean? And Kurt says, have we reached the point where Christians completely throw away the Old Testament? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I can see Talon is doing that, but how close to Christianity as a whole? Not very close. This is why even in the Quran, for the Quran to work, they have to say that the Bible is corrupt. It's not true. I've got the real revelation, right? And that's what the Mormon book does. It says, actually, these shouldn't be trusted. Trust my book, right? New Testament, same thing. Don't trust the Old Testament. Trust my book. So it's just, they're just stacking on nonsense. Daddy Todd says, lying Mormon apologist is a liar. That might be the case. I wish I had Jimmy Snow here tonight. Unfortunately, we didn't. Eris says, in the words of the great South Park about Mormons, dum 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 dum. Great South Park episode, by the way. And Bryce Aroni says, in one sense, Talon is trying to be honest with what Scripture is. I thought so too. But in one sense, he's just intellectually dishonest. Well, that's the thing. He was trying to be honest with some of the scholarship, but he was also trying to do whatever he could to salvage his faith. Div says, okay, since I have not heard this before, I guess it's up to me to coin this. Doug, damn it. Rock hard for Doug. You know what? We've heard that before, but not often. We need to make it a mug, Doug, damn it. And last super chat for now from our friend Good Question says, in a session for God is evil or immoral, I suggest the talking point Adam disliked bestiality when God offered it, referencing Genesis 2:18-23. This is a good one because I do talk about this, how God's original plan was to have Adam find a mate among the animals. And if that wasn't his original intention, well, that means God lied to Adam about his intentions, right? So it's just a weird juxtaposition to be in, because it just, I don't know, it just seems like God did some lying. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to grab our next guest. It's going to be Durango Soul. And we'll keep the conversation going. After that, I think it's going to be NDE Evolution. It'll be fun. How you doing, Durango?
Hey, man. How's it going?
You know, it's going. Durango, you have a very familiar voice.
No, I've never been on your show before, but I've been
around,
but I haven't.
Now that you're talking, I can tell the difference. You sound a lot like a guy who calls in named Joe, but you're not him. Don't worry. So, Durango, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am 40, and I'm an atheist. I have a question.
Oh, well, we are just doing debates, but I'll be doing a Q&A probably this weekend on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, you're up now. Go ahead and ask the question. I'll answer it, and then we'll move on to the opposition.
Well, it's just a real quick. In Jeremiah 7:31, verse 31 here, it says, and they go on building the high place of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Gehenna, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind. I just want to know, what's going on here with Jeremiah? Because we know good and well that God did command.
Right, so
Israelites to burn their sons and daughters.
So my take on this passage is actually going to side a little bit with the Christians, unfortunately. My take is God is not just saying, I never envisioned or commanded you to sacrifice your children. It seems like what he's saying is not to go to this location where the heathens are sacrificing to their own gods. Seems like the idolatry changes the equation. Like, God's okay with you killing humans for him. That's why Leviticus 27, I think 27, 28, and 29 says anyone who is devoted to destruction, whether a human being or animal, must not be allowed to live. They must be put to death. And we've got all these other harem passages. My understanding is that this, I think the intention of Jeremiah was to say that this idolatrous worship through sacrificing your son was not that God envisioned. However, if you want to be like, if you wanted to interpret it as just any child sacrifice, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's perfectly readable from the text for it to sound like God is forbidding all child sacrifice and saying, actually, it never even crossed my mind. I think that's a perfectly plausible reading. And if somebody had that particular reading of the text, I wouldn't be able to convince them otherwise, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I'm aware of the harem and all of the different commands for child sacrifice, but then there's just this one where like Jeremiah just throws out there, oh no, he never said to do that. He didn't even think about it. And I don't know if this is like maybe a little bit later on in time, and Jeremiah's coming along and maybe trying to clean things up a little bit, or
well, he did do that. Jeremiah does come along and clean some stuff up. Same with the chronicler. They're writing later and cleaning some shit up for sure.
But anyways, that was it. I just wanted to ask and then ask that question to see what your thoughts were, and I'll be happy to move on and let you get back to the debate.
Sure. Hey, thanks. Have a good one, friend.
Thank you.
All right, friends. Hey, I love that you're here. Please, though, we're just doing debates. I'll have a Q&A coming up real soon, and we'll be able to, do some question and answer. Let's get NDE Evolution in here, and we'll get the next conversation rolling. How you doing, NDE Evolution?
Hey, Justin, what's up?
Not too much. Do you have a different mic or a mic filter? Your mic is really scratchy.
Oh, hey, is this better? My bad. Sorry.
I don't know if it's your location. Give me a second.
Can you hear me?
It's better. It's a little bit better now.
Yeah, sorry. I had to move the different room.
Okay. Yeah, not a problem. NDE Evolution, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Got you. So you're a Christian. Okay. Do you think that God, the Christian God, is all good? What's that?
Yeah, I also want to say I really respect you for taking care of your parrot, your bird. That's really good of you. And it's good to be a good person, care for animals. That's just a beautiful thing. And so even though we disagree on God, I still pray for you, and I love that you don't harm animals and you have a good heart. So that's a good thing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the kind words. So, do you think that God is all good?
Yeah. Can I talk to you about a near-death experience someone had?
No.
It revolves evolution, Adam and Eve.
No. We'll talk about whether or not God is evil.
Topic? Right. Yeah, that's the topic. I just yeah. All right. I guess we could. Because I think evolution is true, and it could be true, and maybe Genesis was just symbolic. That's what a person from near-death experience said. So you can still believe in evolution and stuff like that. You don't have to throw that all away, but it still goes with Christianity.
Okay, so I mean, you brought up an interesting topic, evolution. I for one think that evolution is proof that God is evil. So I think if you, well, if you have a system for, I don't know, sustaining life or what have it, and you're God, you have unlimited resources. There's no way that you couldn't do it. You can do it any way you want to. Now, the way God chose to do it is like literally the most carnage-filled, sadistic way possible, where animals are literally tearing each other apart, limb from limb, little baby antelopes being eaten alive by animals, like lions. Lions will eat you while you're still kicking and breathing.
It's horrible. I know. You're right.
That's something a maniac would do.
So what he said when he met Jesus, there will be a time in the near future where humans stop eating animals and give up technology, and they give up governments, and we go back to how God intended with Eden, and we take care of animals. And this will be in the near future. Either the world will convert to Christianity as a whole, or something has to happen first, a reduction in the human population of a massive catastrophe that's going to happen.
What?
Perhaps in our lifetime or in 100
But
years.
what's the justification for evolution?
For evolution, so just like you also believe that the universe is billions of years old, and God was just setting it up to be in this perfect state where the solar system acts how it is. Anyways, same thing with God was just waiting to get a perfect vessel for humans to have our bodies now and
But
to evolve into this
I'm
state.
talking about the animals, though. Why would God pick
the animals.
a form of evolution where animals, for almost the entire course of history, are forced to prey on each other in the most horrific ways possible?
Like carnivores, how they do. Yeah, it's horrific. I know. Can I look that up or not? Or should I just give you my own personal?
I mean, you can look it up if you want to, if you think it's going to help.
Yeah, thanks. His name is Howard Storm. He was a hardcore atheist, just like you. He was materialist. Howard Storm. On evolution. Review on evolution. Of why animals devour each other. Why did God devour? Yeah, what did he say? Because he said he spoke with Jesus. And while I'm looking that up, I won't bring up something else actually. I'll just go. Okay, let me read it. Okay, I got it. Okay. Okay. You might not like this. I know you're gonna put pushback, but here's the answer. Here's the answer. What he said.
The answer to
The animals. Yeah. I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna respect what you said. You said, but why do animals? And it's a good question. Like that's like it's horrible what happens. We know that, and God also agrees. It's horrible.
Okay.
And it's humans also who do that to animals are just demonic, you know.
Uh-huh. So it's wrong to hurt animals.
You know, like in China, they like systematically torture cats, so they're very demonic, evil people, subhumans.
Is it wrong to harm animals?
Yeah.
Wait,
God
what the
allows
fuck
it.
did you say about Asians?
The people who do are like demonically subhuman, not that because they're Asian, but just like how they act. Earth is a low vibration.
No, this doesn't answer.
Storm.
Doesn't answer my question, bud.
Yeah, so God, when He made the earth, it sits at a very primitive level of spiritual existence. It functions as a school or a crucible. The harshness of the physical ecosystem is explicitly designed to contrast with the spiritual realm. In heaven, there is no decay, no hunger, and no predation. On earth, survival requires consumption.
Why are you reading something from me from the internet? It's a very simple conversation. All I'm saying is that, listen, if animal suffering's bad and it's evil to make animals suffer, then God's design for all of animals to literally do nothing but make each other suffer would make him necessarily evil, or at least make evolution evil.
Yeah. Just like, I'm going to ask one more thing. The world turns vegan. Because you know this is a new topic. The other one is this fallen world. This is a new topic. By accepting evolution, which he does. And I believe it. In the future, he says the angels and Jesus told him that we're going to communicate telepathically, live in total harmony. But now for the animals, something's going to happen to them. God's going to do something to them. In the state of high spiritual vibration, the nature of animals.
We're just gonna cut that guy, move on. I'm not gonna do that one. That dude's off his fucking rocker. Okay, let's grab maybe like a real thinking adult here, and hopefully we'll we'll have something that's a little better than complete, absolute fucking nonsense. We'll see. Jesus. People today are wild. It is a wild day today. All right, I think as far as I can tell, Ben was next in line, and then looks like it's time to get Komodo and then Matt. Welcome in, Ben. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am 18, or I'm 26 now, and I believe in the Christian God.
Cool. And do you think that the Christian God is all good?
I do. I was just wondering, I was hoping before we get started, I could get a sense of your background. This is my first time watching your stream. So I just wanted to know what your what your background is.
I'm an atheist, but I've read the Bible a few times.
I see a couple of things in the background there. Are you an atheist solely, or are you Satanist?
Oh, they're the same.
Okay. I'm not fully aware of the differences, but I do know that there are some pretty substantial differences in the two. But given I mean, so the premise God is evil is something that I've heard from Satanist I guess apologetics before. So that's why I was wondering that. But so God is evil. I did a syllogism, if you want to hear it.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, I'll put it on the screen so that that we can all see the syllogism.
All right. So premise 1, P1 would be we are created beings.
Okay.
P2 would be we rebelled against the creator along with other creation.
What do you mean other creation?
Lucifer.
Ah, so we'd say the angels then.
The fallen angels.
Yeah, I'm saying angels as opposed to like farm animals.
Yeah. Yes. Intelligent creation.
P3.
P3. Our collaborative rebellion originated evil.
Sure. P4.
God allowed for this evil to be used for good and established a pathway to salvific glory through Jesus Christ.
To be used for good or to be used for salvation?
Salvific glory would be identified as good. I mean, the two are one.
See about that.
Conclusion: God is not the origin or approver of evil, but instead the only source of good.
So we'd say God is not the origin of evil?
He's not the origin or approver of evil, but instead the only source of good.
Okay.
So I'd like to go through.
So I don't think that the conclusion follows the premises, though.
Okay, I'd like to.
So I mean, saying God allowed for this evil to be used for salvific glory, even if that were true, it wouldn't mean that God is the only source of good.
How so?
Because you can have multiple sources of good. The argument that you've got here is about the source of evil.
So what I'm saying is that they're juxtaposed. I mean, evil.
Are angels capable of doing good?
Yes, of course.
If an angel does something good, is that a source of goodness?
Only through their creator.
So the creator does it for them.
So say that again.
So the creator does the good thing for them?
No, he allows them to do good.
So he allows them to do good?
Through his act of creation.
Oh, you mean he doesn't allow them to do good, he just created them?
No, I'm saying he established them for good works, just as he does for
So he designed them to do
human
good?
beings. He designed them for good.
Oh, okay. So, but they don't do good. Or they do?
What do you mean? Like the fall? Are you trying to make a distinguish between the ones who rebelled?
Do any angels? I'll make it simplified. Listen, if somebody does good, whether it's an angel or a human, we would consider that a source of good, right? Saying that, well, it's only good because God created them is actually just confusing what we mean by source of good, right?
So I think going back to what you're saying, if somebody does good, that's a source of good. I think you're conflating acts with origin.
What do you mean by origin?
So
do you think good is like a substance? Is like a thing?
No, it's a spirit.
It's certainly not.
Okay, well, I mean, you saying that doesn't make it.
Well, I don't accept your definition. Why would I accept that definition? That's ridiculous.
So I'd like to hear, what is your definition of good?
Well, my definition of good, even if I was a Christian, would be something that is preferable and beneficial and desirable. You can pin that to God. You can say, well, God's will would be the most preferable, the most desirable, and therefore if you do what God does, you're doing what is good. There's lots of ways you can do it. But you can't say that good is a spirit. You're conflating two different things.
No, I'm saying God is a spirit.
Well, I know God is a spirit.
Oh, so you do, but you're Satanist.
No, in your framework, God is a spirit. Paul says that in the New Testament. God is spirit.
Okay. Yeah. So he is a spirit. He's the originator of all creation,
including evil.
We're going no.
Okay, so
no. The text is clear about he's not. We'll go to.
Well, did you read Isaiah? You didn't read Isaiah.
I will say that. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted by God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away with his own lust and enticed. James 1:3 for.
Has nothing to do with creating evil.
14. No, he's in that text. He's talking about how us as creation, as created beings, are drawn by our own lusts after the fall.
I know. I've read James. We're talking about the origin of evil right now. James.
Sorry, what?
James says that sin is conceived in your heart, and then when it's acted out, you give birth to evil, or you give birth to sin. I'm asking about evil. Where does evil come from? Now, Isaiah 45:7 says that God created evil. He created good and evil. Oh, it means God created evil.
In Isaiah, let's go to that. Isaiah what?
45:7.
Okay. I form light and create darkness. I make well-being, create calamity. I am the Lord who does all these things.
Yeah. The word for calamity,
depending on what translation,
the word for calamity in your translation is ra. There's two versions,
is
ra and ra'ah. No, the Hebrew word is ra. Ra is translated as evil or badness. So when it says that he creates everything, he forms the light and the darkness. My translation says weal and woe, but you would say peace and evil. They all mean the same thing. Calamity, evil, badness, they're all wrapped up into one word. Anything that's bad is what you use the word Ra for. So that means God created it.
This kind of goes to the problem of suffering. I mean, are you equivocating evil with suffering?
I wouldn't say equivocate, but I would say that suffering is undesirable. And if something is undesirable, then we would say that it's not good. Do you think that unnecessary suffering is good or only necessary suffering?
I think all suffering is used for good.
But my question was, do you believe that unnecessary suffering is good?
I don't think there's a thing as it's hard. It's hard to talk in the human sense, of the qualification of unnecessary.
Unnecessary suffering is suffering
because if you're taking the premise
that isn't needed, it just means it could have been it could be a different way. Right. So for example, like
if you're taking the premise that there's a creator,
suffering like hurricanes, volcanoes, earthquakes, we would classify these as unnecessary suffering unless you think they're needed for something.
So, I mean, the Bible is pretty clear that all things work together for the good and glory of God.
Are they necessary?
I'm not saying that from an earthly perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard for human minds to understand the purposes of God, which I don't know if that would be a God worth worshiping anyway, if we could understand.
Well, then you can't know that God's good if you can't understand God. You can't know that God is good if you can't understand God.
Oh, you can understand the words of his son.
No, his son's God. You can't understand God, so you can't understand his son either.
Well, I mean, he's very fully God and fully man, very God and very man. But that's however you want to say it.
That can't be his case. He can't be 100% God and 100% man. They're opposites. God
that's
is not a man. Yeah. Which means he's like he could be a demigod.
That's why I don't like using
50%.
fully God and fully man.
Yeah, you could be like 50% God, 50% man.
That's why I don't like using that anyway. I say very God and very man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So fuck, I already lost track of where we're at. What we're trying to get to right now?
God is not the originator or approver of evil, but instead. Okay.
I just read you the verse where God says he literally creates evil, and he repeats it in Amos 3:6. He says, "Does evil befall the city and it not come from the Lord?" Same thing in 2 Samuel 24. God sends a pestilence on all of the Israelites. 70,000 innocent Israelites die, and the biblical narrator calls this evil.
In 2 Samuel, let me go to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of these texts require context.
I know the context.
I'm not saying I'm just saying it might be. I understand you went to seminary.
Mm-hmm.
2 Samuel, what was it?
2 Samuel 24, and we're going to want the paragraph that goes from 15 to 17.
All right, yeah, that was the result of David's sin.
So what?
The pestilence.
So what? Did God have to do pestilence?
He didn't have to. It's the way. So just
Well,
as
that's what the word
just
necessary
take an
means.
example.
The word
Take
necessary
the
means it
example.
could not have been another way.
Yeah, but so your use of necessary, I think, is putting a cage on a creator that we cannot
Nope.
fully. Yeah. All right.
The definition of necessary is something that is absolutely required, essential, or indispensable to achieve a specific goal or maintain a condition. It can also mean unavoidable, mandatory, or bound by inevitability. It's a necessary outcome. It could not be any
Right.
other way. So
No,
when
I
I
understand the definition of necessary, but
when
what
I
I'm
say
saying,
unnecessary suffering, I'm referring to suffering that could have been a different way.
God could have ordained it in any other way. I mean, he could have ordained uh, the most blatant form of suffering,
That means
Jesus'
it's
death
not
on the cross.
necessary.
He could have made he could have
Listen, no one's interested in the pivot to preaching about Jesus. We're interested in this passage. Was the suffering of these Israelites necessary?
no, the pivot to Jesus was talking about I'm making an allusion to the most evil thing that creation has done,
How is it
killing
evil?
Jesus on the
How
cross.
is that evil? It was literally
How is
predestined.
that?
God designed the plan. God said he had Jesus crucified before the foundation of the earth in the book of Revelation. It was the plan all along.
Yeah, and that's why creation rebelled. That's why Lucifer rebelled.
Lucifer is not the name of Satan. Isaiah 14 has nothing to do with Satan. Let's try to keep on track. What I'm saying is that the plan all along was for Jesus to be crucified. This wasn't something where God is like, oh, gee, I guess I'll have to think about this later. In the New Testament, God predestined Jesus to be crucified. So that was the plan from the beginning. And it doesn't answer the question, which is this suffering in chapter 24, where 70,000 Israelites died for the sin of David, was that suffering required, or could it have been another way?
He could have made it he could have done it any other way.
Okay.
He chose. He's the creator.
So that means that this is unnecessary suffering, right? He could have done something else. That's the definition. Yes, definitionally is what it is. Suffering that is unnecessary suffering. You already said that it could have been another way, which means it wasn't necessary. That means it's unnecessary.
So the one thing that I can agree with the LDS guy on is that we're using, or I feel like you might be using anthropomorphic terms, definitions.
Necessary
to describe...
is anthropomorphic? Do you know what that word means?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying your use of it when in relation to a creator is anthropomorphic.
It's not.
Okay, well, when you say
anthropomorphic means that you're identifying some sort of entity that's not human and you're giving it human attributes. You can do it to a rock, you can do it to an apple, you can do it to God. So this is not a human characterization.
God must necessarily do this, or God must, it's unnecessary that God did this.
It is. If God can do it another way, then definitionally speaking, that means that it was unnecessary. God did something that was unnecessary. In fact, if you're God, everything you do is unnecessary because nobody can tell you what to do.
Yeah, so, all right. Back to what I was saying. I was saying that
I wouldn't address that either if I was you. I'd just run right away from that one.
No, you can go back to, we can what? Say that again?
I said, yeah, I would ignore that too. Yeah.
No, before that.
Before what?
I'd like to address it.
I said that if God can do something differently, then it was not necessary for God to do it that way. It's just the definition of the word.
Right. And you're using a word that we created.
I'm sorry, we created every word. Every word that comes out of your mouth is a word that we created, which means you can't describe God at all. There's nothing that you could ever say about God that would be true then, because you're using human words. This is crazy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're using our human lexicon. You're using it to describe the actions of a creator God. So
And
when we use these
no,
words,
I'm describing the ability of God, by the way, not just the action, the ability. Necessary refers to the ability of God.
okay.
So if God could do something another way, he has the ability to do something another way, and he
Yes, of
chooses
course.
to do it this way. That means that decision was not necessary. He could have done it another way, so definitionally, that decision is unnecessary.
That
That's it.
relies on a human understanding of
No, it does not. That's what the word necessary means. It just means it could not have been another way, which means when you tell me it could have been another way, that means we cannot apply the word necessary to it. It doesn't fit. It's a contradiction.
all right. I think your reasoning there is flawed. I can't
Are
point
you
to it.
out of your mind? All right, I'm going to put together a syllogism for you.
I'm not going
and then
to
I'm going to ask
pejoratives.
you. I'm going to ask you to engage with my syllogism, since you don't know how like words simply work. So premise number one will start out easy. Something that could be another way is not necessary. Yes or no? Actually, we'll say anything. Anything that could be another way is not necessary. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. So then we would say, premise number two, any decision that is made that could be decided another way is unnecessary. Yeah, that's actually my conclusion. I have to put the conclusion there. A one.
I can't read it
one
on the
syllogism.
screen.
One syllogism. Cannot
I'm
spell
doing this
unnecessary.
on my phone and I can't read your screen.
Yeah. I can make it bigger. Give me a second. So that's actually my conclusion then, I suppose, because this is a lousy syllogism. Anything that could be another way is not necessary. I'm going to say P2. Nope. That applies to decisions. And then the conclusion then would be any decision that is made that could be another way is unnecessary. But you can even say is an unnecessary decision. We agree or disagree?
Any decision that is made. So I think the basis of our disagreement is that you're putting these restrictions on a creator
I'm
God.
going to need you to accept or deny premise number one.
In a human sense, yes.
So yes or no?
I wouldn't put that on.
Well, my premise isn't about humans.
Intellectual
my
design.
premise says anything that could be another way is not necessary.
Well, God isn't anything.
God is an anything. Yes, anything refers to literally anything that's not nothing.
Anything is in God.
Wrong again. God is part of anything. Anything is a word that describes something that's not nothing. This is embarrassing. The word anything is we learned in grade school basic definitions of the word anything. I know what the Christian God is. You don't know what words are.
No, I do know what words are.
Then give me
I
the
think you're
definition.
having.
Give me
I
the
think.
definition of
I think you're
anything.
having. I think you're having a misunderstanding of what the
I'm
Bible
certainly
says the
not.
Christian God is.
You're having a misunderstanding of what the dictionary says. The dictionary says that
It's
anything
probably.
generally refers to an object, occurrence, act, situation whatsoever, or
Yeah.
situation whatsoever without restriction. It acts as a versatile term used primarily to encompass an indefinite or non-specific thing. So anything could refer to an act. It could refer to a concept. It could refer
This
to a
goes to the
situation.
point that I was
It could
trying to make
refer to a
earlier.
thing. Is this
This
basic
goes to the point that I was
words?
trying to make earlier. Is that
Does God exist?
even the term that you're
Does
using
God
there,
exist?
anything, yes.
Okay. Do things
Any,
exist?
but before we get off of this,
We're not getting off of it
here,
until you
pause.
understand how words work.
Even the
Anything
words
that
that you're
exists
referencing,
is a thing, correct?
I just want to make this point before we move on.
I'm going to need you to answer my question. We're going to define words before you say a single word.
I mean,
what's the
if you're gonna continue-
definition of a thing?
If you're going to continue interrupting me, I don't know how far we can get through this.
We
But,
can't get anywhere until you and I agree on definitions. So this is easy. What is a thing?
well, I'd love to agree on definitions. So I'd like to hear you
So what is a
define
thing?
what the Christian God is.
A thing. I'm talking about a thing.
He's a thing.
Okay, God is a thing.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you, what is a thing?
No, that's what I was asking you.
So you can't answer the question.
For
What
your
is
definition
a
of the Christian
thing
God, because I think there's
definitionally?
a
I'm not
I
giving
think
you
there's
a
a basic
definition of the Christian
misunderstanding here.
God. I'm giving you a definition of the word thing because apparently you didn't learn English, which is crazy because I think you're reading the Bible in English. The Bible is a thing. Jesus is a thing. I'm a thing. You're a thing. What is the
Greek, actually.
definition of a thing?
I think you have it pulled up there.
Do you know what a thing is?
I do know what a thing is.
What do you think it is?
Any material.
Does it say anything material in my definition or in the definition?
I can't read your definition there, but
it doesn't say anything about material.
Well, go ahead. You can read it.
In fact, Merriam-Webster says, there's a couple of them from Merriam-Webster. It says a thing is a broad term for any physical object, abstract concept, idea, event that exists, has properties, or can be thought of. Anything that can even be thought of classifies as a thing. And if you could think of God, that makes him a thing.
Yeah, so there's definitely a basic misunderstanding on what Christians believe.
So you can't think of God then?
No, we can try to conceptualize
I think there's
God,
a basic
even
misunderstanding, not of what God is, but what words mean. If God exists, that means God is a thing. Anything that exists can be a thing.
He's not just anything that exists. He's how everything exists.
He's a thing.
So to put no, he's spirit.
Okay, so he's nothing.
I mean, obviously,
Wait,
you would
are
know
spirits,
that if you went
are spirits
to
things?
if you went to
are spirits things?
seminary, you should know that.
If you went to grade school, you should know how words work. Are spirits things?
That's
this is crazy that you can't answer a single question because you know absolutely that you're cooking yourself right now because you don't know how basic words work. If God is spirit and spirits are things, that means God is a thing. That's all that means. A thing is anything that exists that's not nothing. So unless your God is nothing, that means that your God is a thing. This is the most embarrassing conversation I've ever had with a believer.
All right. Well, God bless you. I don't think there's going to be any...
Not until you find a dictionary, my friend. What a maniac. I will never understand the absolute fucking pretzels these idiots will tie themselves into rather than just answering the fucking question from the dictionary. What is a thing? Not hard. That's the thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I've got some super chats. Give me a second to organize them real quick. And then we're going to, excuse me. Our next guest in here. Oops, wrong button. Got it. Divine Dirtbag. Hey, interesting name, by the way. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism all stem from Abraham and his God Yahweh. Yeah, all three have vastly different beliefs. Shouldn't this be a red flag, or am I missing something? Can Yahweh not sort this out? So this is actually a very good point, because if Yahweh existed and he had people that he spoke to, it's very short-sighted if Yahweh gave revelation to all these people knowing that they were going to fuck it up. Right? And that's what you have to believe. In order to believe that this new revelation came about, in order to correct the old revelation, you have to assume that God gave revelation to individuals knowing that they weren't going to get it right and they were going to fuck it up. It's a very short-sighted plan. And Gentleman Viking, thank you for super chat. These are the same. If angels do good, then God is the source of that good. And if angels do evil, then God is the source of that evil. Rock hard for Doug. Yep, they're identically the same, and logically. It's just these Christians that we're talking to they're just not on the ball. Bryce Aroni, as Talon says, he doesn't believe in the Old Testament, only the New Testament. That makes 2 Timothy 3:16 kind of problematic, doesn't it? True. Every word that precedes all scripture is profitable for teaching and rebuke and whatnot, and is in God breathed, if I remember correctly, is the way it's worded. Let's go 2 Timothy 3:16. It should be right. Yeah, Timothy. Mm-hmm. It should. And Jesus says not to live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, meaning the Hebrew Bible. All scripture is inspired by God and is useful for teaching, for reproof and correction, and for training in righteousness. And then so that the person God may be good work. I thought this also included the thing about being God breathed, didn't it? Let's see. Let me see. 2 Timothy 3:16. All scripture is God breathed. Oh, interesting. So it's just a translational difference. My translation just says all scripture is inspired by God, whereas typically it would say God breathed. Okay, fair enough. That wasn't so bad. All right, friends, it is nearly 11. I've got time for one more guess, which is helpful because that's all I got left in the box. So, hey, thanks for being here, friends. After this next guest, we'll read what's left of our super chats and we'll close it out. Welcome in, Bible Basher 144. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
Well, I am a Latter-day Saint, so Christian.
So I'll just write down Mormon. Cool. So do you think God is completely good or partially good or what?
I think God is completely good.
Sure. And how did you determine that?
I believe it's in his nature.
What's that mean?
He chooses to do good things.
So his decisions are good.
Yes.
Okay. Can he choose to do evil?
I don't know how much you know about Latter-day Saint philosophy or theology and stuff, but we don't believe that. Like some Christians, they say that God is good because God is the definition of good. We don't believe that. We believe good is inherent. We just believe that God does good because it is good.
Okay, so objective good and objective bad exist, and God just abides by the objective good and the objective bad?
Yes.
Okay. So what that means is that if God does something, it would be objectively good, right?
Yes, if you look at all the complicated details behind it as well.
Sure. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that like I don't know, kidnapping little virgin girls as war brides is good.
No.
Oh, but God did do that. He did instruct his Israelites to do that.
Is that in the Old Testament?
It is in Numbers 31, and it also shows up in Judges 19.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that specific example. I've heard you bring up a bunch of other ones. I haven't heard that one before.
It's a pretty common one, so maybe God can do evil.
So, what do you understand about what Latter-day Saints believe about the Bible?
So you're not going to address that at all, huh?
Oh, yeah, I could address it.
So does God do evil or no? Or does God command
no,
evil?
I don't believe he does evil. And I don't believe he commands evil. I believe that people who receive God's word are very fallible. I don't believe that the entire Bible is completely infallible from God's lips like some Christians do. I believe that the Bible is a fallible book, or that it's capable of having errors, especially when it comes to interpretation, but also when it comes to how it was written.
But the interpretation wouldn't be an error in the book, it'd be an error by the reader.
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that the laws given to Moses and the verses where God speaks to Moses are authentic?
I believe in large part, yes.
Okay. So when God says that you can kidnap these girls and distribute them to the soldiers, is that good or bad?
I would say that that specific action is bad in most cases.
But it's good when God does it.
Can I say an example of where it would be good?
I mean, I'm asking about this situation.
The thing is with the laws, it's a very broad general category. It doesn't have the details of saying, hey, it would be good in this case.
I'm not talking about the laws.
Well, let's say someone obeyed that law, but then also obeyed all the other laws about not abusing your servants, not like doing anything bad to them, not harming them, things like that. In that case,
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking specifically about Numbers 31.
Yes, but I'm talking about the other laws that are in place.
Like talk about this law.
Yeah, if that specific law was just taken by someone, they could use it as justification to do evil things.
Let me rephrase this. This wasn't a law. This was just a single command that God said to do. It is a one-time command. Obviously, I mean, if they did it more than once, he'd probably be on board with it. But what I'm saying is, God told the Israelites to do a thing, and they did it. I'm just trying to figure out, is it a good thing?
Taking it alone, you can't really say, because is it possible for you to save a bunch of little girls from a village that just got bombed? Like if the girls' school got bombed, and yeah, let's say a girls' school got bombed and a bunch of soldiers go in and get the girls and adopt them and raise them as their
kidnap
daughters.
them. Kidnap the girls and turn them into war brides. And only the virgins, though.
In that situation, I'd say it would be evil.
Okay, so then God commanded something evil.
Did God say, make these virgin teenage girls your war brides?
Yeah, he said distribute them to the soldiers.
Did he say make them your war brides, though?
That's why he distributed them to the soldiers. He says, they're going to be virgins, right? The little boys got murdered. The girls who weren't virgins got murdered, and they only saved the virgins. And then he said to distribute the virgins to the soldiers. What do you think the soldiers were doing with little virgin girls?
Well, if they were following the whole law of Moses, nothing.
Where in the law of Moses say you can't make her your war bride? Deuteronomy 21 explicitly tells you that you can do that.
If you look into the history of how the Bible was written, the book of Deuteronomy was not really, like, there's a lot of speculation.
I know everything about the book of Deuteronomy. I'm asking you, Deuteronomy 21 gives you permission to kidnap women in war. What in the Bible would say that you couldn't?
Well, I don't believe that the book of Deuteronomy was a book given to Moses directly. It was added around, I think it was around 650 to 550 BC. There were a bunch of reforms to the Jewish religion.
I know, under Josiah, yes, Jeremiah's father Hilkiah found the book. He fucking wrote the book. That's not my question. My question is there a Bible verse that would contradict that it's okay to kidnap women in war?
Well, there's the verse that talks about not committing adultery.
That's not adultery. She's a second-tier wife. You're allowed to do that. It's in Exodus 21.
As far as I'm aware, in the Bible, there is very limited allowances for polygamy.
No, not in the Hebrew Bible. Not once is it restricted.
But it's commanded in limited situations.
It's not commanded at all. He just says you're allowed to do it. It's not restricted
it is
even
in certain
once.
situations, like there's levirate polygamy, where if you're
yeah, if your husband dies and your husband's brother has to go into you and you don't get the autonomy to go into somebody else or get married to somebody else, that's horrific on its own.
Yeah, so there are specific situations of polygamy like that, but as far as I'm aware, there's no command to marry child brides anywhere in the Bible.
You just read it.
Now, if you
31.
take one verse out of context,
it's in Judges
then you could justify
19.
People.
It's crazy that you don't even know. You didn't know the passage even existed, and now you're telling me I took it out of context. That's some ballsy shit, man.
Oh no, I'm not saying you do it. I'm saying anyone who uses that verse as justification to do anything inappropriate with a child bride is taking it out of context.
I don't know if you're paying attention. I didn't ask you if other people should do it. I asked you, was it good when God said you can do it?
Taking into account the rest of the things that God says, yes.
Gotcha. All right. So when God said to distribute the little virgin girls to the soldiers, that was good.
If you take into account everything else that God commands.
Like what?
Like not abusing, not harming people.
Where's that?
Treating people with civility.
So what we find in the Bible is that these war brides are essentially concubines. They're lower status wives. You can't stop feeding them. You have to feed them. You have to clothe them. But you can, when you're done with them, you just get rid of them. You don't owe them anything. There's no restitution. There's no alimony. There's no child support. You just kick them to the curb.
Now, if you follow the teachings of Jesus, that's completely contrary to that. Those people who use these verses to justify that were going against the teachings of God.
They were not. Jesus, until Malachi wrote chapter 4, I believe, 3 or 4, chapter 3 probably. Until Malachi wrote chapter 3, what Jesus did was impossible. All Jesus did was he exploited a contradiction in the Bible. Malachi, God says, I hate divorce. But in Deuteronomy 24, God explicitly allows for divorce. And so Jesus say, the reason why this is the case is because obviously this wasn't God's intention from the first place. It's a great, cool thing that he did. He exploited a contradiction in the Old Testament for his own gain. It was a bold move, Cotton.
I guess my response to that would be that as Latter-day Saints, we believe that God revealed his word in the past. We don't have all of God's word. It's more than just the Bible. We don't believe in sola scriptura.
Oh.
If you read in other accounts that aren't contained in the Bible, accounts that some Jewish people consider to be scripture, especially stories about Abraham, those are full of other moral teachings that would make child brides very wrong.
No.
And so taking the whole context of the Jewish religion,
give me one teaching that would say child brides are wrong.
Oh my, I have a book about it, but I don't remember which chapter it's in. Let me see if I could find it real quick.
Convenient.
But yeah, I definitely don't believe that the Bible is the only place that God has moral teachings.
I didn't say that was the case. I'm asking about this specific instance.
Well, that doesn't really apply to my theology because I don't take one
just
specific
asking you
scripture.
about this specific instance. I asked you if God always does what is good. Does he ever do something bad? And you said he never does anything bad. And so I gave you an example to see if you thought it was good or bad. And initially you said, yes, it's always bad. And then when I explained to you that God did it, now you're like, oh, actually, it's good.
That's all. When you talked about it being child brides, yes, that is bad.
Well,
but
that's
that's
what
not
they are.
explicitly what it says.
It actually is more than implied by the text. Why do you think they're checking their virginity? What do you think they're doing that for?
I have no idea.
You don't know. You don't know why they were only wanted to distribute the virgins? You can't think of anything. It's just, golly gee, I don't know. What would all these soldiers want to do with little virgin girls?
Well, there's one idea. There's the verse in Isaiah where it says, unto us a child is born, a son is given, saying a virgin shall conceive. That verse isn't talking directly about Jesus Christ. It's talking about Isaiah's wife.
Of course it's not fucking talking about Jesus. What's that got to do with Numbers 31?
It talks about a virgin conceiving, and it's not talking about...
No, it does not. There's no virgin in chapter 7 or chapter 9. Try to focus. I'm talking about Numbers 31.
I'm just saying the word virgin isn't the exact same now as it was back then, because Isaiah's wife definitely did consummate her marriage with Isaiah.
What are you talking about? The word for virgin is Bethula. It's used in Numbers 31. We know that they're referring to virgins. The word that you find in Isaiah 7, the one you're looking for, is not Bethula. It literally says Maharam, which means a pregnant young woman. There's nothing about virginity in chapter 7. So try to refocus. Chapter 31, God says, make sure they're virgins, distribute them to the soldiers.
I cannot find this place in the book where it is.
And you're not going to find it.
Well, I do still stand by what I said, that you have to take the whole Bible into context when you're talking about these things and other teachings.
Why would I take it out of context? That's what Christianity does. That's what Mormonism does. You rip it right out of its context and you call everything a prophecy that sounds even vaguely familiar to your special guy. You're the ones who don't like context. I love context.
Well, I guess in response to that, I just say, I don't mean context as in knowing the history. I mean context as in taking the whole thing and applying all of the teachings at once. And of course, you can't literally be perfect with it all, but no person can read the 10 Commandments and then go around and say, hey, because of this one obscure verse in this one obscure chapter, I can go kill my neighbor's family and take his daughter as a child bride.
Why would you think killing the neighbor's family would be allowed? That's crazy. If you want the neighbor's daughter, you can just sell her as a concubine. You don't have to kill him.
Yeah, but those things are not like if you're taking the whole of the Bible, all of its teachings into context.
Where in the Bible can I find that it's not okay to take prisoners in war and make them war brides? Where can I find it?
There's the story of Joseph in the book of Genesis.
So what? It has nothing to do with war brides. That's a dude, by the way. Women were a different classification, which is why men could buy women, they could trade women, they could kidnap women in war. They were classified differently. Joseph wasn't
talking about him
wasn't kidnapped.
Of chastity.
Joseph wasn't kidnapped to become a war bride.
No, I'm talking about his example of chastity, and he was sold into slavery and attempted to be used as a.
It's not chastity. It was adultery. The only people in the Hebrew Bible that need to be chaste are the women. There's not a single verse in the entire Hebrew Bible that mentions a male's virginity. Not one. Every mention of virginity in the Hebrew Bible is about girls.
Well, it's a good thing we have the Book of Mormon to clarify that.
Good thing the Book of Mormon is just another crock of shit on top of the Bible. So we'll try to focus. Numbers 31 is simple. It's obviously kidnapping little virgin girls and distributing them a war bride, something that the scripture allows.
When you take that alone and ignore other scriptures and other teachings of the Bible.
Waiting for the scripture.
The story of Joseph in Egypt.
The story of
Teach me to
Joseph
be
has nothing
chaste.
to
The
do with war
story of
brides.
there's this. It's about being chaste, though. It's not
It's not about being chaste.
explicitly laid out.
It's not about being chaste. I already told you. It's about not committing adultery.
Not committing adultery is a part of being chaste.
No. Being chaste means that you're refrained from having sexual relations. And Numbers 31 has nothing to do with adultery or being chaste, other than the little virgin girls.
I would say being chaste isn't just what you do. It's your mindset, how you think about things. If someone's sitting down watching porn, they're not
to do with what we're talking about.
Well, yes, it does. Because if someone is kidnapping a girl with the intent to make her a child bride, he's not being chaste.
Yes. She becomes your wife. That's being chaste.
No, because if the intent is to kidnap a little girl, make her a child bride, that's just trying to find a loophole to explain your own wickedness. But that's in no way.
It's not wicked. That's my point. The Bible doesn't say it's wicked. God commands it. You think it's wicked. Your God doesn't.
I do think it's wicked when you take into account the full context of the Bible.
Because I have. Obviously, you haven't.
There's multiple stories of Abraham and his wife Sarai where
yeah, we all know the story. We're waiting for a verse that would make it not okay to kidnap a woman in war.
I'm saying that there's not one specific verse. There are multiple stories that talk about chastity, though. And
we're not talking about chastity. Kidnapping a woman in war and making her a war bride is not a method or an issue of chastity. She's your bride.
Yes, it is.
She's your wife. This is not about chastity. Getting married is not unchaste. Well, technically you would be unchaste at that point, but
let me clarify what I mean when I'm saying that. I mean it is an immoral sexual action.
Where can I find that in the Bible?
Well, I am saying when I say chastity, I mean it is moral in that sense.
Where in the Bible can I find that it's immoral?
I'm trying to lay out a definition because it seems like we mean two different things when we say chaste.
How about you just use the word immoral? Where can I find in the Bible where it describes this behavior as immoral?
This specific behavior, you probably won't find it, but immorality.
So why would I think that this is immoral?
Because throughout the rest of the Bible, it talks about other immoral actions as being evil and wicked.
Does it talk about this action being wicked?
Lusting after people, yes.
There's not lusting. I mean, you're looking at a woman wanting to make her your bride. It doesn't say he's out there just like jorking it to a little virgin girls. Obviously, you're allowed to desire a woman that you want to marry. That's how it works.
Well, if you're only doing it so that you can have a child bride, that's lust.
I didn't say only. That's not the only reason why you do it. And if that was wrong, then God was wrong for saying you can do it.
He didn't say you can make them child brides. That is implied. And lots of people probably use that as an excuse to do that.
It's actually not just implied. It happens again in Judges 19. In fact, in Judges 19, they explicitly tell you that the reason why they're capturing these little virgin girls is to make them brides. This was what they did back then.
So the issue is that you're not taking the full story into context, like the full by story.
Well,
I mean,
tell me about the story that you haven't read. I'd love to hear it. What's the context I'm missing?
The context of other scriptures, just
Where?
other books.
Which ones?
Like it's not. I told you some of them. There's a story of Abraham and Sarai in Egypt.
Not one of them apply to this situation. Hagar was a concubine. Hagar was a handmaiden who went into by Abraham, and it wasn't even a crime. It wasn't a sin because you're allowed to sleep with your slaves. Exodus 21 says that. Where can I find the spot where it literally says that you cannot have a war bride? Because it explicitly says that you can.
Do you think that someone needs to be told explicitly you cannot kidnap a little girl and have her for a child bride?
Yeah, because when God tells you that you can do it, then yes. If he doesn't want you to do it, then you really need to explicitly say not to do it.
Now, the kind of person I think would do that would be the kind of person that says, like, tries to find every single loophole to break the rules in their parents' house.
It's not against the rules. God said you can do it. That's the point. You keep
God
saying
says,
that God has some
shake,
sort of rule against this. He doesn't. Find it for me.
You don't need an explicit rule. You have teachings that
Where? Find it. I'm waiting for it. Find me the teaching.
There's the teaching about Joseph in Egypt, about him
that has nothing to do with child brides. Try again.
It does, because those are both
Show me in the passage where the child bride is.
I'm saying they're both immoral actions.
It's again, not the same action. You're wrong. It doesn't condemn child brides in the story of Joseph. It condemns adultery, and adultery is not the same as taking a child bride. You're just saying that because this passage says something immoral over here, and I don't like child brides over here, that they're somehow the same thing. They're not.
It's the same category of sin.
No,
you're being immoral.
It's not
trying
a sin.
To go after someone.
It's not a sin
for pleasure. It's
not a sin. You're allowed to do that in the Bible.
I think it is a sin.
It's not a sin. God causes it in Judges. He specifically causes Samson to lust after the Philistine woman. And it literally says in the text that God caused this because he was seeking an occasion against the Philistines. Have you not read this book?
I believe that God caused it.
It says so.
I believe that. Well, like I said, I don't think the Bible was received or translated infallibly.
I'm sorry, do you know the original language?
No.
Then how can you know if it's possibly translated right?
Well, we don't have any of the original manuscripts, and so no one can say it was translated right.
Well, then how could you possibly say it's translated wrong?
Because there are contradictions in it.
I know. I'm talking about this specific passage.
Well, I believe that's probably one that was translated wrong.
How could you know?
Because I don't think that God causes people to sin.
But he does in the Bible a bunch of times. In fact, he claims that he does. In Joshua, he hardens the hearts of the Canaanites so that they'll come out to war. I would imagine attacking another human being in war is a sin.
That's not applicable at all to the Latter-day Saint theology, though.
I'm not asking about Latter-day theology. I'm asking about what the Bible says.
If you're asking about another theology, then yes, I think that's awful and false, and that's why I don't believe in that theology. That's why I'm not
asking about theology. I'm asking, in the story, does God cause somebody to do something that's wrong?
In the story that's translated incorrectly, yes.
How could you possibly know it's translated incorrectly? Tell me which word was translated wrong. I'll pull it up for you in Hebrew. Joshua
Joseph
11
Smith is
Hebrew. You let me know which word in this chapter needs to be retranslated. I think it's, I don't know, maybe somewhere around verse 20, maybe, or 18. I forget where it's at. Give me a second to grab it.
Oh, good. Joshua chapter 11, you said?
Yeah. Verse 20, I was right. Okay. For it was of the Lord to harden their hearts to come against Israel in battle, that they might be utterly destroyed, that they might have no favor, but that they might be destroyed as the Lord commanded Moses. So God brings them out to war, causes them to go to war, so that the Israelites can wipe them out.
How familiar are you with the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible?
Pretty fucking good. I got it right here. You want to see if he corrected this?
I don't believe that one has a specific translation for that. He's probably killed before he got to that one. But there are verses in the book of Exodus where he says it, and you're probably ready to pull those up, where it says that
I don't see anything written about Joshua in here.
Yeah, no, Joseph was killed before he could finish that.
So how would you know that Joshua 11 is translated wrong?
I just assume it because the exact same, or the very similar verses in the book of Exodus were clarified to say that Pharaoh hardened his heart.
Well, that would be wrong. He obviously didn't know Hebrew. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Joseph Smith is a liar and a fraud. He didn't know Hebrew.
Oh, no.
Do you know
he's
how?
Prophet of God.
No, he's certainly not that. Do you want me to show you the Hebrew text?
Oh yeah, I know the Hebrew text like says it like they translate it this way, but
no,
like
the text itself
Joseph Smith
in
translation
Hebrew, Joseph Smith is wrong. It literally says God hardened. So the way verbs work is they have a pronoun usually attached to them. They're conjugated by number pronoun, or you would say gender, and then typically by what we would call tenses. And typically the subject of the verb comes right after it, right? So when you see the word like hardened, like chazak, and then the next word is Elohim, it means God hardened. It's just basic sentence structure. And obviously Joseph didn't know this because he's a goof, which is why this Bible, this goofy corrected Bible, is basically just riffing off of Adam Clarke's commentary, which also wasn't very good.
So the Joseph Smith translation isn't a word for word translation. He didn't go through and say, oh, this is better. It's like we just call it the Joseph Smith translation, but it's more like he clarified things and teachings that were improperly interpreted.
How could you clarify it if you don't know the original language?
By inspiration from God, because
oh God, yeah, he doesn't know. He didn't need to know Hebrew. God just spoke it to him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm right. God told me. He spoke it right to me. He told me that Joseph's wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dope.
He said that Johammed is a liar and a fraud.
Seriously, though, I do believe that God is a good being, and these instances in the Bible where it seems that God is bad, it's either because it was intentionally translated improperly or mistakenly translated wrong, or we just have the wrong interpretation.
I'm sure you can believe that.
Use these verses to
but you have no reason to believe it. So, for example, we can go to a simple passage like Leviticus 25. God says you can make slaves of the foreigners who live round about you, but don't treat your fellow Israelites harshly. This is a very easy passage to translate. It's full of lots of what we would call standard biblical Hebrew words. They're not very difficult. They're not esoteric. Do you think that getting slaves of the foreigners was a good command?
So the law of Moses was given to the people.
You're not going to answer the question.
I'll answer your question first. I don't think that's the best law. No, I don't think that's inherently good in and of itself. But I do think that it is better than what they were doing initially.
Like what?
Like the stuff that happened with in the earlier in Genesis, stuff that was going on.
Like what?
Like a ton of mass murders and like all of the,
we're talking about slavery, not mass murder. Talk about slavery here.
The Hebrew slaves.
These are foreign slaves.
There's a very
foreign slaves.
Terrible place. And so for God to establish laws saying treat your slaves properly.
He didn't say that.
Did he say that in other places though?
You don't get one word of it until you get to Ephesians chapter 6, verse 9.
Okay.
What it does say in Leviticus 25 is that you can treat them harshly in compared to how you treat your Hebrew slaves. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
I'll give you this. You do know the law of Moses a lot better than I do. I'm starting to go through the Bible again, and I'm only in Exodus, so I'm not through all that yet.
Sure.
I'll definitely give you that. I can't go verses like you do. You have them already. Probably have a big list somewhere.
No, I've got them memorized. I've been reading the Bible for more than 2 decades. I'm older than you. I'm super fucking old, man.
Well, I guess, yeah, I would just say that these laws and stuff, like we in the church, we teach that this is a lower law. God wanted to give them a higher law, but they were they hardened their hearts, and so they weren't willing to listen to a higher law, and so God gave them a lower law.
Well, the problem is God says in the Torah, like almost 30 or 50 times, that this is a permanent law and that it's perfect. Psalm 19 says the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. That's verse 7. So if it's perfect, it doesn't need to be changed. And if it revives the soul, it doesn't need to be changed. God says to follow the law code forever. In fact, even the Day of Atonement, the most high day on the Jewish calendar, Leviticus 16, twice in that chapter, he says that this ritual, this practice, is a perpetual statute throughout your generations. It's not temporary.
So the way I'd interpret that is he's saying that the covenants and the promises that you make with God are eternal. Like in the Church of Jesus Christ, we still make covenants with God. The practices and the exact ways that those covenants are carried forth change, just like the way the Passover was practiced changed over time.
But it wasn't supposed to. That's not the idea. In fact, if you talk to an Orthodox Jew, they're going to say that once they get a new temple, they're going to go back to the old system, which is what the Hebrew Bible says. The Hebrew Bible says that in the end, there's going to be Levitical sacrifices in the temple. In fact, Ezekiel describes them in great detail. It says the prince in chapter 46 is literally going to assist in the slaughtering of lambs and other animals.
Well, that's why Latter-day Saints, we understand that there's a difference between the covenant and how specifically it's practiced.
But the practice isn't the question. The question is, what does it say in the book? Right? If it says you're going to slaughter 5 sheep and 3 goats, that's 5 sheep and 3 goats.
That's the practice of the covenant. But the blood of a goat doesn't literally save someone from their sins. It's always been the blood of Jesus Christ that saves someone from their sins.
Not according to the Hebrew Bible.
Well, the thing is those were the actions that, I guess, let them access the atoning blood of Jesus Christ. Just like in our day, we believe that it's through baptism and the bread and water during the sacrament.
No, the Old Testament doesn't say anything about accessing the thing. In fact, if you know anything about the ancient Near East, and if you were Jehovah's Witness, you might. Mormons aren't so serious about the ancient Near East. They're starting to get there a little bit. This ritual atonement with blood was ubiquitously practiced. In fact, we've got Assyrian and Hittite texts referring to the same practices with sheep, where they literally smear the blood on the inside of the temple or on people. They thought that it was like a holy detergent, and it could purify your immoral impurities and your also physical impurities, because they were the same to them. And the reason why it had this power is because they thought the wind inside of you and the blood inside of you, both of those are divine. They both come from God. That's why in the Babylonian literature, it says that God made man out of clay and put blood in them, his blood in them, and breathed his breath into them. That's why Leviticus says that the life is in the blood, because it comes from God. The life force always comes from God in these ancient Near Eastern texts. So the blood had nothing to do with Jesus. They literally believed that the blood had like healing detergent powers for sin and impurities, which is why you'll also find in Leviticus 14 a ritual for cleansing skin disease with the blood of a bird.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
My personal interpretation for that, this is an official church doctrine, is I believe that, like, if the biblical flood really happened, Noah was a righteous man and knew about animal sacrifice, and people after him corrupted it, apostated from the true religion, and turned it into these crazy stuff. But I think what God originally wanted sacrifice to be was a symbol of Jesus Christ.
Why would we think that? Because he says specifically to do these physical sacrifices. He didn't say like spiritual sacrifices.
Yeah, they're physical sacrifices, but I believe that they were meant to be symbolic of the sacrifice of Jesus Christ.
Why would you think that?
Because I believe that's the purpose that God gave them those laws.
Because that's what they told you.
Deuteronomistic reforms, like that Josiah had, they took that out, lots of that stuff out, to, I guess, cement Jerusalem's place as a sacred city, bring more people there to the temple and stuff.
Check out Ezekiel. All right, we're in chapter 46. Messiah comes in chapter 37. In chapter 38 and 39, you've got the final battle with Gog and Magog. And then in chapter 40, you've got the rebuilding of the temple and the reapportioning of the land. And then in chapter 45 and onward, you've got how they're going to run the temple and divide up the land and things like that. Chapter 46 talks about what the Messiah is going to do, referred to as the prince here. It says, the burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish, and the grain offering with the ram shall be an ephah, and the grain offering with the lambs shall all be as much as he wishes to give, together with a hin of oil to each ephah. These are physical offerings. These aren't spiritual offerings.
Okay, and you're saying that this is happening in the last days, and so that stuff will happen?
Yeah, in fact, Zechariah says so. Zechariah 14 says that after the final battle, the nations that are left over are going to have to participate in the sacrificial system. In fact, God says he'll wipe the ones out that don't. In Zechariah 14, he literally says, all those who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. And if the family of Egypt do not go up and present themselves, there will be no rain for them. There will be the plague that the Lord inflicts on the nations that do not go up to keep the festival of booths. And then he describes more of what they're going to have to do, like actual sacrifices that get boiled in water and pots.
I believe this specific verse is one that is, in my mind, clearly edited by the Deuteronomists.
Zechariah, the Deuteronomist, was already done with his work before Zechariah. Zechariah is post-exilic.
Yeah, but they could still edit his words and stuff.
Why? The Deuteronomist. Why would we think that the Deuteronomist school was editing Zechariah when they did most of their editorial work, like just before Zechariah? And what would be the evidence that the Deuteronomist is editing Zechariah?
I would just think that because one of the major points of the Deuteronomistic reforms was to make Jerusalem a powerful center where people would come to worship.
Every passage in the Hebrew Bible says that. Every single one of them.
Well, except Jesus Christ when he comes to earth, and he says that Jerusalem wouldn't be the center.
But Jesus said that. The Hebrew Bible said that, though. That's the problem, right? You're assuming that Jesus' words are true, and they're not.
I believe that part was politically motivated. In the Book of Mormon, we have people building altars and offering sacrifices and building temples outside of Jerusalem.
But literally everything in the Hebrew Bible says that you're going to worship in Jerusalem. It says that the temple is going to be in Jerusalem forever. The Levites will be in Jerusalem forever, over and over again.
Yeah, I don't believe that was part of the original intent of the Bible.
Then why God say to do it forever?
If that wasn't the original intent of the Bible, that's not what God put there. That's what
Numbers 35:29. This is to have the force of the law for you throughout the generations to come, wherever you live. The law has the force wherever you live.
I don't know how you understand what we believe about the Bible, but we don't believe it's an infallible text.
Sounds like you just get rid of the parts you don't like.
Well, I mean, if something is saying that God is evil, for example, or that God hardens someone's heart, that's wrong. We believe that God is good. It contradicts the New Testament.
So you just pick and choose them. Hey, I don't like that passage. That contradicts what I already believe. We're just going to get rid of that one. Boop, out. That's a really interesting selection method.
Maybe that's what Joseph Smith did when he translated the Bible, but I don't think so.
That's definitely what he did, which is why somebody who doesn't know Egyptian, doesn't know Hebrew, can fool a bunch of people who also don't know Egyptian or Hebrew into believing that he does, when anyone who can read Greek or Hebrew or Aramaic can just literally go into his translation and figure out that he was copying all this nonsense from Adam Clarke, because even Adam Clarke fucking made mistakes, and Joseph Smith copied them. The King James Bible made mistakes, and he copied them as well. In the King James Bible, we've got these sections that are bracketed. When they're bracketed, it means that that's not in the text, actually. It's implied by the reader. But he included those fucking things in his translation. He said, nope, or put them right in there, because he doesn't know anything. He was dumb.
Well, how would you explain the translation of the Book of Abraham and the Book of Moses, where he included in those things many things that weren't yet translated into English, but were later found in the Dead Sea Scrolls and other
like what
Hebrew artifacts and stuff.
Why? Like what?
The story of Enoch specifically.
Enoch was already around. The Book of Enoch had been around for a long time before Joseph.
Yeah, but there are parts of it in the Dead Sea Scrolls that were uncovered. I don't remember the specific name, but there was a name of someone in the Book of Enoch.
The Book of the Watchers?
I don't remember exactly.
The Book of Enoch was already in distribution 150 years before Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
So he should have known it.
And there's also the stuff in the Book of Abraham.
So what?
That Jewish tradition confirms that is true.
No, they don't confirm the Book of Abraham is true.
23-year-old. There's no record of him going to this Palmyra library and checking out all these ancient Middle Eastern texts to study them, to put all these things into
He didn't need to. He was educated by people who literally worked at the boys' school at Dartmouth, who actually did have expertise in the ancient Near East and the languages of the ancient Near East and fucking Latin. You don't know about his education at Dartmouth?
I've heard of that, yeah. But what about the many things that weren't discovered at that point?
Like what? I don't know of a single thing that Joseph Smith discovered prior to the original discovery.
The location of the city of Nahum, a random river going into the Red Sea.
Where's that?
Nahum?
Yeah, the city of Nahum. Oh, that's in the Arabian Peninsula. Oh yeah, you're also wrong on that. In fact, I found the published fucking map from before Joseph where it shows up. Everything Joseph had was something that was somewhat esoteric for his time period, but he had access to because he had access to a professor at Dartmouth who knew about these things.
I've heard of that map before, but what about the grave labeled Ishmael, dated to about 600 BC, in that same place?
Because the whole region is dedicated to Ishmael. If you look at the region, Ishmael is all over the place. In fact, we have got mentions of Ishmael. Hold on. We have mentions of Ishmael in the Arabian Peninsula as far as 700 BCE by the Assyrians. Ishmael was thoroughly infiltrated as the people group of the Arabian Peninsula. Everybody knew it.
In this specific city, though, there were only 2, maybe 3, I might be mistaken, but I believe it was 2 references to Ishmael.
There's hundreds of references to Ishmael.
In that specific city, there were only 2, maybe 3 graves labeled for Ishmael.
There's hundreds one of them was everywhere.
The exact time.
There's not only are there hundreds, but the city he's talking about isn't even spelled right. If you look at it in the original Arabic language, he didn't even spell it right. It just sounds vaguely similar to a town in the Arabian Peninsula, and it just happened to be that the name of Ishmael, they do have vowels. It just happened to be that the name of Ishmael appeared somewhere in that town. This particular talking point, not a great one. This has been debunked even by the LDS Church.
I don't believe that's true.
But it certainly is true.
And they dated it to the exact time range that Nephi's family passed through.
They certainly did not. In fact, you can find them on the maps by James Duncan that were published 30 years before Joseph in 1812.
But not the grave of Ishmael.
Again, it doesn't matter.
And if you go due east from that point,
Nephi, you don't even know where the grave of Ishmael was. I've seen the map. I've seen where they said that this guy was, and it's not anywhere near where this actual city was located. You're taking someone's word for it, and it's not there.
And then there are also other things in the Book of Mormon that were previously considered anachronisms, like concrete, elephants, barley, metal weapons.
What are we talking about? I don't care.
All these things in the Book of Mormon that weren't discovered during Joseph Smith's day.
Yeah,
well, some of them were. I think there were some metal swords discovered, but
we knew about these things. You can look at the writing. Fuck, some of them are on archive.org.
Barley, elephants,
yeah,
concrete.
Yeah.
All of these things were previously used as evidence against Joseph Smith, though.
Listen, I don't care who used any evidence against Joseph Smith. I'm telling you, we know for sure from history that these things did exist. I don't know what people in 1830 were saying, but I can tell you for sure that it was documented and we knew that it exists.
But many of these discoveries happened after the death of Joseph Smith, including all the Hebrew.
No, they didn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Language in
the
Book of Mormon.
The first map of the Arabian Peninsula that includes the territories you're referring to came out in 1578 in Antwerp, and it includes the city Nahon. Buddy, somebody lied to you and you haven't done research.
I have done lots of research, not as
you
much
haven't
as
done
you.
enough.
But when I bring up something that is a point, validating my beliefs, you just say that all the counter evidence makes it just, you ignore it.
Because they're not good evidences. And they're also just wrong.
Not in every case.
Find one that's not wrong then.
The grave of Ishmael.
The grave of Ishmael.
Only 2 graves.
Ishmael, there are hundreds of thousands of people with Ishmael in their name in the Arabian Peninsula.
But in the town or the place of Nahum, there were only 2 graves labeled Ishmael.
Again, it wasn't even in Nahum. And as well, there's graves of Ishmael all over the peninsula.
But in this town, there were only 2. And
so
one
what?
of them dated to the specific time.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it did not.
Even if it didn't, if you go directly, I believe it was directly east from that point, which Nephi describes that they did, you find a place with all the things. Like there's a land that's described in a lot of detail. They call it the land bountiful. That has lots of things that Nephi mentions in the story. Cliffs that go into the sea, metal ores, trees, fruits.
Did we expect trees not to be there?
Well, the Arabian Peninsula is a giant desert. This is
not
a little
all of
oasis in the desert.
That's not the case. Not only was it not completely desert, it was already completely mapped. 300 years before Joseph. The maps were available.
The maps that showed that there was ore for metal tools there and timber for boats there.
Yeah, and there were copper mines. Fuck, just across the Gulf, there were copper mines. We know that they were smelting copper over there.
But they mined the copper in this place. Those maps didn't say. Do you have a map that says that these places had all of these things? Or does it just say that there was...
Do you think that we didn't do any archaeology before the 1830s?
Oh, I believe there's tons of archaeology. But did Joseph Smith have access to a map?
Yes.
That said that
yes, he had access. Yes, he had access to people from Dartmouth who did actually do studies in the Near East, including archaeological studies. And it just happens to be that the Book of Mormon sounds a lot like another book that was published by a guy whose brother worked for fucking Dartmouth. Nearly identical, just ripped it off.
Did they study the material composition of the area? Did they find iron ore or something there?
There's iron ore literally almost everywhere in the Middle East.
Okay, enough iron ore.
That's why the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age.
It's not literally everywhere, though.
In the Near East, I said.
Well, it's not everywhere in the Near East.
Doesn't have to be everywhere.
But for a place to have this and to have the proper timber to build a boat, you can't just build a boat out of random trees.
You can't. You can, and they did. But typically, you wanted to build boat out of the cedars of Lebanon. That's usually what they build boats out of.
And so for him to find iron ore and these large trees enough to build a transoceanic boat?
Buddy, I have no idea what you're talking about. Listen, finding iron in the Near East wasn't a problem.
Finding any one of these things individually, no. It's a lucky guess.
And it's not a lucky guess at all. It's an easy guess.
Yeah, but finding multiple, all of these things that align, like there's not a single thing that he's saying that was wrong in that story.
He got a lot of shit wrong. In fact, the idea that they could even make a boat to get over to the Americas is somewhat preposterous, especially since they didn't even know where it was. They would have had to find it by accident.
There was actually a group of people who, members of the church, who built a ship in that area where they assumed Nephi was. They harvested the fruits and stuff and set out on a trip. And they sailed along the currents south of Africa, and they landed on the American continent right around the time where you'd need to plant wheat to harvest. It was just enough to get a harvest before winter, and that's exactly the situation that Nephi describes happens during their journey. They harvested the fruits right when it was ready, and then they set sail, and they planted a wheat harvest right when they landed.
Where is this? Where are these iron deposits you're speaking of?
I don't remember specifically where it was, but it was in Oman, I believe.
Oman. Can you show me where that source is? Where can I find the source that says there's iron deposits where the Book of Mormon says they would be?
Let me pull it up. I have it in a book somewhere. I need to annotate my books better.
And quick question with that too. Are we talking about the time of the Nephites or the time of the Jaredites? Because the time of the Jaredites takes place right after the Tower of Babel. And the story with the Jaredites has them using iron as well. And I think that's problematic with the time period. How you doing, Justin?
See, Cyber. Hey, it's been a doozy.
Sorry, this is like my second week trying to talk to people online, so I'm not super prepared and stuff yet.
It happens. Yeah. I used to do this when I was your age. Maybe in another 20 years, you'll be doing what I'm doing.
Maybe.
It'll be like one of two things will happen is you're going to get like your knees absolutely shattered and you'll never debate again, or you'll just keep coming back and maybe you'll get better apologetics. Who knows?
We'll see. Maybe I'll convert you.
That seems unlikely, given that we've read way more than you have.
I've actually read most Mormon texts. I've never been Mormon, but I was married to a Mormon for 8 years, and I live in Mormon Central.
Okay. This, okay. I believe it was, okay. Salalah, Oman. I'm not fluent in Arabic, but it's Salalah is where this specific voyage that like
also
modern day.
What year did the Nevites live?
600 BC to 480 about.
So they were in the Iron Age. You don't see
the Nephites. The Book of Mormon starts at the beginning, like right before the Babylonian exile. That's why they're leaving Jerusalem, is because of the Babylonian exile.
So why wouldn't they have access to iron in the middle of the Iron Age? You don't need to. I'm talking to the guests. You don't need to have iron in your hometown to get iron.
Oh, no,
it was distributed through trade.
They left their hometown. They're in the middle of the wilderness, and they didn't have iron tools or anything.
Why wouldn't they have iron tools? You can get them from anybody.
Well, they were in the middle of nowhere, likely, at this time.
Well, according to the imaginary story.
Yeah. But according to the record, he did use iron and smelt tools from iron ore. They didn't
So
buy
what?
stuff.
Not hard to do. You could go get iron and smelt it if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could.
You don't have to discover iron in your location to smelt iron. Does the book say that they dug for iron?
Yes.
They dug for iron.
Yeah.
Rather than just buying it.
To ore to make tools.
Do you know how long it takes to extract iron ore in the Iron Age?
Yeah, it probably took a while.
You think it was an efficient process?
This is my own personal theory, but I think Nephi was a blacksmith by trade in Jerusalem. So
my personal theory is he never existed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
Bible Basher, listen, you believe this stuff because you grew up with it, just like I believed the stuff mostly because I grew up with it, and I stuck with it as a teenager and then a young adult, and then I stuck with it all the way until I was about 30 or so. And the reality is, once you distance yourself from trying to force this stuff to be true, it's very easy to see how it's not.
Well, I mean, if you look at things with the latter, like philosophically speaking, if you look at the theology and stuff, like in the morals of everything, the Latter-day Saint conception of God is, to me, the best one. And other than the Calvinists, it's the only logically coherent one in the world of Christianity.
None of them are logically coherent. Not a single one of them.
Ours is pretty logically coherent.
There's no good reason to believe in a God at all. The minute you introduce a God, it's not logically coherent.
The biggest issue with the LDS view of God is your view is ever evolving. Like, for example, I'd have to go look at which prophet said it, but the church used to teach, as man now is, God once was, as God now is, man may become, and having a belief that God was once human. And that part of the theology is if you achieve the celestial kingdom, you can become exalted and become God yourself and create your own worlds. But currently, the LDS Church is pushing hard away from that, going so far as they're changing children's song to get rid of any connotation of multiple worlds.
Oh yeah, I understand that. The thing is,
but you said you were logically coherent. Is it logically coherent when you have to use post hoc rationalization to update the theology?
Oh no, in the church, official doctrine is something that's taught by the united voice of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. That specific interpretation of the teachings of Joseph Smith wasn't ever taught by all of them, and so it's not official doctrine. I do
It used to be in the gospel. It used to be in the gospel doctrines book. It used to be taught by missionaries to new people seeking to join the church. So you can't tell me that it was never doctrine. It was.
I'm saying it's not official doctrine because there was never a point where the united voice of the 12 apostles
missionaries were lying to members then when they were teaching this to them.
No, not lying explicitly. It's one interpretation.
What would you call it if you're going to say that we're going to teach you, we're going to give you a promise, join our church because, fun fact, God was once human like us, and you could become a god like him, and you're trying to say, and that used to be taught by the mission, but now you're saying, well, it's not actually doctrine.
Some missionaries that teach that.
Well, no, it used to be in. It used to be in the missionary discussions. It was required teaching for the missionaries, and it used to be in the Gospel Principles Manual.
Well, it was in the missionary pamphlet that said like the infinite regression model, like God had a God and you'll become a God someday in the same way. Because I understand like we'll become like God.
I hate to cut this short, but it's almost midnight and I've got stuff to do before midnight rolls around and I go to bed. So let me ask you one final question. Nephi 5, 20, 21, so on and so forth, is maybe the most racist thing I've ever heard in an American religion. How do you score that?
The black skin, well, some people try to say it wasn't literally black skin. I don't know. I won't say that. It might be just symbolic, like there's symbolism all throughout ancient texts. But let's assume it was actually physically black skin. Black skin wasn't the curse itself. It was just the sign of the curse. And the curse was separation from God. You have later in Jacob chapter 2, I believe. Maybe, I think it was chapter 2, where he explicitly teaches that Nephites hating Lamanites because of their skin or their dark countenance is wicked and abominable before God. So the Book of Mormon explicitly teaches that a dark skin doesn't make you wicked, and it's not making you inferior
It
to
says
someone else.
it prevents you from mixing with them so that they might not be desirable to his people. It has nothing to do about hate. It's about mixing.
Well, yeah, because they were just like commanded to marry within the covenant, I guess you could say, because they were separated from God.
Yeah, not to mix with black people.
Covenant.
Yeah, he was reinforcing segregation.
Yeah, real quick, Justin, while we're on this topic, look up Moses chapter 7, verse 22.
That one I think is more explicit.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're aware of it.
Yeah, they usually are. And Enoch also beheld the residue of the people which were the sons of Adam, and they were a mixture of all the seed of Adam, save it was the seed of Cain, for the seed of Cain were black and had not a place among them. Oof.
So this is no longer talking about just necessarily like a covenant people, because these are all the sons of Adam.
Now, I guess let me ask you this. Was there ever a point in history where blacks were excluded from society? Yes.
Yeah, the time when Joseph Smith was
writing
this.
This is a
but
prophecy.
The issue
God
is,
wasn't commanding them to separate themselves.
Well, the issue is we can say that we as humans are flawed and we're going to make horrific decisions. The issue here is that these are commands from God.
Well,
and
no,
when we
that
have
specifically is a
commands
prophecy,
or
not a command.
curses coming from God, that's the issue.
That scripture isn't a command at all. That's a prophecy. And that prophecy was fulfilled. I mean, you could say Joseph Smith just wrote what was happening in his day because it was happening in his day, but it wasn't a commandment at all.
Well, I think the problem that you have here is not whether it's a prophecy or a command. The problem is that it's equating somebody from a bad lineage like Cain with black people. It's saying that the reason why people are black is because of this thing that happened, because Cain's bad.
I believe in the book of Alma, there's another verse where it talks about the Amlicites, who were a group, and they just left the Nephites, and they marked themselves with a mark of red on their heads, I guess, to differentiate themselves from the rest of the Nephites. And Mormon, who's compiling the Book of Mormon, says this was a fulfillment of the prophecy that those who dissented from the Nephites would have a mark. And so that shows that it wasn't the black skin that was the mark or the curse. It was the separation from God and the covenant.
I bet you're taking that and reading it completely wrong, because it explicitly says black skin.
Yeah, and
the
Alma
Book of Abraham
3:6
explicitly does say black skin, but in the Book of Mormon, like, you're seeing that the curse isn't the black skin itself. That's a marking of the curse. Just
why wouldn't it just say mark
themselves
them
with red on their foreheads was a marking of a curse.
Why wouldn't Joseph just say a red mark?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joseph Smith didn't write it. It was Mormon.
Wait, and what was the mark exactly? Can you tell me what the mark was exactly?
In the Book of Alma, it was a mark of red on their foreheads, probably paint or blood or some sort of pigment or something.
Well,
and in the book
Alma 3:6 says, and the skin of the Lamanites were dark, according to the mark which was set upon their fathers, which was a curse upon them because of their transgression and their rebellion against their brethren, who consisted of Nephi, Jacob, and Joseph and Sam, who were just and holy men. And their brethren sought to destroy them. Therefore they were cursed, and the Lord God set a mark upon them, yea, upon Laman and Lemuel, and also the sons of Ishmael and the Ishmaelitish women. This was done that their seed might be distinguished from the seed of their brethren. Therefore, the Lord God might preserve his people, that they might not mix and believe in incorrect traditions. Seems like it's a skin. It's being born onto kids.
But this segregation that's happening, why does it say they don't want them to mix? Does it say because they don't want different colored babies? No, it says so they don't believe incorrect traditions.
They don't have to. That's the problem. The goal here is to get segregation without just saying racist shit openly. You can say, listen, the reason why they have black skin, we don't want to mix with them just because they're dark. We don't want to mix with them because they're actually evil or they come from a wicked line. Although it does in 2nd Nephi explicitly state that it's not fair or delightsome to be dark. White is fair and delightsome, which is some bullshit.
Well, I mean, if you do take the Book of Mormon for its word, what it does explicitly say is that they were cursed and then a mark was set upon them. And later on, it separates a marking from the curse itself. It's like we were talking about initially, where we take one part of the Bible and isolate that without taking into account the rest of it.
No, the problem is you're trying to superimpose a passage that doesn't say what you think it says on top of these other passages, just ignoring what these passages say. The red mark is not the same as having black skin.
The passage explicitly says that a red mark on the forehead was a fulfillment of the prophecy.
Well, then it sounds to me like they got black skin and a red mark.
Oh no!
And keep in mind, the red mark is just another racist trope against the indigenous peoples of the Americas.
I mean, I guess you could say that. I don't know at all why that would be true, but okay.
That's a good point. Yeah, listen, Bible Basher.
The point of the Book of Mormon is to tell the Native Americans that they are part of God's covenant people. I see that as a very, like, the opposite of Native American.
The Mormon Church doesn't teach that anymore. You're aware of that, right? That's another doctrine that the Mormon Church pushes hard against. They no longer teach that. No, they don't. They're pushing hard against it nowadays.
No, the Book of Mormon explicitly says that the Lamanites are among the ancestors of the Native Americans. The whole Book of Mormon story is that the Lamanites are descendants from it. No, they're pushing against the narrative that everyone in the Americas is descended from that one family, because that's not true, and that's not what the Book of Mormon claims. I get what you're referring to. They did change the introduction of the Book of Mormon because someone who wrote the introduction previously assumed that every single Native American was descended from Laman and Lemuel. Book of Mormon doesn't teach that, doesn't ever make that claim, and so they changed it to be more accurate and say they're among the ancestors, which is completely true. The church still teaches it to this day.
So, oh, sorry, I think Justin's trying to end the live.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes till midnight, and I've got
of course
another half hour of stuff to do, so I get it run. But listen, I'm live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually around the same time. Come by, we'll talk about some of your specific like Mormon evidences that could only mean that Joseph Smith was a prophet, and then we'll continue some other time. Okay.
Okay. Well, to all the Christians listening, God bless. All the atheists, peer review.
Wrong again. There's no peer-reviewed evidence for Mormonism. I'm sorry that you've been lied to. Cyber, buddy, good to see you. I'm glad you showed up.
Good to see you too. Yeah, I was just got off work. Amazon. I deliver for Amazon. We're in the middle of Prime right now. But I was listening to you with that other Mormon too. As soon as he did that little slip, I'm like, this guy's a Mormon. I know he is. He tried to quote the "as God now is, man may become," or God one. Yeah, he started quoting them. Like, I know that phrase.
Right. I was suspicious because like he keeps saying things that doesn't make sense for Christianity. I'm like, why would you believe that? Then finally he said he was Mormon. Like, oh fuck, now it all makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you get a chance though, like I don't know if you've read the Book of Mormon in its entirety.
Not yet.
If you ever get a chance, give it a read and then read what they call the Pearl of Great Price. The Pearl of Great Price is, you know, where the book of Abraham is at. It's the book of Moses, where they believe that like Moses and Abraham wrote these. And then if you get time, you can read the Doctrine and Covenants, which is like modern day stuff. But I mean, some of that theology is just goofy.
It's really, it's weird stuff. I'm literally shocked that there are people who still take this seriously. It's baffling to me because the evidence is right there. You can literally just go on the internet and learn that Joseph Smith was a fraud. He was fucking arrested and convicted for doing fraudulent activities. He was into like tricking people that he could douse for water. He was a fake treasure hunter. Like the guy is easy to figure this shit out, and they're just not doing any research at all.
As a matter of fact, if you find out how his family ended up in Palmyra, he and his brother had actually they got lucky, and because of a technicality, they won in court, but they were being sued and criminally charged for like treasure hunting.
Yeah.
And because of a technicality, the case had to be dismissed because of a technicality. But the people essentially chased them out of their hometown, so they ended up in Palmyra, New York.
That makes sense. Fuck, I gotta dig more into Mormonism. There's never time. You know what I mean? There's never time to really get around to doing the fun stuff you want to do. But one day I'll get to do everything. You know?
Well, I'm not saying reading the Book of Mormon is fun. I'm just saying it's a read, and it like if you read it and then you study some of the sources, like there's during the time of Joseph Smith, there was a history book that was being used in the UK, and if you read about the wars in the Book of Mormon, because there's a lot of war chapters in it with Alma and stuff like that. There's a lot of war chapters. If you read those chapters and then you find this textbook, you'll find that these are like European battles, like word for word, like battle for battle. They've just changed names of people and locations.
People are gullible, my man. It's disheartening that they are, though. Like, not that they're gullible, but that they're this gullible. You know what I mean? I think it's, well, nevertheless, somebody who wasn't he was alive pretty recently, you can find information on and determine that they're a charlatan. It's crazy.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say real quick is you brought up the facsimile of quote unquote Abraham on the altar. I remember asking my ex-wife about that, and I'm like, look, this is in every copy of Egyptian Book of the Dead we found. This is in there. It's with a bunch of mummy sarcophagi. We know what it says. How do you explain it? And kind of how we get double fulfillment with prophecy. She tried to give me like there's a double reading in these texts. Like there's the literal text, but then there's the spiritual second meaning text to it. And I'm like, that's the goofiest thing I've heard. Like,
yeah,
just goofy.
That's rough. But that's how the Christians got the New Testament: double meaning, double fulfillment, triple fulfillment, quadruple fulfillment. We'll fulfill it 100 times. It'd be fantastic. Oh well. Well, friend,
but remember,
I'm gonna read some
Justin
super chats.
is the Messiah.
I already had my crown on earlier today, and I had witnesses to my miracles. So,
anyways, thanks for bringing me up, Justin. I'm gonna hop on down.
I love you, buddy. Take care.
Love you too.
All right, friends, we're gonna read some super chats, and I'm gonna try to get some sleep tonight. We'll see how it goes. I appreciate everyone being here. It's a fun night. We had some weird guests, but Daddy Todd says Mormons think they have deep doctrine, but it's pretty clear they only have derp doctrine. It's fucking crazy. That was good. That was really good, my friend. And Joe White says, if human words cannot describe their God, then the caller has nothing to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I said that. Like, listen, if human words can't describe God, then you're wasting your time here. Nothing you say about your God could be true because human words can't describe your God. So you're saying, I can't describe your God as this because human words don't apply. Okay, well, then that cuts both ways. Sorry. Arrow Walker says, finally, I've caught you live. Here's a little something for the collection plate. You've helped me tremendously. Arrow Walker, thank you. I really appreciate that. And it's because of supporters like you that I can even do these live streams. I really appreciate everyone who helps me make these possible. It's kind of a dream of mine to be able to do this, full time and help free people from the shackles of religion. And so without the audience, I wouldn't be able to do that. So big W. And Satan was framed. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Justin, my girlfriend usually doesn't really care for your lives. I get it. But she's been watching extra hard tonight. She said you were looking thicker than a snicka. I think it's the guns. Looking good, my man. Gave for Justin. Well, thank you. Satan was framed. I really appreciate that. Listen, I can't say that I'm in the shape that I would like to be in. What I can say, though, is I can accept it for being my age. Like I said, I'm just happy that all my joints work. I don't have arthritis. I've got some hair left. It's not all gray yet, although this is going to be gray soon. Space Lord says, what do those who believe in the mark of Cain say about the flood? You'd think Cain had no descendants who survived. Were they hiding with the Nephilim? So typically, there's a couple groups, even more than Cain, who theoretically survived after the flood. In the Table of Nations, you'll find them in Genesis 11. The question remains, how did Cain's line live on? It shouldn't be possible unless Cain's line somehow went through Abraham. Or not Abraham, I mean Noah and Noah's family. But if Cain's line is wicked, then that means it couldn't have gone through Noah's line, because Noah's line was supposed to be righteous. That's why God wiped everybody out and started over with them. So it's just a weird thing. These stories, the reason why they don't make sense is because they just haven't, well, they haven't tried to fix the gaps. There are gaps, and they didn't think about it, and and we're the ones that's catching them. And what are you gonna do? Mike B says, come on, Justin, if anybody's on your payroll, this guy is. And you just had him call in to be this ridiculous to give us a laugh. Good job. It worked. Well, there you go. I did it for you, Mike. I did it for you. But we did have some ridiculousness, I would say. We had some goofiness going on tonight. But we're gonna survive. We're gonna get through it. Not a robot, I swear. It says, did God is good keep saying Ecclesiastes. Rock hard for Doug. He had trouble pronouncing it, but I think I heard it one or two times, and I think I knew what he was talking about. The problem is sometimes people say Ecclesiasticus rather than Ecclesiastes, and Ecclesiasticus is it's a different book. It's not the same as Ecclesiastes. But if you don't know, it'd be hard to know that. Drop Barracuda says, pause. He's risen. Yeah. Who's risen? The guest? I don't know. We had a guest drop out and come back that maybe we're referring to. I apologize. It's been long enough now. I don't really remember what the super chat was referring to. Oh no, hold on. Let's see. One second. I'm gonna make a note over here. Got it. Done. All right. Hey, Design, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, if we chose our beliefs, why don't lawyers tell jurors to ignore the evidence and just believe their client is innocent? Oh, is God on trial? Fair. If you could just choose what you believe, there's a lot of things you could change. if you could just choose what to believe. I don't know. Even like just choosing who you love, you can't fucking do. Like it's just there's so many things you can't choose. And what you believe is obviously one of them. It's a brain state, you know? Bab says, I smell bacon grilling. We had some bacon grilling, actually, my friend. And ARs, hey, good to see you, friend. Oh, did I click it? There we go. Why do you think more people don't make the argument that Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecies? It seems strong, so curious for your opinion. Well, here's what I think. So I think the reason why people don't like run this argument a lot is one, because a lot of Christians or ex-Christians or atheists, they haven't really read much of the Old Testament. So when they dive into the prophecies, they kind of get lost. They don't really know where they're at. It's hard to orient yourselves. And I get it. It's very difficult to orient yourself if you're plunged into a book where you don't know the history or the context and you haven't read it before. So the prophecies can be a little bit bewildering for some, and I don't blame them. But luckily, I've read them all. I know the context, I know the history, so it's not a problem. But you're right, AR. I think, to me, the number one nail in the coffin for Christianity is just that Jesus obviously isn't the fucking Messiah. And it's demonstrably true, and it's obvious to anyone who reads the Old Testament. It's just true. And you can't wish it away by saying, oh, yes, but Jesus resurrected. Who the fuck cares? Like, people resurrect in the Bible. That doesn't make them God. People do healing miracles in the Bible. Doesn't make them God. Fucking even demonic entities perform tricks and miracles. Doesn't mean that they're God. None of these things means that you're God or the Messiah. Just means that you did something really cool. Mindforged Manacle says Solomon obviously didn't mean you couldn't get wisdom from the dead. Otherwise, why did they have the witch of Endor summon the spirit of Samuel? Okay, so first of all, Solomon didn't write the book, obviously. So that's the first part. The second part is the story of Samuel. Like, was probably written closer to the time period of the Deuteronomists. Ecclesiastes was probably written prior to that, based on dating. I don't have a good reason to think that Ecclesiastes was written before this particular story of Saul. But you're right. They did believe, traditionally, they did believe in like a spirit world. But this gets to univocality. So it's been long observed, like within academia, that some of the books of the Bible have different opinions on the afterlife. Ecclesiastes seems like it might be one of those books. And it's not the only one. There's a couple books where people believe that there's no resurrection of the dead or souls. In fact, that's why the Sadducees didn't believe in a resurrection of the dead or in souls. They thought you were done. It's curtains. And that's why the Sadducees were so sad, you see. And they only believed in the Torah. You don't get to any type of afterlife resurrection type passages until you get to the prophets. And Ken, the atheist, I love you, but I don't know if I can agree with this. I need to move down south where summer exists. Up north on the onshore of Lake Superior, summer hasn't hit yet. Rock Harbor Doug gave for Justin. Well, Ken, I live up north. I'm not that far north. I gotta tell you, when summer hits, it's too much for me. I would prefer like 60s, fuck, even high 50s, low 70s. When it gets above the 70s, like in the 80s, fuck, when it hits 90, I'm toast. I'm cooked. And Mike says, emoji test, we got it. I had to put a code snippet in there, but we're good to go now. And Cedar and Sound says, is this new V-neck trimming fundraiser? Could turn it into an impromptu one with just 2 cuts. Left strap, right strap, flaccid for Jeebus. Well, Cedar, that's not a terrible idea. But I don't know if you're all ready for this dad bod. I don't know if that's what you all need. There are maybe better representatives on the internet than myself for that type of work. But we'll see. Ben Bloodworth says, how do we go from apostles speaking in tongues that all could understand to believers being incapable of calling in with working hardware or Wi-Fi? True. It's amazing that God could literally give his people the power to speak in unknown languages. But when it comes to simple things like, hey, I don't know, maybe make a connection on the internet, Sorry, not going to happen. And Hardwork says, ask Jaron some of the stylometric findings in the book of on the Book of Mormon. I would love to, actually. I haven't talked to Jaron about that, but now that you mention it, I think it would probably be a good idea if I was going to say so myself. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days. I'll have to check him out. Kurt says, go drink a nice big glass of behavior. Exactly. That's what the believers are doing. They're committing a fallacy of reification. They're taking abstracts and making them concrete. Hank says, bro has it backwards. God exists only in his mind. Pointless wank. You nailed it. Someone saying that we exist in God's mind is fucking crazy. Kurt says, can I use your hose? I got some behavior in my shoe. Exactly. These people, they're not bright. They don't even realize what they're doing when they're doing it. And Paul's imaginary friend says, new Patreon member of yours, the cheat sheet. Fucking A. Hey, join the Patreon or join the Kraken Crew Elite here on YouTube and get yourself the cheat sheet. It's pretty dope. Okay? I apologize. It's been a little bit since I've added some new tabs, but been spending the summer with my son, so having a little bit of fun. Maybe this month I'll get a couple more added. Reverend Nate says, tank top. No, it was Scissor Lady. Scissor Schism. True, that's what it was. I came in wearing a regular shirt, and Scissor Lady was like, fuck that. Get it out of here. 40 Bytes, hey, thank you for the $1 super thanks. And also, Brandon the Atheist says, sun's out, guns out, you know it. You said it right there. Sun's out, guns out, baby. And Survivor Series says, the fuck Bar Kokhba fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus? True. Bar Kokhba actually was like a leader among Israel. He was a prince. In fact, there are coins minted with the title Prince of Israel listed on them during the 3.5 years of freedom. So you got it. And Ericles says, sun's out, guns out. Hey, Justin. Hey. Well, hey to you. I hope you're doing well. And yes, sun's out and the guns are out. Although I need to get my hair trimmed up. It's starting to get kind of out of sorts and it's getting hot. Rachel, hey, good to see you. Says hello from the state between Texas and Arizona. Oh, shit. It's warm over there. Was it New Mexico? Between Texas and Arizona? I think that's what it was. Pretty sure. Now I got to look at the map. I'm pretty sure it's New Mexico, though, right? Then Technique says, stop testing my sexual orientation, Justin. Gay for Justin. Well, listen, I'm sorry, but you're allowed to be whatever the orientation that you want, my friend. Don't worry about it. And Right Plight says, for your AC fund. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I actually do have a small AC in this particular room. But like if I turn it up, I don't know. It's kind of loud. But also, if I close the door, it's not so bad. I just didn't close the door because I thought maybe the cats might want to come in, you know? Bless. Bethos says, rock hard for Doug. Justin doing Doug's work, citing Gilgamesh. I love Gilgamesh. It's really one of the most classic stories. Although I had an epiphany when I was reading it last time. I think the bowl of heaven, okay, follow me. In Gilgamesh, we're introduced to the bowl of heaven. It's a very common trope in ancient Near Eastern literature. The bowl of heaven, all over the place. Shows up a million times. And I was thinking, well, that's a really interesting thing. So you guys might not know this, but like the bull or the cow in Hebrew would typically be like a behemoth. However, there's this character in Job called the behemoth. And it's this giant unwieldy creature that's kind of only roughly described. And it's not the Leviathan. I thought, you know what? I bet the behemoth in Job is just a fucking bowl of heaven. I think it's just a reference to the bowl of heaven, which everybody believed. Everybody in the ancient world believed in the ancient serpent that's like in the water fucking around. And everybody believed in the bowl of heaven. I'm like, holy shit. I think that might be it. I could be right. I could be wrong. But I think that answers the question about who was behemoth in Job. Patch Rubber says, really hot or cold weather sucks. If outside is so great, why have we spent thousands of years perfecting inside? I agree. I agree. There's a reason why we built these shelters and tried to get our temperatures just right and so on and so forth. Or ox the rhino. Oh, ox the rhino? Justin, I would pay big money to hear you debate God Logic and Sam Shamoon. Well, I don't know if Sam Shamoon does public debates. I know he debates like on his channel. I don't know if he does public debates. Now, God Logic does do public debates. I don't know if my channel is big enough for him to care, but I'm more than happy to debate him. His talking points won't be anything different than anybody else. That's what you have to know about these big apologists. It's not like they're better at what they're doing. They might be quicker on their feet. They might know a couple more passages, but it's still the same arguments. It's still all the same bullshit. Gnostic Timbri says, Jesus was blocked by your tri-omni mod? Oh, fuck. I believe that. Go get them, mods. And Booget says, despite the name tank tops, do the opposite for ratings. Oh, tank bottoms. Maybe. I have to think about that one. Maybe a kilt. And Hardwork says, any ET on your book? Well, I'm planning on hitting it pretty hard this month. And then again in September. So perhaps we'll have it ready by Christmas. We'll see. But that's the goal, is get it done before the end of the year. We'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of work involved. Ekipu says, come visit Ireland. It's rainy. 13C here. Listen, I would love to visit Ireland. I'd probably see my ancestors over there with the same red beard. And B-Trade says, big homie, not big honey. Now my wife looking. Oh, shit, B-Trade. I'm sorry. Listen. Tell your wife I'm taking. Sorry. Sorry. And Mike B says, why does his voice keep cracking? Is it purity? Could be. A lot of these apologists are pretty young. And Bethos, with a couple of super chats actually, even Rabbi David Wolpe is smarter than this caller. I don't even know who that is, but I gotta be honest, these were not bright callers tonight. I got a headache just talking to these people. And also, again, caller brought blunt knife to a tank battle. That's true. It's like one of those styrofoam practice knives. Drop Barracuda says, who needs the Bible when you have Chat GPT? True. And you know, most of these people, these apologists, are Chat GPTing it, like right in the middle of the thing. So, I don't know. I don't know why people trust Chat GPT. Listen, it might be helpful for finding something like, hey, where is this? Can you find me a resource for this? But it's not good at thinking. Stop letting it think for you. Bethel says, that on live rabbi is W for clarity. All the best. Oh, yeah. Rabbi Hannah. She's awesome. She's really cool. Definitely go follow her. Jason. Oh, did it load? There we go. Jason with the additional super chat. Thinking at the speed of smell. Exactly. Obviously. Smelling is also a smell. A smell is actually still a process, believe it or not. Game Guy says, why is she on your side? Oh, yeah. Crying that Rabbi Hannah was on my side? Because it's true. Like, my interpretation of the Hebrew Bible is not one that I made up. It's borne out by scholarship. And Drop Barracuda says, God and animals cannot be judged, apparently. Apparently. Although, I still have never heard a good answer for animal suffering. It's a tough topic. This guy must be smoking copium in Copenhagen. You got it, PDX. Yeah, he's in Copenhagen for sure. I got to remember that one. I like that one. And Kurt says, yes, Talon, it's saying the brothers are cursed. Yeah, that's exactly what it says. You got dark skin. Sorry. Good God cursed. Owlflame says, why do you hate funny underwear? Funny underwear? I don't know if I hate funny underwear. Oh, you mean the Mormon underwear? Well, to be fair, it's not really underwear. It's more like undergarments. And it's not very good. They don't look comfortable at all. I think they updated it recently, though. Hunter Go says, thing one, thing two, Zeus. And true, I will never understand people who can't comprehend what a thing is. Like the word thing, it just evades them. Weird. Hunter Girl again says, stop saying you're super old. I'm older than you. Well, Hunter Girl, you're probably right. I think maybe I just feel old sometimes. Or like I remember being younger and having energy and no headaches. And now I don't have that. But I tell you what, I still got enough energy to do these live streams and to do some cooking with y'all. And Phil says Phil AVFC says thanks. Well, Phil, thank you. I really appreciate that, friend. And Aiden 4X says God is just. You rather live in sin. Jesus is Lord. Okay, sure, buddy. I don't know if you know this. God's not just. He murders innocent people and has women raped in the Bible. That's not just. God punishes people for crimes they never committed. That's not just. And also, you don't have to become an atheist to live in sin. You know that, right? You know that Christians are sinning all the time. In fact, that's half the shtick. Half the shtick of Christianity is, look, you're a sinner. Hey, guess what? Jesus can forgive you. There's no forgiveness for atheists. If atheists still legitimately believed and we just wanted to go sin, we would fucking just go sin. You don't have to become an atheist for that, you clown. Adam says, oh, let me get to it again. Context works for us. It's true. The context of the book always works for us, not for the apologist. The apologist has to ignore the context while accusing us of not knowing the context, even of passages they've never fucking read. And Hunter Girl again says this guy is a moron. Sorry, I mean Moroni. A huge Moroni, actually. A huge one. And Perp.org, they smell it, then they dealt it. Well, I know someone who probably dealt it. That's the Book of Mormon, that's for sure. That took a shit. Mr. Ezekiel says, oh, by the way, thanks for super chat. Good to see you again. Hi, Justin. Did you have a chance to look into what I was saying about figs when the main crop is? So, Ezekiel, I did look into the figs. It looks like one fig harvest, depending on where you live. It's not universal. This is region dependent and tree dependent. But some fig trees will have a bigger yield in one season than it does in another season, even though there are 2 seasons for figs. But neither of that matters for our discussion because the text that we're talking about literally says that it was not the season for figs, which would be either of seasons for figs. Doesn't matter which one they're referring to. It could have said it's not the main season, it's not the best season. It just says it's not the season for figs. So there it is. The apologetics aren't really good for that. All right, who's live right now that we can go send a raid to? Surely someone can we can find somebody online. Let's see what we got here. Anyone? Let's see. I don't see anyone live on YouTube yet. Maybe I'll look myself. Give me a second to look on the YouTubes. I don't see. Wait, is today Monday? Isn't Skep Talk going still? Oh no, it's too late for them to be live. Shit, I don't see. Is anyone live? Thinkers live. All right, friends. TikTok and YouTube. I'm sending everyone over to Thinkers live stream, y'all. Let's go over this raid Thinker. Probably have some friends with her as well. I think she just started live recently. I think she starts about the time I'm quitting usually. Let's go raid Thinkers live. Give her a huge welcome. Boost the start of her stream. Like the page. Like the live. Tell her I sent you. And thank you so much for being here, friends. I really love and appreciate y'all. We'll see you again on Wednesday.